Chapter 1. Dr. Gillian Ramsay. Dr. Gillian Ramsay, Ph.D., found herself navigating an aging panel van, its air conditioning long defeated by the oppressive heat, through an area known as the infernal-sounding region known as the Devil's Armpit. She desperately hoped the name was an unfortunate exaggeration or a misprint on the map. Yet, emblazoned in bold letters on the highway signage, the name confirmed its ominous reality. You are entering the Devil's Armpit, she supposed. She should be thankful that her destination wasn't the infernal-sounding region known as the Devil's Armpit, an unusually sulfurous section of southern Louisiana that smelled of rotten eggs and SS Kickgate, but a small town just beyond it. Mystic Bayou, she hoped the more attractive name, also indicated a more appealing odor. Dr. Montes hadn't left anything in his field. Notes about bringing air fresheners with him. But then again she'd come to learn Dr. Montes's methods were less polished than anyone hoped. Dr. Gillian Ramsay fanned her face and dabbed at the perspiration dotting her upper lip. The vehicle's feeble air conditioning had surrendered to the relentless southern heat. Within 15 minutes of her leaving the New Orleans airport, but after a flight from Chile involving 2 layovers and a lengthy argument with customs over her audio video equipment, she just didn't have any fight left in her. She rolled down the window just a crack, hoping the muggy late May air would be cooler than the interior of the van. In an instant, her nostrils were flooded with the smell of what could only be described as Satan's BO, mistake a catastrophic miscalculation. She let out a strangled gasp. Gillian rolled up the window, her hands so sweaty that her fingers actually slipped off of the handle. A few times before she sealed herself inside the van, eager for some form of odor-free distraction. She used her hands-free dialer to call Sonia Fong at the League office. She muttered in frustration as yet another call diverted to voicemail. But when the machine went beep, Gillian tried to make her tone more suited for a friend she was actually fond of as opposed to a telemarketer. Hey Sonia, it's me again. I'd genuinely appreciate it if you returned my call, so maybe you could explain to me what's really going on back there. The League keeps assuring me that everything's just fine, even as they methodically dismantle every semblance of stability in my life. But I keep getting the feeling I'm a heroine in one of those awful 70s horror movies where the unwitting outsider ends up a human sacrifice. Cell phone reception is getting pretty spotty, so if you can call back soon. Love you, bye. Dr. Gillian Ramsay pursed her lips. This was not a very auspicious beginning to her first real field assignment. She'd flown all the way to Santiago, only to get a call that her mentor and boss had been seriously injured on his assignment in northern England, and the International League for Interspecies Cooperation was sending her in his place to southern Louisiana. Her in-depth study of the Mona and their mating habits would just have to wait. All that background reading on malevolent, sex-obsessed dolphin shapeshifters for nothing. Nearly an hour later, Dr. Gillian Ramsay had sweated completely through her clothes and was starting to worry that she was lost. The gnarled trees dripping with Spanish moss were all starting to look the same. She was pretty sure she'd passed a carnation pink shack on stilts twice, and she'd realized those logs, resting against the banks of the swamp, dangerously close to the road, had legs and very large jaws. She was beyond jet-lagged, couldn't remember her last application of deodorant, and was starting to think maybe the League could go jump into the murky, gator-filled water looming on either side of the highway. Just as Dr. Gillian Ramsay started to search for a place to either do a 3-point turn or sleep for the night, another sign came into view. It read, "Welcome to Mystic Bayou. home of the fighting marsh dogs, over a caricature of a large rat with its fists raised. Allah the Fighting Irish. Okay, then maybe it was better for her to stay lost. Dr. Gillian Ramsay opened the van window again, hoping that maybe the air and Mystic Bayou was more palatable. She took a tentative breath. She could almost taste the sweetness on the air, redolent with honeysuckle and dried grass and earth. She took several gulps of it, lifting her mass of honey, blonde hair off her sweaty neck. She balked at the reflection in the rearview mirror, wondering who let that pale, sweaty woman with the under-eye luggage into the driver's seat. She was due to meet her community liaison in just a few minutes, and she was a mess. Maybe she could dock into the back of the van to freshen up before she met Mayor Barron. That was something legitimate scientists did right. Change their clothes in vans. The town quickly came into view. In that suddenly there are buildings, and if you blink you will miss them all way. Unique to tiny rural towns, Main Street was pretty much the only street. From what Dr. Gillian Ramsay could see, with the occasional short side street, branching out into clusters of 2 or 3 small homes, Dr. Montes had written that few families lived in town, preferring to keep almost clannish compounds in the outlying areas of the county, and only venturing into town limits for errands. Main Street LED to a town square centered on a gazebo, and behind that a large, whitewashed building, topped with a golden shape she couldn't quite make out. The street boasted a freshly painted collection of businesses, with flower baskets hanging from every surface, giving the town a cheerful, neatly kept air, aside from the inordinate number of them. That seemed to involve taxidermy. There was a bank, a boat dealership, a grocery and apothecary, a beauty salon, a bookshop, a newspaper called the Mystic Messenger, and finally Bath Tilda's Pie Shop, which boasted the world's best chocolate rhubarb pie. Dr. Gillian Ramsay had never heard of chocolate rhubarb pie, but frankly it sounded a bit gross. Each business had a little addition under the shop name, stating owned and operated by Bonner Boone, or owned and operated by Branwyn Boone, or in the sweet shop's case, Bathilda Boone, was every business in town owned by a Boone. Dr. Montes's instructions were to go to City Hall, which appeared to be the tall, white building at the end of the street with a gold spire rising from a bell tower-like structure on the roof. It was the tallest building in town. As she drove closer, she spotted a golden-green SUV marked Sheriff, parked out front next to a rather large Harley-Davidson, with custom-painted claw marks raking down the body. She parked the cursed van in an empty spot near the fountain that stood across from Mystic Bayou, City Hall's door. She glanced down the street at the sweet shop and wondered if she could duck in unnoticed and change clothes in the restroom. It would probably cause a bit of a stir. She couldn't imagine a town like this got a lot of tourists hauling luggage into public restrooms with them, but it would be better than what the hell. A huge man in an extremely tight black t-shirt and tighter jeans was staring at her through her driver's side window. He stood several inches taller than the van, and his hands were the size of picnic hams. He had thick, wildly curling black hair tied back in a ponytail and a matching beard that spread across his barrel chest. Smoke, gray eyes seemed to penetrate through the window glass, making her shiver despite the muggy heat. He raised a hand, and it was all she could do not to flinch. "Hi there," a friendly grin spread across his face, warming his features as he waggled a massive hand. Should she roll down the window? Was it safe at this point? It would be rude not to, but she'd always read that a woman traveling alone should ignore their instincts, to be polite and err on the side of not letting an enormous man pull her through a van window and onto the human trafficking market. Okay, yes, this was becoming terribly awkward. She rolled down the window. "Can I help you?" "Dr. Ramsey, I saw you from the sweet shop. Linda thought I should come over and introduce myself. Proper. Oh, thank you. But I'm just here to meet the mayor." "Mayor Zed Barron, yeah, you right." The man grinned again, showing perfectly white razor-sharp canines. "You must be the league doctor. Beyond venue." Without an invitation, he yanked the van door open and pulled Jillian to her feet. He gripped her much smaller fingers in his very warm, very rough hand. Jillian stared up at him, mouth slightly agape. This was the mayor of Mystic Bayou. He looked more likely to be driving a long-haul truck route or forging lightning bolts on Mount Olympus. Who had dared to challenge him for the position? Did he chew all of the ballots in half to remove his opponent from the election? Everybody's been waiting for you to show up. Well, they were waiting for Dr. Montez, but they'll be just as happy with you. I can't say the whole town is going to be thrilled that you're here. But like my mama always said, learning never hurt nobody. The guy at the league office said, "I have to sign a bunch of papers. Before you can get started, didn't I already sign enough?" "Y'all trying to steal my house and my firstborn?" Jillian laughed at the rapid-fire questions. "No, but with Dr. Montez being replaced so quickly, the league just wanted to make sure the paperwork reflected the appropriate names in case issues came up later, like the issues that came up with the cave troll study in the Reykjavik sewers no one liked to talk about, the incident that led to a league, scientists being mailed back to headquarters in a shoebox, not even for training purposes." Dr. Jillian Ramsey shuddered. What happened to Dr. Montes anyway? He was plenty keen to hit the ground running. And then he just stopped calling. Dr. Jillian Ramsey chewed her lip and tried to compose an appropriate answer. Currently, Dr. Montes was in a league-funded IQ, 10 stories below the surface of London, recovering from a unicorn impalement to the gut. Dr. Jillian Ramsey couldn't imagine what he could have done to provoke that response from a unicorn. Hector Montes was a senior member of the Paranormal anthropological staff. He wrote an actual book on approaching and interacting with sapient creatures. How had Dr. Montes underestimated the will or the ticklishness of a creature as old as a unicorn? Had he become too arrogant to consider his subject's feelings, or had his clammy hands, combined with breath that smelled of old coffee and gingivitis, pushed the unicorn into a panic? Zed was staring at her, waiting for an answer. He ran into some medical problems and couldn't travel. It happens sometimes, but I assure you, Dr. Montes trained me in field work. I'm fully qualified to handle this. He jerked his shoulders. "Oh, I'm sure you are sure. No worries, you've probably taken dozens of these research trips, right?" "Well, not exactly." Zed paused and tilted his enormous head toward her. "How many have you taken?" Dr. Jillian Ramsey pursed her lips and admitted, "One before Mystic Bayou. No, just this one." Zed's cheerful demeanor faded. "You've never done this before." "I was headed out on my first assignment in South America before the league called me back in and redirected me here," she told him. "I know what I'm doing. I've studied the process over and over. I've collected and interpreted other researchers' data. This is just the first time I've done it on my own." Zed practically deflated, leaning against her van with a dumbfounded expression. "I don't mean to be rude, but I just don't know about this, Doc. It was hard enough to talk my neighbors into participating when they knew that they were going to be dealing with an expert. I just don't know how people are going to react to someone your age without any real experience. Well, we don't exactly have to include that information. When I introduce myself, I'm not planning on handing out copies of my CV to random citizens," she protested. Zed's cheerful demeanor returned full force. "Good boy, small lady. If I've learned anything since taking office, is that less is more. When it comes to information and your public image, That's why I deleted my Facebook. Nothing good can come from your constituents, knowing you unfriended them. The radiating heat of his hand on her elbow, as he led her into the building, had her sweating even more. She cast a mournful look over her shoulder to the van, where fresh clothes and her trusty dry shampoo were waiting in her bag. We'll just have to see how things play out. Imagine you're pretty tired after all that flying. The sheriff says there's nothing like it. But I never took to it before. To keep my paws on the ground, if you know what I mean. Zed flung the heavy wooden door open so fast. Dr. Gillian Ramsay didn't get a chance to study its carved details. He led her into an open office, divided into sections with lines on the floor. One corner was marked Revenue with gold lines. Another was marked Public Works with green lines. Schools and Social Services was marked in red. And everything else was marked with blue. The whole parish government operates from this one room. She marveled, well, I get my own office over there. And a sheriff gets his own office on the opposite side. But it works just fine. We don't have much room here, and I keep things simple. If we can, just holler at each other from across the room. Instead of calling and leaving messages and cursing the voicemail and getting so stirred up. You can't remember why you called in the first place. And the work was a little while ago, but usually this place is a beehive. Teresa Nastas keeps us all lined up and running. Without smacking into each other, she runs their everything else department. Gigi Grandin, she's a 77-year-old human, and more terrifying than I could ever be. Runs Public Works with an iron fist. Mr. Caron retired as superintendent. But he's good at keeping the schools running, and Betcha Boone may be a bit of a couillon. But no one can keep the books balanced like he can. Boone, as in the family, that seems to own all of the businesses in town. She gestured toward the street. Zed grinned, "Goddad, did you nice enough folks?" To Boone's, I suppose they used to get in their own way. And get plenty fired up if they don't. We let them throw their money around. Because it makes them happy and keeps the town and Clover. And then, we mostly get things done when they're not around. Not all of us are like that. Zed's cheeks went a little pink under his beard. When another man, lean and tall, with almost preternaturally sharp cheekbones, appeared in the doorway marked Sheriff's Department. Check all firearms with the mayor before knocking. The man's light hair was shorn close, which only emphasized his large, amber-colored eyes and sharp features. He was wearing a tan police uniform and a gun belt that seemed to have a lot of extras. But Dr. Gillian Ramsay wasn't super familiar with law enforcement gear, and now she was staring at his narrow waist, which he had noticed awkward. Zed shook off his embarrassment by flashing that winsome grin again. "Course, non-sheriff. You ought to exception to all the rules." "Dr. Ramsay, this is Sheriff Boone." "Sheriff, this is Dr. Gillian Ramsay." "Sheriff, I'm pleased to meet you." Dr. Gillian Ramsay did not reach out to shake his hand. Another etiquette issue. Some species of the supernatural world, like the Irish Spriggans, could lose their glamour when touched by humans. So casual physical touch with strangers was taboo. Also, some species like the rainforest-dwelling Nagel were extremely prone to colds and therefore a little germophobic. The sheriff said nothing. He simply stared at her with those strange eyes of his, as if he was categorizing her every freckle and flaw. "I told you all about a Boone twice. This is the doctor that's going to be studying how well we run things in our little town, so she can help all the little towns do the same," Zed said in a tone that was probably meant to evoke some sort of friendly response. Instead, the sheriff growled, "Seems to me that those towns should figure that out for themselves." Well, that's an interesting approach to interspecies cooperation. The sheriff crossed his rangy arms over his broad chest. "Never said I planned on any approach." Zed cleared his throat. "Doc, you got those papers for me to sign. I'll leave you to your how do you doss." Dr. Jillian Ramsey reached into her enormous canvas shoulder bag, handed him a carefully labeled manila envelope. Full of reprinted paperwork, Zed opened the sheaf of official documents and beamed at her. "I get to use my official mega stamp. I love doing that," Boone muttered, to a point that might embarrass any other man. Ignoring the sheriff, Zed strode into his office. Dr. Jillian Ramsey turned her head toward the sheriff. The hair elastic keeping her thick, blonde mop off of her neck gave up the fight. It snapped and her hair fell around her face. Like a slightly damp gold curtain, the sheriff's eyes flashed, and not with annoyance at the mayor. There were actual rays of light shining behind his irises, which she now realized were longer and narrower than average. Like a cat's, he had to be a shifter of some sort. The mayor also had double corporeal forms written all over him, for that matter. But there were far too many varieties to guess. Just from my shape or build, from what Dr. Jillian Ramsey understood of shifter etiquette or any other sort of etiquette. Really, it was rude to ask someone, "So what are you?" so she would just have to wait. "Sheriff Boone, do you have a first name?" "Is there a reason the mayor doesn't seem to use it?" The sheriff cleared his throat. "Course I do, I'm Bale Boom, and the mayor doesn't use it. Because he likes to needle my ass at every opportunity. I sure do." Zed called from the next room. "I'm sorry, did you say Bill Boone?" "Bale." Dr. Jillian Ramsey repeated what she heard. "Bill, Bale. I don't understand, it's not Bill." The sheriff was starting to look annoyed. Or at least more annoyed. "No, Bale." Jillian sighed. "I could swear that's what I'm saying." "No, B-A-L Bale." Jillian would admit that at this point. She was needling him just a little bit. She had an excellent ear for accents, but very little patience or politeness left in her. "Sorry about that, I guess. It will take me some time to adjust to the accents." "Well, it will take us just as long to get used to yours." Dr. Jillian Ramsey watched the sheriff's angular face carefully. Clearly, he was amongst the people who were not all that thrilled with Dr. Jillian Ramsey's presence in town. And given the Boone family's apparent stranglehold on the town's economy, that pricked at Dr. Jillian Ramsey's distrust. No, she was a scientist. She wouldn't let preconceived notions or her discomfort in having someone attempt to stare through her, skew her opinions. "Well, I'm here to stay, Sheriff. At least for a while, so you'll have plenty of opportunity. I just don't see the point in it. Your town represents one of the few settlements where supernatural creatures from nearly all cultures live and work together in relative peace, and have for generations. The League expects humanity to stumble on the secret of the otherworldly any day now. The Loch Ness Monster can't hide from Google Maps forever, and when one domino falls, so will another, and then another. Until everyone knows that it's all real werewolves, fairies, shifters, spirits, mermaids, witches, all of their fairy tale nightmares come true. Don't you think it would be better if they had information on how other communities overcame their differences, instead of running around in a blind panic and, well, act out the whole war of the world's phenomenon all over again? I'm just saying that no good is ever come from people having the answers handed to them. Zed rushed back out of his office. The paper is flapping sloppily as he moved. All done except for the last one, which has to be signed in front of a witness. Sheriff Bale sighed. "Hold on." The sheriff very carefully reviewed each page to the point where Dr. Jillian Ramsey became concerned about his reading comprehension. BL hates it when I boss them around. He's hated it ever since we were kids, but I just remind him that his job description includes all the duties as assigned, tack right there at the end with an asterisk. And then he has to do it because the asterisk says, assigned at the mayor's discretion. Bale's eyes flashed angry gold again. Mighty big words from the guy. Who needed flashcards to remember his swearing and speech? Zed's grin should not have been as proud as it was. I put the swear and swearing in. Sheriff, that's a pretty standard cooperation agreement between the League and the town of Mystic Bayou because of your unique population. You are a perfect case study for assimilation tactics. You guarantee me access to any archives or census information I need and attempt to smooth the way for me with the locals. I agree to be as unobtrusive as possible and show you all of my research before I leave town. Mayor Barron was pretty specific about that. Maybe where you're from, people give their name without a care. But I want to know what I'm signing, Bale drawled placidly. Flipping through the paperwork he's got. This whole thing about not giving his true name. Zed whispered dramatically, the whole family's that way. Their first names are all nicknames. He refuses to tell me. And I'm the closest thing he's got to a best friend. No, you're not. Bale shook his head, lively reading through the contract. Zed grinned. I've been guessing for years, though I'm pretty sure his true name is something like Marion. It's okay, buddy. Marion can be a boy's name too. Dr. Jillian Ramsey looked to Bale, who silently shook his head. It took several more minutes, but Bale finally signed the last page of the contract. A quick motion caught Dr. Jillian Ramsey's eye, and she barely restrained a gasp as Zed sliced his palm open with a wicked sharp claw. On his right hand, in a businesslike manner, he pressed his mayoral seal onto his palm, and then the paper, leaving a livid red crest next to the signature line. Jillian shook her head. Oh, that wasn't necessary. Zed frowned at her as he signed his name with a plain old BIC pen. Now the local ladies' guild wanted to throw you a proper crawfish boil to welcome you to town, Zed told her. Jillian gulped audibly. That's very generous of them. Bal rolled his eyes a bit. Don't get excited, people around here. Throw a party every time somebody loses a damn tooth. Zed shot Bale a warning look. The first truly dark expression she'd seen on his face. The predator's threat sent a cold shiver down her spine. If Dr. Jillian Ramsey had those icy eyes glaring at her that way, she might have added soiled pants to her list of hygiene issues. Bale simply jerked his shoulders. In a pointedly pleasant tone, Zed said, I thought that might be a little overwhelming for you. Straight out the gate, I figured you'd rather get settled in and get some sleep, get your legs under you before you have to make your first impressions. We'll schedule your official welcome sometime this week. That was very thoughtful of you. Thank you. Zed grinned at her, putting his passive, no longer bleeding hand on her shoulder. You need anything, you just let me know. Bal growled ever so slightly. Dr. Jillian Ramsey frowned at him and turned back to Zed. Directions to my hotel would be appreciated. Zed gave her shoulder a friendly squeeze. Oh, we've got you set up at a real nice place. I didn't see a hotel on my way into town. I don't suppose there's a Holiday in one street over. That I just didn't see. Bale scoffed, and Zed glared at him, then ratcheted up his smile a few degrees. Like I said, we've got a real nice rental place for you. It's got a lot of charm. Jillian found his pause before the word charm to be highly suspicious. Okay, I guess working out of the house will be more pleasant than working out of a hotel. Can you give me directions? Zed was halfway to a nod when he said yes. But I can't help you get there right now. My mammal's expecting me at her place to fix a freezer. I keep telling her that she's overwhelming. The twice cursed thing, stuffing to whole deer carcasses in there. But then she glares at me and reminds me when is always around the corner. And We need to think about putting on hibernation weight." And then I shut up, because there's nothing scarier than a barren woman. When she thinks you're not listening, it's May that shrugged. When is always just around the corner to Mama, but the sheriff here can lead the way to your place. He's one of your nearest neighbors. Jillian shook her head. "I don't want to be a bother. If you just give me directions, I'm sure I can find it," Zed snorted. "Not likely the rows around here twist and turn. And only half of them have to write signs, because of..." The fair folk thinks it's funny to switch them around. I can only find my place, because I lived here my whole life. But the sheriff will be happy to give it a full police escort, won't you? Bale only glared. It said all the duties as assigned. Bale, Zed reminded him. Bale exhaled deeply, and for a second Dr. Jillian Ramsey swore. She could see smoke rings billowing out of his nostrils. "Follow my car." Chapter 2, Dr. Jillian Ramsey. Mayor Barrand had not been kidding about the twists and turns. The sheriff had only led her a mile out of town, and they'd already gone over to bridges and passed for signs marking a creek. She had no idea where she was. Now they were farther away from town. She could see that. There were a lot more houses than she expected. Not all of them were on stilts, but most of them backed up to the water. The bayou was clearly the center of life here. From the aerial maps she glanced at on her layover, she saw that the town's population centered around an area of the bayou called Lafayette. Dr. Montez's notes stated that the citizens regarded Lafayette as an almost sacred site. While there was a wealth of solid land in that area, no building or home was built within 10 miles of it, from what she could gather. She and the sheriff were headed northwest of Lafayette, and out of town for that matter. She was starting to wonder if he was leading her away, so he could kill her and hide her body in the swamp, when he turned on a road called Possum Tail. Who was in charge of naming things here? There were no houses on Possum Tail, just endless trees bearded with Spanish moss. It would have been really pretty. If she wasn't worried about the whole murder thing. The squad car slowed and turned onto a gravel drive that she would have passed by entirely. If she was on her own, there was no mailbox or marker. Just a pause in the greenery, slowly a pale house. Breached the trees like some ancient sea creature. Unlike every structure they passed so far, this house was several stories, stacked on top of each other like a wobbly, metallic wedding cake. At one point the house had been painted blue, but weather and runoff from the metal roofing had turned it an uneven pewter gray. Against the backdrop of lush green, a bay window another feature she hadn't seen on any of the other houses. Extended over the best view of the bayou, a cupola served as the bridal topper, and Dr. Jillian Ramsey thought she spotted a telescope edging over that cupola's window. Each level had its own wraparound porch, and someone had taken the time to hang baskets of geraniums from the eaves, and while they were very pretty, she was more grateful for the layer of privacy they would provide. A collection of mismatched, rocking, and lawn chairs were circled around a wooden platform that extended from the ground floor onto the water. Dr. Jillian Ramsey slid out of her van, gaping up at the sight of her temporary home. "What is this place?" she marveled, setting her sunglasses on top of her head. Sheriff Boone was already out of his car, a set of house keys in his hand. "Folks around here have called it La Maison de Fou, the Fool's House, since I was a boy. My mama told me it was built by a sea captain named Worthen. He fell in love with a sea sprite who'd made her home in the bayou. He built the house here so he could be close to her, but she never returned his love, and he was so heartbroken and distracted that he built this house at these crazy angles, not paying one bit of attention to how his neighbors' houses were built. She opened her van's back door and slid a large duffel bag onto her shoulder. Sounds like one mean mermaid, without her asking the sheriff, picked up 2 of her larger boxes of equipment and balanced them in his arms as if they weighed nothing. While the captain had the last laugh, he married a local witch, woman who loved him beyond reason, fed him queen's cake every day, and gave him 6 children. And the house has stood more than 100 years. The town doesn't have the heart to let it fall down. After all this time, so people around town pick up the little repairs. Whenever they can, we just replace the stilts. Before Miss Lottie died, Dr. Gillian Ramsay glanced at the wooden supports that kept the house a good 6 feet above the water line. Even though they looked pretty sturdy, the idea of sleeping over water wasn't exactly comfortable for her. Miss Lottie Bale nodded, the last of the sun's dying light gleaming off his close-shorn, golden hair, the last of the captain's great-grandchildren. She was the closest thing we had to a doctor. She had her nurse training from a fancy drawl school in the city. Then her mother was a white witch, so she could heal our kind through either means. Gillian stopped, adjusting the weight of the bag on her tired shoulder. "What's a drawl school?" sighing as if he was very put upon. Bale took the bag and carried it to just the way we refer to the outside world. Drawl means funny or bizarre, and not in the nicest way. To be honest, it's a little bit of an insult, and to us everything in the outside world is weird. So anything to do with the outside world is drawl. So you're like the Amish but with more fangs. He nodded. Yep, really expected more of a response to that. She muttered as she slid the old brass key into the door. Compared to the tent she'd expected to spend the next few months inhabiting, the house was luxurious. Sure, it was rough. The walls were whitewashed, the floorboards also whitewashed, were worn smooth by years of foot traffic. Cooking and heating seemed to be handled with a large cast iron stove in the middle of the parlor, which was intimidating. She would probably be spending a lot of time at the pie shop. From what she could tell, there was no air conditioning. The captain, architect, had built screened grates into the higher floors to vent the warmer air as it rose, but the wooden furniture was polished and well cared for. Miss Lottie had left hanks of fragrant herbs hanging from the summer porch, and someone had recently cleaned the windows. She could see the vinegar-soaked newspapers in the kitchen trash. The porch ceiling was painted a soft blue-green, called paint blue, meant to keep away both evil spirits and insects. Small animals carved from peachwoods stood sentinel on the windowsills. Several more hung from live oak trees surrounding the house. In some cultures, peachwood was used to ward off negative energy. Miss Lottie clearly wanted to keep her home free of bad vibes, and it used a lot of cultural touchstones to do it, even though she was still a bit skeptical about such things. That was a comfort to Gillian. She needed all the good vibes she could get. Dr. Gillian Ramsay had been dropped into a fairy tale cottage. She wasn't sure whether to take notes and photos, or start removing the talismans before she broke one. And curse it herself, she was vaguely aware that she had a big, dopey grin on her face when she turned and saw the sheriff staring at her. With that inscrutable golden gaze of his, she cleared her throat and tried to adopt a more professional expression. How much French do people speak around here? Well, I have a hard time getting around communicating. I'm pretty fluent in Spanish and a little Portuguese, which was appropriate, considering I was on my way to South America. But French has always eluded me, well, not nearly as much as in other towns. We're not a true Cajun community. When the first creatures moved here in the 1800s, there was a small Cajun settlement, just a few humans. Some of the men are married with our kind. Others stayed separate. We kept some of the French sayings. And most of us have accents to varying degrees. We have some of the same food customs, but we've also mixed in our own traditions, our own flavors and our own languages from the places where we come from. It's a big mess sometimes, but it works for us. Bale turned his gaze upwards. Your bedroom is the first on the ride, on the second floor. The back door doesn't always catch, so make sure you lock it at night. So this isn't one of those small towns where people pride themselves on not locking their doors. Our crime rate's pretty low, but there's a good chance of Armand's getting in. If you leave the door open. Dr. Gillian Ramsey's expression was fakely amused. Varmints. He jerked his broad shoulders. Nothing wrecks your morning like finding that opossums tossed your kitchen. Speaking of which, says Mama, stock the fridge with basics for you. Boone nodded toward a white and rust-colored ice box. Straight out of the 1950s. Frankly, she was surprised. The floorboards would support that much weight. That was very sweet of her. Well, Mama. Bears never want to see starving cubs. Gillian wiped at her forehead, sticky with the day's last layer of drying sweat. I'm sorry, I've been traveling for almost 24 hours now, and I'm having a hard time focusing. Is that euphemism? Are there really going to be bears and possums outside my door? Bears, no, he said. Though she noted, he paused just a little too long before eliminating the possibility. Possums, maybe gators. There's one out there right now. What? She glanced out the back window to a pair of reptilian eyes. Through a layer of green algae on the water. Oh no, no, no. No, that thing can't get into the house, right? It can't break through the floorboards or anything. He snorted. I think you've been watching too many scary movies. Gators don't want any more to do with you than you want with them. Just stay out of the water, unless you're with someone who knows what they're doing. And make sure you don't change in front of the windows. He told her, nodding toward the gator. He could be emoji. She rolled her dark blue eyes a bit. Very funny, hazing the overtired new girl in town. Who doesn't know any better? I'm not kidding. The Beasleys are gator shifters, and they're known peeping toms. Oh, but they live on the other side of town. So, yeah, you shouldn't change in front of the windows. Thank you, I'm sure that will help me sleep at night. The corner of his lips twitched ever so slightly, and for a second she thought he was going to make a mark about how she slept through the night. But he stayed silent, which was even more unnerving also. What does magie mean, she asked. It means magic in French. It doesn't quite cover the nature of all the creatures in town, but our ancestors considered anything that wasn't human to be magical. It's a lot easier to spit out than supernatural, and it prevents a lot of confusion and offense because no one is left out. That's nice. Well, I'll leave you to it. Bale paused and handed her a pair of business cards. Zed said he'd come in the morning and help you get into town. He thought it would be easier than you trying to drive yourself around for the first couple days. Don't try to drive in a town on your own. You will get lost. No problem, I'm stubborn. Not stupid, you muttered. Well, that's a comfort if I try to call you on my cell. Will I get a signal closer to town? Maybe, but not from here. You're gonna need to use Lottie's, landline. He nodded toward a large wooden box hanging on the wall, complete with an ear trumpet and an honest-to-God hand crank. That's intense, she said, frowning. Miss Lottie was of the if it works, don't fix it frame of mind. The phone worked for her mama and her mama before. So do I have to yell for the switchboard operator to connect my call? I'll be honest, he said, shaking his head and pursing his lips. I don't know. She walked out with him to retrieve the last of her equipment from the van, despite the last-minute change of plans. She'd carefully organized her equipment into boxes by rate of use, then attached a list to each box listing its contents. It wasn't much beyond video and computer equipment, but she felt better knowing that she could easily find what she needed. "I'll help you." He reached for the heavy camera bag. She was slinging over her shoulder. "I've got it. I'm used to hauling it around by myself. Look, you seem to think I'm not prepared for this situation. I'm a professional anthropologist. I know enough not to cause trouble where I go, not to try to change anything, and not to offer insult where I can avoid it. The problem being that you don't necessarily know what's an insult here. And what's not?" Her smile was sticky sweet as she asked, "Is it an insult to say thank you for leading me to my house? Now please feel free to." Her voice trailed off as she stepped forward, her eyes wide as saucers as the red, blue and green bottles hanging from Miss Lottie's trees. Lit up against the purpling twilight, fireflies filtered out of the swamp grass, adding a touch of whimsical energy. "Are those that's not electrical?" she exclaimed, glancing back at him, grinning wildly. "Those are ghost lights." Bale slid a mystic Bayou Sheriff's Department baseball cap onto his head. "Let's just say that any spirits that tried to trespass around Miss Lottie's got put to good use," she said. It was her way of being environmentally conscious. "I've never seen anything like it," she breathed. "That's amazing." Bale cleared his throat and opened his car door. "Yeah, well, so much for professional and prepared." Her jaw dropped as he slid into his seat and turned the key in the ignition. "Zed will be by in the morning." He rolled down his window as he backed down her gravel drive. "Get inside and lock your doors, Miss Ramsey." "It's Dr. Ramsey," she called after him. She sighed. He didn't hear me, though she was an independent, capable woman fully in command of all her faculties. Dr. Jillian Ramsey rushed to the front door of the house and locked it behind her. Capable was one thing, alligators were another. She leaned her head against the solid wood of the door. Without competing noise pollution, the sounds of the bayou closed in around the house. The grinding hum of cicadas, the tap of mosquitoes throwing themselves at her windows, the throaty chorus of bullfrogs. It was an interesting contrast to the sirens and traffic noise she was used to in D.C. Then again, she wasn't sure she could sleep in total silence. She hoped her brain would accept bugs and frogs. As a substitute, all she wanted was a shower and something resembling food, and then a bed. She would sort through her equipment and clothes. Tomorrow, she double-checked the back door to make sure it was locked, picked up her computer bag and suitcase, and carried them up the rickety wooden stairs to the bedroom. She paused on the stairs and hung her head. She hadn't even asked if there was a shower. What if all she had was a metal wash tub and a sponge? A search of the second floor, and then the first floor again, confirmed that there was a water closet tacked on behind the kitchen, but no tub. She thought about going to the third floor, but the markings on the door told her that had been Miss Lottie's ritual space, and it was better not to mess around up there, unprepared. "Dr. Montes, wherever you are, I hope your unicorn wound is very itchy," she grumbled, scrubbing a washcloth over her face and arms before stomping back into the bedroom. Miss Lottie's old room was another challenge. While it was a very pretty room, with a high ceiling and the big bay window, her bed was a swing. She wouldn't necessarily call it a sex swing. It was a simple wooden frame, hanging from silvery white ropes suspended from the ceiling. The frame was covered in a feather-tick mattress and a beautiful old log cabin quilt. It did, however, make Dr. Jillian Ramsey wonder what Miss Lottie got up to in her golden years. She sighed, rolling carefully onto the mattress, yelping as it swayed back and forth. This was only slightly less ridiculous than a waterbed. Who even came up with this idea? This could not be good for a senior citizen's back. She rubbed her eyes with her fingertips, waiting for her bed to still. How was she even going to begin this project? She'd given Belle Boone a reasonably good speech about her professionalism, but she'd planned a small study on a single species. This was a large-scale study of multiple species, cultures, and how they interacted, and she had no idea where to start. Every day brought the world closer to the discovery that humans were not alone in the world. The International League for Interspecies Cooperation, a cooperative organization founded centuries before by a particularly open-minded group of shifters and humans under a far less corporate name, was hoping to hold on to secrecy for just a little bit longer. They were preparing for the worst. The administrators at the League wanted to use Mystic Bayou as a template for other communities on how to live cooperatively with multiple species and cultures. The League wanted to show humans that there was nothing to fear from the otherworldly, that shifters and fae and other creatures had lived among them for centuries, and for the most part humans had been unscathed. Her study would provide guidance for communities all over the world. It would be cited in academic journals and discussed in anthropology classes. For decades to come, this was a huge opportunity for her. So why did she have such a bad feeling about it? Why had the League chosen to send her? There were several other qualified anthropologists on staff. Yes, Dr. Montes had technically been her mentor in that he led the review committee for her doctoral project, but he hadn't given her any practical training. The most interaction they'd had was when he read the first few chapters of her thesis on how the internet would eventually affect how people saw ancient folklore, and he directed her to an online database called Fae FolkWiki. Why wouldn't they send someone with more field experience? She took a long, deep breath and forced herself to focus on the positives, the professional opportunity, Zed's cooperative attitude, the comfortable house. As opposed to the tent she was expecting, she would be fine. She knew the interview techniques. She knew how to archive. She knew how to organize her information. It was just like her old friend Mel said, when life sends storms your way, smile and whisper "fuck off" in the storm's face, then go on your merry way. Mel's advice was not like other people's advice. He said that his proverbs didn't translate well from the original ancient Japanese. Dr. Gillian Ramsay suspected it was his liberal use of the F word. She'd like to tell Bale Boone to jump directly into the nearest creek. Who did he think he was, devaluating her research before she'd even started? If Zed supported her efforts here in the bayou, who was Bale to tell her to get done and get gone? And the way he'd looked at her when she'd seen the spirit lights, that disdain and contempt for her enthusiasm had sucked the joy out of witnessing her first bit of real magic. Sure, she'd read about witchcraft in theory, but this was the first time she'd seen a spell actually work. Was everything she'd hoped for: beautiful, useful, harmless. How dare he take that away from her? The real fly in the proverbial ointment was that he was so damned attractive. While the mayor's hulking frame and craggy good looks certainly weren't repulsive, Bale's leaner build and diamond-sharp cheekbones were more her speed. If she was the gooey romantic type, she'd probably fall in love with his voice alone. There was a soft purring timbre to it, like he was telling her secrets while on the edge of falling asleep. The man was seduction personified, in polyester uniform pants, and that was a difficult look to pull off. But cautionary tales abounded during her internship with the League. Tragic examples of researchers of either gender who got involved with their subjects. In fact, there was even a capstone seminar at her internship entitled "Strategies to Avoid Getting Intimately Involved with Your Subjects When Fairy Tale Creatures and Humans Got Involved." It never seemed to work out well for the human. The human usually ended up cursed or pregnant with a baby that would try to eat them. And then there was the Tate of it all. She couldn't ignore the Tate issue. He'd really done a number on her ability to date. Like a regular person, watching the ceiling sway over her head. She took a deep breath and counted to 10. She could do this, she could get through this study, make connections within Mystic Bayou. While living in a fairy tale witch's cottage, write a stunning report, and provide help to hundreds of communities, all the while avoiding under-the-pants involvement with Bail Boone. As she drifted off to sleep in her swinging bed, Dr. Gillian Ramsay made a list of tasks for the next day. She would call Sonia and try to get more information about Dr. Montez's medical problem. She would talk to the mayor and work up a list of important families to interview. And she would buy one of those noise machines that played traffic noises and sirens because the bugs were not getting the job done. Chapter 3. Bail leaned back in his office chair, eyes sore from staring too long at his computer screen. A series of smoke rings rose above his head, a sure sign of frustration in a Boone he'd researched for weeks. To prepare for Dr. Montez's arrival, he'd done a full profile of the anthropologist, becoming deeply acquainted with the man's professional and personal history. Dr. Montez had been arrogant and pompous, like a lot of academics, but he didn't seem to have any agenda beyond advancing his own career. Mail had been comfortable with that. A greedy man could be trusted because he could be counted on to be greedy. Dr. Montez would do what was best for Dr. Montez. He would do nothing to risk his ability to stay in Mystic Bayou and continue his research, even if it meant surgically attaching his lips to Zed's cheeks. Mayall knew how to direct that sort of energy. This woman, Dr. Ramsay, pretty as she may be, was an unknown quantity, and that made her dangerous. While she had several articles published in all the right academic journals, her online presence told him very little about her private life. Her only social media footprint was a Spartan Facebook page, but her personal information was limited to her hometown in Ohio and where she went to school. She didn't even list a workplace because the general public wasn't aware that the league existed. Her timeline seemed exclusively devoted to keeping up with old school friends, referencing their weddings and children, and moving for new jobs. There was nothing about her own life. No pictures out with friends. No selfies from her favorite travel spots or posts, waxing poetic about her favorite overpriced coffee. There was no mentions of her spending habits. Her relationship status was nope. He didn't know Facebook did that. How was he supposed to predict the behavior of an unknown quantity? What sort of havoc could she wreak on the town? Mayall had expected a middle-aged, balding, greedy man with a strange predilection for posting on, not as anonymous as he believed, fetish forums for pony play. Instead, he'd gotten a fair maiden with golden hair and a smart mouth. Still, she'd been out of her element in Mystic Bayou City Hall. That much had been clear. Between her fatigue, the rough environs, and Zed being well himself, she'd clearly been uncomfortable. But she hadn't been rude or cold, as some city folk were one to do when they visited the bayou, and she hadn't let Bal push her around. He had to give her some grudging respect there. He tried not to be charmed when she explored Miss Lottie's house, but she had that look on her face, the look of someone seeing magic for the first time. That was pretty rare in a town where everybody was some sort of magical. But again, that sincere curiosity could be dangerous. Without constant monitoring, he wouldn't interfere with her studies, because Zed wanted her there, and Bael respected the Mir's decisions. When it came to the town's well-being, Mile just had to get her out of town. Before any of his people got hurt, that was his job. Protecting those who lived in Mystic Bayou, and if that required some none, to gentle nudging. To help speed her on her way out of town, well, so be it. Are you cyber-stalking our failed doctor? What in the furry fuck Bale shouted at the appearance of the guy, who never failed to point out, but he was technically his boss. Zed grinned and made lazy swipes at the smoke rings, reducing them to nothing. For a big guy, Zed was way too quick and quiet on his feet. It chapped Vale's ass that he never heard Zed sneak up on him. That was another problem with living in a town where everybody was special, no matter how responsive your senses. Someone else was quieter. What? No, I was just trying to get some sort of feel for her. Zen's lips curved into a smirk beneath this thick, dark beard. I'll bet you were. Mayo tossed an empty coffee cup at Z's stupid face, which of course he caught before could do any damage. Mayo scoffed Ku Jong. I'm just trying to understand who she is, so I can keep her from making too much trouble. Before we encourage her out of town, as quick as possible. Zed scratched his beard considering. She doesn't seem like the trouble-making type to me, Pavti bit. Looked like she was about to faint off of feed yesterday. And she couldn't have been sweeter, said the man who still talks to the ex-girlfriend, who threw an air conditioning unit through his bathroom window while you were in the shower. Zed jerked his massive shoulders. Pam's okay. She just hated it when I talked during Grey's Anatomy. I'm just saying, look at your history. Your tolerance for crazy is pretty high. You're not the best judge. You may have point, Z conceded. The chair across from Bale's desk protested with the mighty squeak as Zed's heavy frame flopped into it. But considering you have no history. But I don't think you're the best judge. Mayo rolled his eyes. It wasn't that Zed lacked a point. Mayo had no romantic connections in or out of town. He'd barely dated, beyond the expected schoolyard flirtations. When his parents died, leaving him their fortune at a relatively young age, he'd realized what a disaster it could mean for him and his kin if he chose the wrong woman as his mate. Mayo wanted a woman who was a treasure, a rare jewel, that he couldn't just find under any log in the bayou. And while many of the local women were perfectly lovely, other than crazy Pambolu, he hadn't found the woman to capture his interest. So Bale says he liked to put it selective. Zed called him frigid, but Z could be a real asshole sometimes. So how much does she know? Bale asked. Almost nothing. She's a completely blank slate, which could work out better than Dr. Monta's anyway. They were rare moments when Zed's cheerful, sunny bullshit gave way to a more predatory nature. Mael was grateful this was one of those occasions. Montas had pretty definite ideas. How things were gonna run. Ramsey's unsure of herself, which we can use to our advantage. She seems pretty open to letting you guide her through the introductions. Just introduce her to the more presentable families in town, then get her out of here. Why are you so worried about her being here? Boom, we getting a more than fair payoff in exchange for participating, the kind of help we can only get from the League. Bale gave him a hard look. You know why I'm so worried? There are things happening here that we don't want the magic community or the human community to know about, and we've talked to the families affected. They know what to say and what not to say. No worries, you know. People around here love nothing more than good gossip. Do you really think they'll be able to resist? I'll do damage control, said Swore. I'll distract her with town archives and local folklore and shit. You know, I can be charming when I want to be. A molten spark of jealousy burned through his gut. He didn't want Z charming Jillian. He wanted Jillian very far away from Z and his charms. The instinct to acquire, to hide the good doctor away from Zed and all other competing males was as surprising as it was overwhelming. Mayo felt the familiar warmth of his other form, sliding over his skin. He had to close his eyes and think his calming thoughts to keep from shifting. His office wasn't big enough to contain his other form, but to Z apparently, it looked like he was on the verge of losing his temper. Just be nice to her, Bale. There's no use in being rude. It's not her fault she's here. She planned on being in South America right about now, talking to a perverted doll, films or some such thing. I'd like to think we're an upgrade from that. But what do I know what? Z shrugged. Never mind. I'm gonna go retrieve Dr. Ramsey from Miss Lattice. Take her to breakfast, get us started meeting people. Fine, fine. Bale muttered. Go. I'll talk to the ladies about setting up the boil for this weekend. There's bound to be some sort of fight over how many peppers to use and what kind. There's always a fight over peppers. Zed stood Jingley's keys. The flash of metal caught Bale's. I wait. Did you ride your bike into town today? Yeah, why? Girls always dig the back mail. Picture Jillian on the back of Zed's ridiculous overcompensation of a motorcycle, with her arms wrapped around his back and her legs wrapped around his. He shook his head. Nope, Z scoffed. What do you mean nope? Bale stood, slapping his cap on his head, and picked up his keys. I bet that lady's never been in a bike in her life, and it's not safe to have some newbie on the back of your bike with the way you drive. What's wrong with the way I drive? Past the guy who writes the tickets in this town. I'm just gonna make my unimpressed face at you. Smartest, Zed scoffed. I'll go pick her up and drop her off here. You go get your truck, and you just try to act like a normal person for a few days. Bale shook his head and walked out of his office. I'm not a normal person. Z called at Bale's, retreating back. I'm awesome. Bale arrived at La Maison de Fou to find Dr. Jillian Ramsey standing on the dock, taking pictures of the bayou with a camera. That probably cost more than his squad car. Her hair caught the morning sunlight, gold shining with facets of copper and bronze, precious colors all. He moved closer, drawn by those glimmering strands. Dancing in the light breeze, the wind delivered her scent to nostrils already flaring with interest, soft and clean, with floral undertones and a hint of old paper. How much time did this woman spend in libraries of the smell of books that seeped into her skin, and why was he enjoying it? She turned toward the noise of his footsteps, a bright smile on her face until she saw who was there. The death of that smile, the way the joy just leached out of her face, pricked at his heart. He hated to be the beast taking that smile from her, but it was probably better this way. The fewer attachments she had, the quicker she would want to leave. The less she liked him, the less tempted he would be. I found my bathtub, she said, nodding to a beaten copper tub on the back porch right next to a sun shower, a tall wooden shower stall with a wash tub mounted over it. Rainwater, which was always plentiful here, collected in the tub and was warmed by the sun. When the bather was ready, they slid a panel aside, and the water drained over them through little holes in the wash tub. You could have mentioned that it was outside. Mail took his sunglasses off and tucked them in his uniform collar, while the house was built before indoor plumbing. You were lucky to get the water closet tacked on. And Miss Lady was what you might call a free spirit, a septuagenarian, who slept in a swinging bed and showered outdoors. You don't say. Well, there are benefits of not having any neighbors. For Miles, if it makes you feel any better, there's a screen on top of the wash tub that keeps leaves and critters out of it. Oh yes, I do feel better now that I know. I won't be sharing my shower with the raccoon. I just had to be worried about perverted alligators. Wait, Zed said you were my nearest neighbor. How close are you? Not close. Enough for you to worry about your shower and habits. Well, I'm sure I wouldn't have to worry about that anyway. I thought the mayor would be picking me up. Mayo cleared his throat. May had something come up. So he sent me ahead for you. He'll meet you at City Hall. Did you eat yet? She nodded. I need to write Zed's mom some sort of a thank you note for leaving all those groceries in the fridge. Also for not leaving deer in the fridge. Haha, Clarissa wouldn't want any sort of special thank you. Just the next time you bake something, take any extra by her place. She's got a big sweet tooth. Bake something, she winced, right? Not much of a homemaker, I can feed myself. I just wouldn't want to put anybody else at risk. Get your gear and get in the squad car. Do I get to ride in the front or back? She asked dryly. He slid his sunglasses back on his long nose. Depends on how much lip you give me. The lady doctor was oddly quiet on the way into town, taking notes in a little moleskin notebook she kept in the ugliest canvas shoulder bag he'd ever seen, while she'd smelled quite pleasant yesterday. Even after her extensive travel, today was different. He could smell the nerves rolling off of her as they rolled closer to town. A sharp metallic note under her natural flowers, an old book scent. He thought maybe he liked her better when she was quiet, but he would never admit it aloud, because she would probably hit him with that ugly-ass bag. He parked in front of City Hall, and she seemed to be taking in the town for the first time. All over again, she jotted down more notes in that precise, blocky handwriting of hers. Pete didn't take that many notes, and he investigated actual crimes, not much in the way of major crimes. But that was beside the point. She was still being quiet as she stood in front of the heavily carved front door of the hall, the scene depicting all of the creatures represented in the local culture, living cooperatively with a dragon flying high, very high above them. The same scene was reflected in the fountain. Behind them, common creatures scuttling about below the majestic dragon. It probably wouldn't surprise the doctor to find out that his great-uncle, Barnard, had commissioned that door years before. Uncle Barnard had never been a subtle man. The door opened and out stepped yet another boon, Cousin Balfour. An instinctual growl rippled out of Bale's belly, which only made Balfour smile. Balfour had the boon look about him. He was lean and tall with thick, dark hair and tawny eyes, and there was a tilt to his full mouth that made him look like he was perpetually smirking, and ever since they were kids, Bale had been plagued by the urge to knock that smirk off his face. And when Balfour saw the human woman stepping aside to let Balfour by, his smile ratcheted up a notch. Mayo had the overwhelming impulse to throw a jacket over Dr. Gillian Ramsey's head. Before Balfour saw the way her hair glinted in the sun. Well, hello there. Balfour purred, reaching for her hand. Hello. Dr. Gillian Ramsey took a step back, which only increased Bale's estimation of her intelligence and self-preservation skills. Mayor, introduce me to your charm and companion. Persistent Balfour, with his long boon limbs, kept reaching for Dr. Gillian Ramsey's hand, even as she moved away, ignoring this. He plucked it from her side and bent over to kiss it. In his most deadpan tone, Bale said, Balfour, this is Dr. Gillian Ramsey, Ph.D. She's an anthropologist, working for the International League for Interspecies Cooperation. Dr. Gillian Ramsey, my cousin Balfour, who has no qualifications or accomplishments. Recommend him. Oh, but yeah. Young Miss Ramsey won't know. You're just kidding. Balfour controlled in a much thicker Southern accent than Balfour used. Balfour called Gillian Miss Ramsey, and not Dr. Ramsey, which would definitely stick in Gillian's crawl. Now it was Bael's turn to smirk. Oh yes, my mama told me you would be conducting interviews all over town. Be sure to put me on your schedule. I would love to give you an intimate look into the life of the Boone clan. Dr. Gillian Ramsey smiled politely, but Belle noticed that she ever so subtly swiped her hand against her jeans to wipe off Balfour's kiss. Also, she was leaning away from Balfour, nearly resting her head on Bale's chest in her attempt to make space between them. When Bale didn't step away from the accidental intimacy, he could practically see the wheels turning in Balfour's head. Bale's slightly younger cousin had been a thorn in his side for decades, always jockeying for position in the family, always trying to curry favor with her grandfather, Baltrick, while making Bale look bad. It started with feigned injuries at family gatherings, claiming that Bale had been too aggressive during their hatchling games. And now he was whispering to the uncles and Baldrick that Bale's unnatural fixation on his non-entrepreneurial profession made him unfit to inherit any of the family's hoard. Balfour liked to cluck his tongue and sigh about poor Bale, whose parents died before they could finish raising him, so it was with no small amount of pride that he watched Gillian brush Balfour off, as if his oily charms slid right off of her. "Thank you, I'll be sure to seek you out when I need information from you, if you'll excuse me. I have an appointment with the mayor." Balfour opened the door for her with a flourish. "It wasn't chanting to meet you." Dr. Gillian Ramsay jerked the corners of her mouth in an awkward little smile and scurried into the office as quickly as she could. Malfoy let the door close behind Gillian and nodded at Bale's uniform cousin, "Still indulging in your little eccentricity. I see. Yes, public service is such an odd impulse. It is for boom, at least bachelors in there. Tracking the family's wealth, making sure it's going to the right places, and getting paid back. You're just wasting all of your time, running after people, keeping them from hurting themselves. I just don't see the benefit in it." "Which is why service is the operative word," Bale told them. "Yes, well, to each their own, I suppose," Beaufort drawled. "You coming to the family meeting?" Mael nodded sharply yes. "Friday at the moon's rise. I'll be there." "Grandfather seems very close to making his decision. I would hate for you to miss it when he passes all of that gold into my hands. If that's his decision, I'll respect it. And if that's not his decision, I can't think of one person who will be surprised. And will you be bringing your intriguing new companion? You leave her out of this, Beaufort. I mean it." Balfour tossed his hair ever so casually. "I don't blame you for lowering yourself to take up with a human. She's simply incandescent. Even wearing those frumpy clothes when you're not looking. I might try to steal her from my own hoard. She'd destroy you in a week." Bale snorted. And he was only half bluffing. Balfour had never been known for his patience. And eventually, Dr. Gillian Ramsay's multitude of questions would make his head explode. She would be the only damsel in history to rescue herself through persistent interviewing. Malfoy's eyes flashed a sickly amber instead of Bale's own gold. Well, it would be amusing to watch her try. Smoke rose from Bale's nostrils, and he could feel the fire climbing up his throat. As he growled, "Stay away from her mouth," Force smirked, raising his hands. "Touchy, touchy, you know the code. Lose not one coin. The same applies to your little friend. If you don't want to lose her, don't give me the opportunity to take her mouth." Was slid on his sunglasses and walked toward his shiny red pickup truck, whistling some obnoxious tuneless song. "Prick," Bale grumbled, flame bursting forth from his mouth like a belch, and singeing the carved wood sprite dancing across the door. Sighing, he patted out the smoking sprite and yanked open the door. Moon walked into the office to find Zed had greeted Dr. Gillian Ramsay with all of the overwrought enthusiasm of a labradoodle. He dragged her around the room, introducing her to Aidan Reese, Bethana Ree, who ran Public Works, and his own cousin Beckel. who worked in revenue. Dr. Gillian Ramsay held him at a distance, shaking his hand politely, again seeming overwhelmed by the attention. Some small part of Belle enjoyed her civil rejection of Zed, who was well known for his skills with the female variety. Belle wondered what sort of attention Dr. Gillian Ramsay got from men, where she was from, and whether she held them off so courteously there. Zed looked over his shoulder, frowned, and waved his hand in front of his face, which was their private signal for smoke rings. Rising from Bale's head, Bale startled and waved the smoke rings away. Bethel smirked at him. Bale silently bared his teeth, because apparently all of his cousins were trying to piss him off today. Zed ushered her through the door of his office, the temple into all the things that Zed loved. Zed his mama, Zed hunting, Zed fishing with his bare hands, mostly Zed, picture frames and trophies, covered every spare inch of space not occupied by his massive desk, which he had carved himself out of a fallen oak. He tried to call himself Zed Oaken Desk after watching The Hobbit one too many times, but Bale refused because a man shouldn't come up with his own nickname. Zed shoved Gillian into one of his very comfortable office chairs and then flopped into his own. How exactly are you planning to conduct your study? Gillian seemed to roll her shoulders and put on her pleasant professional face. I thought at first I would approach it a bit like a census taker. I'll collect questionnaire, I'll make general observations, I'll document group social interactions and local traditions, and I'll gather anecdotal evidence. And I thought I would make appointments to interview families from all points in the paranormal spectrum. Is that how a typical anthropologist would handle a cultural study? Bale asked. Both Gillian and Z turned toward where Bale was standing in the door. Irritation flared in Bale's belly. Apparently they'd forgotten he was there. Dr. Gillian Ramsay turned ever so slightly toward him, which eased the indignant burn in his gut. Well, the interesting thing about paranormal anthropology is that we've had to create our own methods. Your cultures are like no other cultures on Earth, so accommodations have to be made. And you know, I'll be accompanying you on the first couple of visits, right? Zed asked. Yes, just out of curiosity. Are you offering that because you want to be helpful and smooth my way, or because you want to monitor what I'm doing? Is that snickered? A little of both. Well, you're honest, I'll give you that. Do you want to get started right now? He asked. Julia nodded and pulled out a mini recorder from a horrible bag. Sure. Do you mind if I ask you a couple of questions? On the record, Zed's grin was a white slice against the dark of his beard. I'd expect nothing less. He glanced up at Bale. You want to shut the door? I'd hate to get background noise from the office on her recording. Having the phone ringing in the background would be a real distraction. Bale frowned. Sure. Bale couldn't help but think that he saw Zed's smirking a bit as he shut the door, closing Dr. Gillian Ramsay and Zed's office. Mayo was pretty sure he was going to find a way to punch Zed in the face later, just on principle. Chapter 4. Dr. Gillian Ramsay. Dr. Gillian Ramsay's second full day in Mystic Bayou was no less exhausting than the first. After a very thorough hours-long interview, Dr. Gillian Ramsay was so numbed by the amount of information Zed had given her on the town's history, politics, economics, and traditions. All she could do was ask for a ride back to her rental house and press a cold beer bottle to her temple. The beer was another gift from Zed's beloved mama. Seriously, if Dr. Gillian Ramsay ever met Mrs. Barron, she might kiss her on the mouth. According to Zed, the whole family was pretty free with their affection, so she'd probably be okay with it. Gillian laid out on the porch swing, watching Miss Lottie's spirit lights come to life one by one, and used a dictation app to try to organize her thoughts on what she learned that day. She kept telling herself that she would be inside before the sunset. But it was just so pleasant out here, with the heat fading out of the day. And the smell of honeysuckle, blending with the citronella candles she lit, the candles, combined with the haint blue paint and the geraniums, seemed to be keeping the bugs at bay, according to Zed and the messy chief of disorganized newspaper clippings and notes he'd handed her. The first supernatural settlers filtered into a place the locals called L'Île Mystique, early in the 1800s, just after New Orleans started taking off. Shifters, witches, sea creatures, and magic of all types were drawn to the little Cajun settlement because of a convergence of energy in the waters just beyond the outlying homesteads. There was no explanation for the mystical vortex, no ley lines, no electromagnetic anomalies, no historical melees. The rift and the fabric of what kept their world separate from the dimension beyond simply was, and it attracted Magi. Creatures like wasps to an open Coke can. At first the magic tried to pass as human, but there were only so many lies they could tell and stories they could make up. When strange creatures were seen running through the swamp in the moonlight, it stretched the locals' tolerance of weirdness to the limit. And considering some of the Cajun traditions, that was saying something. Eventually a Baron, the shifter amongst them, who was most likely to be able to defend himself from any attacks from the human settlers, met with the town fathers and revealed himself as a man who could shift into an enormous brown bear. Jillian stopped her voice app and pulled out the mini recorder, checking her notes for the timestamp. When Zed told the town's origin story, she'd particularly enjoyed that bit. She found the right spot, and Zed's gruff, warm voice poured out of the recorder. So my great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy dropped his drawers, changed his skin, and there he is. A big old bear standing right in front of them, trying to shake their hands with his paw. Because my great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy was a bit of a smartass. One of the town fathers soiled his britches, while the others screamed about hoodoo and witchcraft and all other men of nonsense. Finally, the one elder who still had some sense in his head handed around glasses of homemade brew and told everybody to shut their faces. Then my great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy turned back into a human, and they all had some beers. Jillian's voice sounded on the recording. You don't have to always say it like that. You know, you can just say granddaddy. I'll know who you mean, yeah. I do, Zed had insisted. More fun that way. Listening to the recording, Dr. Jillian Ramsey distinctly remembered the grin on Zed's face. When he'd said this, Zed might have been a bear shifter, but he was also an enormous troll. Anyway, he assured the humans that their new neighbors had no intention of hurting them, that they only wanted to live quietly in a place where they felt comfortable and happy, and if the humans were willing to leave in peace with them and keep their secrets, then the Magic would share all of their knowledge. And magic, the town fathers, probably didn't feel like they had much of a choice, given a number of fangs and claws on our side. But they agreed. There were some people who kicked up a fuss, of course, and those people either moved out of town or got too aggressive with the wrong magi and were never heard from again. There's always gonna be that one guy, Jillian had observed. Yep, my great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy became the unofficial leader of the magic, and eventually, the barons took over leadership of the town. We're lucky that the people trust us to do what's right. For them, I think we've done a bad job of it so far. Over the years, the humans calmed their asses down, especially when they saw how Fey folk helped the crops grow, while the healers kept their children well, and the weather witches kept the hurricanes away. And soon enough, Their daughters started marrying our sons and our sons. The line between their culture and Magi culture faded, and it just became our culture. It's like a big gumbo, everybody gets to know each other. In the pot, we have Mardi Gras and sewing and blood moon howls. And Friday fish fries, can't forget those. Technically my family's German, and I've had more andouille in my lifetime than I've ever had schnitzel. Everybody gets along more or less. But we're a town just like any other little town. We have our squabbles, but I think that's just people, no matter how human or inhuman you are. And where do the Boones come into this? She'd asked. Were they the only Magi family that had any money, or do they just really like putting their names on businesses? The Boones didn't come to town until later, about 100 years after my great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy Zed. Jillian's side Zed had cackled loudly on the recording, and she could hear him open up a jar of honey-flavored lollipops he kept on his desk. He'd handed her one as a peace offering, and took another for himself after we got everything settled down. The Boones, whose real family name was Bogan, yeah, ain't that the scariest monster-sounding name you've ever heard, that had exclaimed anyway. They changed it to Boone when they passed through Ellis Island and rolled into town in a fancy wagon, and the wagons kept coming for weeks, covered up like they were caught around sea. Gord's left nut they were, the most secretive people that ever came to town. For one thing, my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy on the recording. Jillian's side Zed continued as if he hadn't heard her. Thought it was strange that they changed their names so easily when they came to the States. As proud as they were, it made everybody wonder what they had to hide. Then they all lived separately instead of grouping together like most families did. They threw up storefronts all over town, but none of them helped each other build or start up their new businesses. They were cold and competitive people, and they didn't make a lot of friends. They seemed okay with that. But they did have a gift for making money, and a few times over the years, the town needed it. The Boones were right there, and does their talent for making money play into their magic nature, or is that just a happy coincidence? Zed had squinted at her, grinning. You haven't figured out his shift to form, have you? Jillian had pursed her lips in response. Really, why don't you just ask him? Because it's rude, she cried. And Bale already has some sort of grudge against me. And you'll notice I didn't ask you what he is directly. I just hinted for clues. And you don't want to admit that you can't figure it out. The man gives no outward signs. She sighed. You are clearly a bear shifter. What do you mean clearly? You mentioned hibernation 3 times this morning. And your name is Baron. Still feels like profiling. So what are the Boones? Zed had grinned at her while he asked. I thought it was rude to ask it. Is rude to ask, but I thought you might tell me, out of respect for the tentative friendship we've built between us. Zed crossed his massive arms over his equally large chest. No, you not know when is more fun. I think I like this game. It makes a little vein on your forehead stand out. Dr. Jillian Ramsey growled. Fine, enjoy my discomfort. So if the Boones have all of the money, why don't they run things around here all? They have no interest in running the town. They don't devote their time to taking care of people. But they enjoy watching money make other money. They definitely enjoy having the town beholden to them. But you and Bale seem to be pretty close friends. Dr. Jillian Ramsey had said. Oh sure. I loved a big dumbass, but you'll soon see for yourself. He's not exactly cut out of the same cloth as his family. He's the only one that seems to care about other people and the fact that they exist. So years ago my family got together with the Boones and agreed to split leadership at the town. The Boones made sure the town could keep the lights on So to speak, the barons took care of everything else. Interesting, Dr. Gillian Ramsay noted. Yes, my great-great-great-great-great-granddaddy would have been proud. Is there another, more mature city official I can talk to? Dr. Gillian Ramsay had asked. Yeah, but they're not nearly as entertaining as I am on the porch swing. Dr. Gillian Ramsay shook her head. She knew she was supposed to stay impartial, but she was quickly becoming fond of Zed. Yes, he was attractive, in a ruffian way that was intimidating as hell, but he was also a kind man, one who seemed to see her as some sort of cute younger sister he was supposed to tease and to torment. Dr. Gillian Ramsay checked the time on her phone and noted, in a rare moment of cell phone to tower serendipity, she had more than one bar. She quickly dialed Sonia's number and prayed the connection lasted. Sonia Fong was an office administrator, performing daily organizational miracles for the higher UPS. At the League office, Dr. Gillian Ramsay knew they were destined for close friendship. From the first day Dr. Gillian Ramsay started with the League, Sonia had crossed the League's plush, hardwood-paneled lobby to warmly welcome Dr. Gillian Ramsay to her internship, and then informed Dr. Gillian Ramsay very quietly that she'd spilled part of her morning latte on her blouse. Dr. Gillian Ramsay, embarrassed by her first day gaffe, whipped a stain wipe out of her shoulder bag and dabbed the spot away. Sonia's dark eyebrows rose, and she tugged open Dr. Gillian Ramsay's shoulder bag, revealing a carefully organized and labeled array of pens, notebooks, lip balms, hand sanitizers, and wipes, each in their own compartment. She closed the bag and said, "I'm going to like you, Gillian Ramsay." They'd become roommates shortly after that. Gillian needed someone to take up the other half of her lease. Sonia needed to live with someone who wasn't certifiably crazy, as opposed to her last roommate, who had set her closet on fire because Sonia forgot to take the cup out of the Keurig machine one morning, which seemed like an overreaction. While Dr. Gillian Ramsay worked hard to maintain the facade of a poised professional, Sonia was effortlessly attractive, elegant, and always in control. Even when dealing with a crazy roommate, Dr. Gillian Ramsay frequently envied the way Sonia, the daughter of a Chinese diplomat and a Russian physicist, managed to navigate her way through the politically treacherous waters of the League office, attending some of the most vicious, upper-crust boarding schools available in the United States. She knew enough not to involve herself in the inter-office blood feuds or get caught up in promotion squabbles. She did her job, she got her stuff done, she learned everything about everybody, and she looked freaking fabulous doing it. After the day she'd had, Gillian was grateful this wasn't a video call, because she didn't need to be faced with Sonia's unruffled perfection. Sweetie, Sonia sighed as she picked up the phone. "Are you okay? What time did you finally make it there? Did you get any sleep? Are you staying in a decent hotel? Do they have Starbucks there? Do I need to have the National Guard airlift peanut butter cups and vodka to you?" No, it's definitely rural, but it's not terrible." You hesitated. Gillian chuckled. "I'm aware." "Seriously, are you okay?" "I'm fine, I promise. The conditions here are not ideal, but it could be a lot worse." "Where are you staying?" "A charming and comfortable little rental house on the edge of a swamp," Sonia added. "It is swamp adjacent, yes," Dr. Gillian Ramsay admitted, "but still, I'm more comfortable than I would be in a tent in the jungle, so that's something." "Are you upset that you're missing out on the study in Chile? I know you were really prepped for it. The sex-crazed dolphins will still be there in a year. This study takes priority. It will help more people. Though I am pretty curious about how the hell I got here in the first place." Sonia took a long time to respond. "You're going to be pissed. Jillian sat up on the swing. All I know is that Dr. Montes got injured while interviewing a unicorn. Why would I get pissed about that? Yes, Dr. Montes was injured while interviewing Thistlewaite, the oldest known unicorn in the world. In fact, he took a lot of trouble to arrange a special trip to Wales and hire a unicorn translator who was willing to travel to a glen in the middle of nowhere, which we all thought was weird because he was supposed to be getting ready for this massive study in Louisiana, right? In fact, it seems particularly out of character for a guy who holds all the other anthropologists to such strict professional standards about logistical and mental preparation. I mean, he literally wrote a book on it, but he kept saying it would all be worth it once he got his hands on this await. We all thought he meant it in a figurative sense. Sonia, honey, talk to me like I'm a layman who never spent time around supernatural creatures and has suffered a significant head injury. If when Singh had a sound, Dr. Jillian Ramsey was pretty sure it would sound like the uncomfortable humming. On Sonia's end of the line, Dr. Montes is apparently into something called pony play. Dr. Jillian Ramsey asked in a hopeful tone, as in playing My Little Pony, as in he enjoys caring for and training a person dressed as a pony. During special naked, happy fun time, Jillian nodded, but could not produce an audible response. You okay, hun? Jillian squeezed her eyes shut. I'm trying so hard not to judge and to figure out how this could possibly connect to Dr. Montes's injury, and yet I don't want to picture it. Well, according to what I could puzzle together from snooping through his email, yeah, you've received several inner office memos stating you're not supposed to do that. Jillian noted, well, people around here need to make their passwords more complicated if they don't want me reading their emails. I mean, honestly, the digits for their birth date and their dog's breed. Amateur hour. Anyway, Dr. Montes's emails made it pretty clear that his pony partner had recently opened the barn door and headed into someone else's corral. I beg you to stop with the horse metaphors. Dr. Montes got dumped by his pony partner, leaving him in deep personal turmoil. And apparently the temptation of being near a real, live unicorn with his beautiful, iridescent white coat and ivory horn, spiraled with gold, so soon after losing his equine paramour, was just too much of a temptation. Dr. Jillian Ramsey pinched the bridge of her nose, and he expressed this by tickling the unicorn. Sonia hummed. Well, it wasn't so much tickling as heavy petting. I'm showering outdoors in a swamp because my boss tried to fondle a unicorn, Dr. Jillian Ramsey exclaimed, nearly flipping herself off of the porch swing. In the distance, several birds took flight from the trees around the house, squawking indignantly. She could only hope that these were actual birds and not her shape-shifting neighbors who had just heard her yell sexually explicit nonsense. Jillian was only snapped out of the white noise in her head by the sight of a nutria, an enormous rat-like creature, shuffling through her yard toward the water. It looked a lot like the Marsh Dogs mascot on the town welcome sign. The local mascot was a giant belligerent swamp rat. Of course. Why are you showering outdoors? Sonia, please focus. Yes, you're stuck in the swamp because your boss tried to fondle a unicorn. Thistlewaite took exception to Dr. Montes's unwanted advances and used the only weapon at his disposal, his horn. Dr. Jillian Ramsey made a sound between laughing and crying. Got him right in the gut. Dr. Jillian Ramsey buried her face in her free hand. I should have been a high school history teacher, like my mother wanted me to. Sweetie, you don't like children. So my boss is a misguided groper who can't be trusted around anything equine. That is news I didn't expect. But why did the league send me rather than someone else? Dr. Jillian Ramsey asked. That I don't know. Several people in the department put their names up to be considered. But without even interviewing anybody, they named you. Nobody in the office is talking about it. The board met in a closed session after hours to discuss your appointment, and that was it. There are no memos. And you know the board documents everything, and memos. It's some big mysterious deal. Well, it has to be mysterious. If you haven't figured it out yet, that's what I'm saying, Sonia told her. Just do your usual stellar work and come back to civilization, so we can reap the rewards of your inevitable and enormous success. I'll do my best. I really miss you. The people here are nice, but they're not you. Sonia's teasing smile was practically audible. So they're nice, are they? Anyone being particularly nice? Anyone of the male persuasion? Decidedly not. That sounds like a story. No, really, I've barely met anybody in town. The two people I've spent the most time with are this giant goofball of a mayor, who looks like he would gladly separate your spine from the rest of you if you touched his motorcycle, but is basically a man-shaped marshmallow, and the somewhat attractive sheriff, who seems to want to load me onto a catapult so he can launch me out of town at the earliest opportunity. Neither sounds like a bad option if you're looking for a little temporary distraction. Sonia purred, and you can use a distraction, sweetie. It's been years since Tate. You need to get back up in the saddle. Let's just stay away from equestrian metaphors for a while, okay, Jillian? Retarded and Tate or no Tate. I'm not going to screw up my first field assignment by sleeping with the people who could literally run me out of town on a rail. Jillian could almost hear Sonia's pout over the phone. You're no fun. I'm not ready, Sonia. I can enjoy the view, but I'm not ready for anything besides looking. All right, sweetie. All right. Just promise me one thing. What's that? Jillian asked. When you find the right man. When you are ready for, you will climb him like a tree. Sure that she would never meet such a person, Dr. Jillian Ramsey responded without hesitation. I will love you too. Call when you can. Jillian hung up the phone, gathered her things, and moved inside. It was well and truly dark now, and she didn't want to be caught outside with unknown creatures, natural and supernatural. While speaking to Sonia had been a balm to her weary soul. Even mentioning Tate threatened to drag her into a gloomy mood. She put her papers on the kitchen table and opened the fridge. Inspecting the offerings left behind by the good Mrs. Barron, she made herself a plate of cold fried chicken and settled in to finish her notes. Her stomach twisted at the thought of food, but she forced herself to eat. Tate Ashford, seriously. She should have known that they were going to have problems from the uptight name alone. Had been her first serious boyfriend after college. Hell, had been her first serious boyfriend, period. She'd met him at a conference for oral historians. He hadn't been attending the conference. He just happened to be staying at the hotel at the same time as the conference, attending the wedding of a fraternity buddy. They met in the hotel bar, and for once Dr. Jillian Ramsey was socially lubricated enough to carry on a casual, flirty conversation with a stranger. He'd been charming and sweet, and seemed so interested in her background and her family. It turned out that he was from the DC area too, and they'd arranged to go out to dinner when they returned home. She'd been a dumbass of epic proportions, she thought. The fact that he had the patience to agree to a date weeks later, instead of pressuring her into a one-night stand, was a sign of character that it made him boyfriend material. He certainly had the right resume for a significant other. He was a lawyer working for his family's firm. He came from old money in Alexandria. He didn't drink or smoke, or spend excessive amounts of time watching sports. So it was easy for her to ignore the early red flags. He wasn't very intellectually curious, and scoffed when she mentioned something that she'd read He didn't take a lot of pride in his work every time. She asked him a question about his role at the office. It became pretty clear early on that he was the living embodiment of her dad's old chestnut, that half of the lawyers and doctors in the world graduated in the bottom half of the class. That was always her father's excuse for not going to get an annual physical. But it also shed some light on Tate's way of getting by in the world. He was perfectly happy to have her on his arm at firm functions or family parties, but he didn't seem interested in her as a person. She was well-educated arm candy. He wasn't interested in what she did for a living until he sensed her hesitation in telling him anything beyond the fact that she worked as an anthropologist for a private historical foundation, the public cover story the League insisted on for all employees. He didn't care to know until she had the audacity to say no to him, and then he wouldn't let it go, asking her dozens of needling questions and becoming frustrated and resentful for her lack of answers. He couldn't stand her drawing a line with him. He flip-flopped on a lot of things after that. He was fine with them staying casual until she went on a date with a co-worker, and suddenly he complained that he felt betrayed by her interest in other men. When she expressed disinterest in moving in together, he demanded they go look at apartments, only to change his mind when they made appointments with a rental agent. Just when she thought she'd figured out where he stood on an issue, he changed his mind and she was lost again. All the while, he accused her of using him for his connections, of not appreciating him, of being selfish, and not taking the relationship seriously. She was so busy trying to keep up with his moods, to fight through the constant cycle of gaslighting, that she didn't question whether he was wrong. Soon Tate's discontent grew to how she dressed, how she wore her hair, the stories she told at parties. She rationalized a lot, told herself that dating a man like Tate would, naturally, be more complicated than the college boys she dated. She thought that adult relationships took more compromise, but by the time Tate was done, nothing about her felt safe or sure anymore. She'd always considered herself a confident person, someone who made decisions easily. Every time she so much as tried to choose a dress, all she could hear was Tate's voice in her head, asking if she thought that was the way she wanted to look when they went out. The final strike against the relationship was that Tate didn't like her friendship with Sonia. He repeatedly pointed out the differences in the two friends' appearances and told her that girls like Sonia didn't have friends like Dr. Gillian Ramsey. He insisted that Sonia was only using her for rent, money, and all the favors she did for Sonia. He refused to see that Sonia took care of Dr. Gillian Ramsey just as much as Gillian took care of Sonia. Sonia's response was to use her connections at the State Department to have Tate added to no-fly lists in almost every country and put him right at the top of the federal sex offender registry. She insisted that this was justified, an appropriate use of force, true to form. When Dr. Gillian Ramsey ended things, Tate told her he was tired of her anyway, and she'd never find anyone else who would put up with her. And then he showed up to her apartment door with an engagement ring, which he threw at her closed door when she refused it. He still periodically texted her to ask her out for drinks or something because he missed her, and then left angry voicemails an hour later when she didn't respond. Work was the only thing Dr. Gillian Ramsey felt confident in after the breakup, so in the past 2 years, she'd thrown herself into it fully. This was great for her career and moved her up in the ranks of the League's anthropology department, faster than any new employee had ever risen. But it also left her drab and gray and drained. It took Sonia lots of time to bring her back to the Jilly and that Sonia knew and loved. Sonia had given up dates with highly eligible men to stay home and watch movies with Dr. Gillian Ramsay. She personally oversaw an overhaul of Dr. Gillian Ramsay's wardrobe and pulled several strings to get Dr. Gillian Ramsay an appointment with the First Lady's colorist. She slowly brought the non-professional side of Dr. Gillian Ramsay back to life. Well, Gillian was in a much better place now. She wasn't ready to date. She tried going out with some very nice, truly nice, not surface nice gentlemen the last few months, but it never extended beyond drinks or a dinner or two. She had odd little flashes of panic. Anytime her date changed his mind about something, she walked out of a dinner once because her date expressed an interest in the salmon, but ended up ordering chicken. She just didn't trust her instincts anymore. Sadly, the better a man seemed on paper, the more she pulled away, because now she knew better than to trust anyone who seemed to be appropriate boyfriend material. She feared any man she found profoundly attractive would turn out to be an emotionally abusive asshat. Gillian was sure her dating luck would be the same here. She might have thoughts about any number of available, attractive men in the bayou and have some weird, inevitably confusing dreams about Zed, but that's where it would end. Right, she said, nodding decisively. Problem solved. Chapter 5. Bail. Bail ripped the completed speeding ticket from his pad and handed it to the tourist from Texas. The man had the bad luck to try to take a shortcut back from Nolens to Dallas San. Wrong turned his way rotten to Mystic Bayou. Even more unfortunate for the tourist, this was the second ticket Bail had written for him, and Bail was getting pretty sick of his shit. Paul Shields had gotten lost and turned around so many times trying to find his way back to the interstate that he got frustrated and drove through the town's school zone at 45 miles an hour. And he didn't realize he was in a school zone because kudzu had grown over the sign for the Mystic Bayou, come by on school, and he argued viciously about whether he should be held accountable for speeding because he didn't realize that he was near a school. And in a third unfortunate event for Mr. Shields, he was parked next to another sign that read "Slow down." 35-mile-per-hour zone, so Bail considered that a moot point. Mr. Shields did not agree so vehemently that he ripped up the ticket and tossed the bits in Bail's face, shouting, "I'm never coming back to your pathetic little suck town again. My tax dollars pay your salary." You know, male fucking hated tourists, they so rarely made into mystic value. That male forgot how annoying and arrogant they could be. But he couldn't rip this jerk's head off and shove it up his ass because that would raise questions, and he couldn't take him to jail on charges of destroying what was technically a court summons and general dickheadedness because that would keep him in town. And Bail's experience speeding belligerent dickheads, making a departure from Mystic Bayou, kept its citizens and secrets safe. Mr. Shields, do us both a favor and take the ticket. Neither one of us wants me to have to fill it out again. Just take the ticket and stay on County Line Road, and you'll be out of our pathetic little sucktown in no time. This is bullshit, Mr. Shields sieved, snatching the ticket out of Bail's hand. You'll be hearing from my lawyer. I look forward to it. I'll be sure to tell him that. His client destroyed an issued citation after driving like a speed demon through space occupied by school children and calling a sworn officer of the law a puffed up, small-town inbred bitch cop. You can't prove I said that. Bail gestured to a squad car dash cam. Sir, even in pathetic little suck towns we can afford them. Mr. Shields punched the gas and sped away. Stay on County Line Road, Bail called after him, smiling and waving while his face was frozen. That fake smile he muttered in Brothers and Watch You. Bail needed peach pie immediately. He knew that his aunt Bathilda had a batch bacon this morning, and it was necessary for him to complete a shift without murdering someone. Unfortunately, it was only 9 a.m. and Tilda insisted that pie was not breakfast. At least not a complete breakfast, so she served it with bacon. Which was why she was Bael's favorite aunt. This wouldn't happen if Tilda would let him keep emergency pies in his freezer. But she insisted that her pies only be served in optimal conditions. And no pie at all was better than freezer pie. A familiar white panel then rolled by at a safe speed. Babel wasn't any happier to see it. "God dang it," he said. "I just want my freaking pie." He slid behind the wheel and flipped his blue lights. The van window rolled down, and Dr. Gillian Ramsay looked decidedly annoyed about being pulled over. She was wearing a lavender button-up shirt that brought out the purple undertones in her eyes. Her hair was arranged in a loose bun on top of her head. In concession to the heat, I wasn't speeding, Sheriff. I was going 5 under the limit, even with the school zone Mayo temp down. The tiny flare of pride you felt in her, managing to spot the sign when other outsiders couldn't. Stern and professional, that was him. "Dr. Ramsay, what are you doing? Not speeding," she guessed. "What are you doing driving around by yourself? Zed and I asked you not to do that, remember? Because you'll get lost, and I'll have to spend my whole week looking for your body, and honestly, the paperwork involved would just be a pain in the ass." She glared at him. "Well, Mayor Barron was supposed to escort me to my interview this morning, but he didn't come pick me up. He didn't call and explain why. And now I'm due at Earl Webster's house in 20 minutes. And from what I've been told, Earl's a real stickler about promptness. You should have called me. You've made it pretty clear. You don't support my assignment here." Mael pinched the bridge of his nose. "Just follow me. And don't miss the left turn onto the gravel road. It's tricky without a super hearing." You wouldn't have heard her mutter. Very helpful, while it wasn't exactly how he planned on spending his morning. He was glad that he happened upon her before she tried to make it out to Earl's. Thunderbirds preferred solitude, and Earl Webster lived in one of the most remote corners of town. The sun was nestled in a rare tree-covered rise, above sea level, hidden in so much swamp land that even Bael got turned around driving out there. He was surprised at the flush of panic in his chest, at the idea of Gillian driving out there alone, and not just in the annoyed, making the effort to find her submerged van way. The urge to call Zed and demand to know what the hell he thought he was doing, not keeping his appointment with Dr. Gillian Ramsay, was very strong. But then, Zed might start to suspect that Bael was doing some out of more than professional courtesy. And the mockery would be both comprehensive and merciless. Mayo spent the next 30 minutes constantly checking his rear view to make sure that Gillian hadn't taken a wrong turn. He parked the squad car in front of Earl's two-story house, built to get Earl as close to the sky as possible. Burrow was waiting out front because he couldn't stand to have people approaching his perch without him watching. Gillian was introducing herself. Before she got the door fully open, "Mr. Webster, thank you so much for meeting with me. We were supposed to meet 10 minutes ago. That's 10 minutes I won't get back in my day." Gillian blushed all the way down to her collarbone and began to stammer an apology to the tall, broad-shouldered old man with skin the color of cedar. Mael interrupted her, yelling across the yard, "Oh, come on, Earl. What's that mean in the grand scheme of things? You got about 10 minutes left to watch Price is Right. Give the girl a break. Not her fault. You live out in the middle of the ass into nowhere." Earl stared at Bael. Bael stared right back. Earl grumbled, "Fine. Come on in." Dr. Gillian Ramsay practically slumped against the van in relief as Earl turned and walked into his house, hauling her ugly ass canvas bag out of the passenger seat. She mouthed, "Thank you." Mail realized his earlier panic feeling had been replaced by something much warmer and sweeter, and he would never ever tell Zed about it. Bale knew why Z picked Earl for his first interview. Earl was prickly, there was no doubt about that. And he wouldn't just lay down, let Jillian walk all over him while serving her sweet tea, but Earl also had a soft, squishy marshmallow center underneath all that gruff. So once Dr. Jillian Ramsey finally settled in, she would get some good information. The whole interview process was fascinating to watch. It seemed a lot like plain old visiting, but by a paranoid person who was taking the time to record a casual conversation between neighbors. She asked Earl all of the little, getting-to-know-you questions. How long his family had lived in Mystic Bayou, where they lived before. Who built the house they were sitting in? All questions designed to help Earl relax and prevent defensive responses. Right from the start, Dr. Jillian Ramsey's body language and voice were completely different. When she was speaking to Earl, she was relaxed and interested, but not over-enthusiastic or off-putting. It was like a dance. She fleeted from one conversational topic to the other, connecting them and weaving them together, so that Earl seemed to forget he was being interviewed and just relaxed into talking about his favorite topics. Bale hadn't seen such masterful verbal maneuverings since the passing of his own grandmother, the undisputed queen of Mystic Bayou's limited social scene. 10 minutes in, Dr. Jillian Ramsey had Earl serving her willow bark tea and showing her the wood carvings his family had been creating for generations. Commemorating great acts of bravery, the Websters were sinfully proud of the carved wooden figures, but for Earl to show them to an outsider just demonstrated Dr. Jillian Ramsey's heretofore unknown people skills. Also, there was the possibility that, because Earl didn't actively provoke her, like Bale, she felt compelled to be charming toward him. So you clearly have quite a few grandchildren that you're not proud of at all. Dr. Jillian Ramsey noted, nodding toward the dozen or so teenagers smiling out from framed photos on his mantle. Earl chuckled. Could fledglings, all of them beautiful and brave? A bit too brave, if you ask me, Julian Conquerhead. How do you mean they want to leave the bayou? Websters have lived here in Mystic Bayou for generations. Since before the dragons moved in, they want to go to big cities, where they can see more and meet more people. But you can't make weather in big cities, not without someone spying on you. Too much light keeps you from really seeing the sky. And don't get me started on the damn cell phone towers. Is that a problem a lot of families are seeing? Younger people who want to move away from the bayou. I wouldn't call it a new problem. As a group, we get a family with a wild streak every generation or so, Earl said, jerking those enormous shoulders. Last time around it was the Beasley boys. They wanted to move to one of them, Gator Farms in Florida, and put on a show, pretending to be specially trained gators. The problem being that none of them were smart enough to make the move happen. My grandkids burn a bit brighter, so the Beasleys just stuck around and pursue their careers in the voyeuristic arts, she muttered, jotting down some notes in her little moleskin notebook. Earl shot Belle a look, eyebrows raised, but then nodded. You are right to warn her. And how does that make you feel? Your grandkids wanting to move away? Earl frowned at her as if he was disappointed. That's sort of a stupid question. I'm aware, but I have to ask it anyway, she said, not seeming offended in the least. Yes, it hurts, but I understand the need to stretch their wings and see new skies. I can only hope that when they've seen what they want to see, though. Come home, is that your wife? Dr. Jillian Ramsey asked, nodding toward a photo in which a much younger Earl had his arm wrapped around. A pretty blonde woman with a broad smile. That's my cat. She passed away a few summers back. She was a phoenix, a real firebird. You can see her from miles when she lit up. My girls take after me, but the boys take after her, really. Julian's eyes sparked with what could only be termed scientific ecstasy, so they're either Thunderbird or Phoenix. There's no crossover. I've read some theoretical papers on the subject, but the SuperNet Magi community has been reluctant to discuss how hypergenetics work. Mayel sent forward a bit on Earl's lumpy couch. Watching her closely, of all the human emotions, he understood the nuances of greed best. But when he looked at Dr. Gillian Ramsay, he didn't see the hunger of acquisition in the brilliant curve of her smile, or the tension in her hands as she gripped her pen. She wasn't calculating the price she could get for taking Mudgie's secrets back to the outside world. He saw the thirst of curiosity in her. She burned to know, for no other reason than wanting to understand. The knot of apprehension that had gripped Bale's chest since the League proposed this project slipped loose just the tiniest bit. Well, I don't know too much about genetics or papers. I just know when the different creatures mate. It takes a while to see whether young will land. Usually by age 12 or so. Some kids are lucky, and they get a mix of their parents' gifts. Some kids, like mine, show a strong affinity for one set of talents over the other. Some get none. Everybody feels a little sorry for those kids, but we try not to treat them any different. What did your families think of you and your cat? Getting together, Julian asked. Oh, at least we were in the same sort of family of Mudgeek. We were both sky creatures, not as weird as the time when a Bale's cousins tried to elope with that chupacabra girl. A few years back, Bale shuddered. We don't talk about Cousin Barry. So no one has a problem when the families intermarry, as long as they're not completely incompatible and or goat-sucking monsters. Earl nodded toward Bale. While most folks don't have any problem with it, some families are a little stricter, like the Booms, a little more worried about keeping the lines free of human blood. Mothers are happy to get some fresh genes in the pool. Small grave. Lions bracketed Dr. Gillian Ramsay's mouth for a moment, but then disappeared. So going back to the subject of your grandchildren, what do you think you can do to persuade them to stay in the bayou? That's not my job to make them want to stay, or their parents' job to make them want to stay. If we try to keep them here, it's only going to make them fight even harder to leave, and they'll resent us so much they won't want to come back. If they need to go out and see the world, I can't stop them. I can only hope they'll fly back when they see. It's not all they hoped. That's very philosophical of you. Well, if that doesn't work, there's always bribery, Earl said, making Bale snort and spit his iced tea back into his glass. It was almost an hour before Dr. Gillian Ramsay seemed to feel like she had asked enough questions. She even answered a few about herself, while Earl signed the necessary releases for his voice recordings. Dr. Gillian Ramsay was from Loveland, Ohio. Her utterly human parents were living, but she had nothing to say about them, beyond pleasantries about her mother hosting charity events, while her father ran an industrial equipment company. Whatever that was, she had no siblings. She'd left no husband or bow behind when she'd come to Mystic Bayou, and she very gently but firmly informed Earl that she was not interested in going on a blind date with his oldest grandson, even if it would keep him in the bayou. Bale wondered if she'd made up a false life, empty of attachments, as some sort of cover for her work in the League, or if she was the loneliest person he'd ever met. Mayo watched her as he helped her load her equipment into her van, trying to detect some hint of sadness about her. But the lack of family didn't seem to weigh in. Was she one of those solitary creatures, like the harpies that looked at the edges of the swamp eager to be near the rift, but more eager to avoid contact with others. She didn't seem like an antisocial creature. She had good manners, tolerated Zed well enough, engaged early and lived the conversation. Did she simply not need people? So did I pass, she asked. As they loaded their last bag into the van. Beg pardon, the test you wanted me to pass. Before you'd be willing to unleash me on the general population. That's why Zed only scheduled one appointment today, right? You joined me on my interview with Earl because you wanted to watch me. You wanted to make sure I wasn't going to take advantage of Earl, asking him leading questions. Poke my nose where I didn't belong. So tell me, how did I do? You stared at her, eyes narrowed. He really thought he'd hidden his agenda a little better. It was unnerving to have a human read him so easily. Just fine, I didn't really pay much attention. But I just stuck around so you wouldn't get lost. On the way home, Jillian dropped her sunglasses over her eyes. As she jerked her driver's side door open, Bael was struck by the urge to pull them off of her face to get rid of any obstacle. Blocking his ability to see into her eyes, his hands twitched to the sides, but he gripped his gun belt to keep them still. She smirked at him. Lead the way then. Chapter 6, Dr. Jillian Ramsey. 3 days after she arrived in Mystic Bayou, Dr. Jillian Ramsey finally met the matriarchs of local society. It was Saturday afternoon. Jillian was sitting on her porch, still wearing cotton sleep shorts and tank top. Because it was the coolest clothing she owned, drinking a Coke, while she pored over information on phoenixes and thunderbirds. She'd done some previous research on thunderbirds in college, but had less experience with phoenixes. Harry Potter references aside, their ability to shift was often connected with the cycle of life, destruction, and rebirth, which sounded beautiful and terrifying all at once. Shifting into giant, many-color birds that burned with blue fire. Sometimes phoenixes needed to burn and regenerate to heal themselves from injury or distress. Sometimes they burned to predict great calamities, and sometimes they chose to burn just for the joy of it. Dr. Jillian Ramsey wondered if the associations with flight and fate were what had made Earl's Thunderbird side such a compatible match with his wife. And Bael, where did he fit into all of this? It was very frustrating that you couldn't figure out his shifter form. She figured out that Dick and Macy was a garden gnome. Within 5 minutes of spotting him at the food and fuel, there was a disappointing lack of red pointy hats, but an abundance of back and shoulder hair that resembled moss. Why couldn't she figure out Bael's tailies? How did he manage to tap down all instinctual responses around her? How could he appear to be so utterly human when he was clearly something more? And why was she too stubborn to inquire around? She couldn't walk out into town and throw a rock without hitting a boon. She was going to have to ask Z's some sneakier questions to get better clues. She sighed, pinching her lips together, because her intelligence was more than a point of pride. For her, it was her defining personality trait. And admitting that she couldn't puzzle something out was more of a blow than she was willing to admit. She flopped back in the swing. Sonia was right. Jillian was going to have to either have her friend airlift her some batteries or the world's biggest Sudoku book. Otherwise, she was going to go crazy. In the distance, she heard what sounded like thunder. And by the time she saw Zed's bike, it was too late to run inside. For some more appropriate clothes, so she was going to have to braze in her way through it with a smile. She stood up, sliding her papers into their file folders so they didn't blow away with the breeze. Zed somehow managed to park his bike in the driveway while waving his enormous hand at her. "Well, hey there, Shaw," he called after shutting off the bike. He slid his aviators into his collar and waggled his dark brows. You don't have to get all dressed up on my account." Jillian noted that he didn't wear a helmet. His only concession to safety was to tie his hair back out of his face. He slung his jean-clad leg over the bike and stood. Stretching his back, Gunn clipped some bungee cords, holding a file box onto his bike. Then he crossed her lawn. Hefting the box over his shoulder, his faded black t-shirt rose over some impressive ABS. Dusted with dark hair if she wasn't absolutely sure that it would turn out to be an emotional disaster. Of Pompeii proportions, she would take Sonia's advice and climb that man like a tree for science. He draped his heavy frame across her porch swing. Bunking his heavy motorcycle boots against the railing, he put the heavy box in her lap. "Hey there, Shah. I brought you those census records you asked for. We haven't participated in a federally funded census in more than a century, but we do the League's version. Household number of people, any magi, that sort of thing. Just for the sake of keeping up with trends. Anyone ever tell you that the polite thing to do is call before you show up to a single lady's house? I've found most of the single ladies I know don't mind," he said, cocking his head to survey her bare legs. "Well, this one does. You keep on being cranky with me, and I won't take you to your party. And it's all the way out of my mama's place, so we're gonna have to hurry right quick. She wants to party, there will be pie, she founded him. Do you think you can lure me to a stranger's house with baked goods is really good pie, and it will be a chance for you to meet a lot of people at a time, something I know you've been itching to do." She grumbled, "Let me put on pants." The 5 little words no man wants to hear. Dr. Jillian Ramsey had expected a few families to be gathered at Clarissa Barron's house for a simple cookout. Instead, it looked like the entire population of Mystic Bayou had parked their pickup trucks on the overgrown lawn. The house was more of a stone mound with windows, a sturdy tin roof, and a large steel door. It wasn't exactly welcoming, but it certainly looked like the sort of place Zed would spend his time. Zed parked his bike along the winding gravel drive, and it took a few moments for Jillian to release her fingernails from his back. The man drove like a demon, laughing into the wind and trying to carry on a conversation with Jillian as if she wasn't screaming herself. Horse into his shoulder blades, Zed didn't seem to mind. In fact, he seemed pretty amused by the fact that her legs didn't seem to be getting the message from her brain. To unclench from around his waist, "Your mother's house is made of stone," she said, trying to make casual conversation as he stood up from the bike, taking her with him. "That's not typical of southern Louisiana. My daddy dried off a house made of wood." And she refused him. He unwound her legs from his middle and lowered her to her feet. Smiling fondly at her, he unbuckled her helmet and hung it from the back of the bike, told him she wouldn't sleep in a crate. She would have a proper den or nothing. "Took my daddy to more years, but he built it with his own hands." "Well, the girl has to have her standards," Jillian said, wobbling slightly on her legs. "So how am I going to tell who's who tonight?" "What do you mean?" Shifters look just like any other humans in most cases. Fays can do amazing glamours. How am I going to tell human from emoji? In such a large crowd, Zed frowned at her. "Why is that important?" "Because I don't want to offend people. This could be a cross-cultural minefield. If I try to reach out and shake the wrong hand, I could start some sort of introspecies incident, which will not only undermine the League's authority, but hurt a lot of feelings. You've had it. Her already mussed hair with his huge hand cut. You better not have just said something bad about me. In French, I have Google Translate. Don't look it up on Google Translate. I don't want you finding me later." And hit me with those bony little fists. In France, it would be an insult. Yeah, it just means I think you're a doll. Baby, Z threw an arm around her shoulders. And her knees almost buckled onto the force of it. We Margie can sense each other. There's a sort of hair standing on end awareness. When you're in the presence of another shifter. Or a fae, doesn't help you much though. Just relax, we're so used to being all mixed up that we don't hold you to a strict etiquette. Just treat everybody politely and you'll be fine, not the icy politeness you use on bail. But the sweet funny girl you are around everybody else. Thank you for noticing. She could hear the rumble of conversation from the backyard even as Ed led her. Around the formless perimeter of the house, a dozen huge picnic tables had been arranged into columns, in grass that had been recently mowed. Lanterns and geraniums hung from cords, strung between the cypress trees, giving the yard a festive, fragrant air. And while the yard was crowded, Dr. Gillian Ramsay realized that a good portion of the buzzing she heard wasn't conversation. It was pouring out of neatly kept beehives Clarissa had arranged along the perimeter of her property. The scientist in her tried to catalog the various species crowded into the yard, but it was difficult. Sure, there were hulking shoulders here, and the flash of a tail there, but so many of them were so carefully buttoned into their mundane forms that she couldn't tell human from shifter. They were old, they were young, they were every shape and color. The diversity warmed her heart, but confused her eye. Suddenly she was rushed by several middle-aged women, wearing aprons over their jeans and camp shirts. Her cheeks were pinched and her hair was patted, and she accepted it all with grace, because she would make a good impression, damn it. Also, there were 100 or so people in the backyard, and they all seemed to be staring at her. Clarissa Barron stood out from her slighter neighbors, a broad-shouldered woman with an ample chest. If the smoky eyes and wild, dark hair streaked with silver hadn't given away her connection to Zed, the fact that Clarissa hugged Dr. Gillian Ramsay so hard that she heard a rib crack certainly did. Stepping out of a hug, Clarissa took Dr. Gillian Ramsay's hands and spread her arms away from her body so she could do a full head-to-toe inspection. Oh, aren't you just a little doll? I'm sorry, don't be offended. My mom considers that to be a high compliment. Clarissa smiled at her just as winsomely as her son. Are you married? Are you engaged? Do you have a serious boyfriend? Zed did not seem at all distressed about his mother's line of questioning. My mole's determined to marry me off. I'm lucky there's no such thing as a shifter date. Inside, she'd sign me up without my knowledge or consent. I have some people looking into it, but I thought bear shifters were matrilineal. Don't you want Zed to marry a bear shifter female so he can be part of a line? Dr. Gillian Ramsay asked, and she's smart too. Clarissa crowed, look at her. Yes, Babel. We do trace a family's about a female line, and yes, years ago. I hope that my son would do the right thing and find some nice bear girl to marry. Now all I want is for him to settle down with one girl, any girl, and make me some grandbabies before I'm too old to enjoy them. Well, thank you for your consideration, Miss Clarissa. Dr. Gillian Ramsay had noticed that no matter how old a woman was or her marital status, all women in the Baye were called Miss First Name. It was a mark of respect, an acknowledgement that you were close enough not to use last names, but not on even enough ground to be on a first-name basis. I really think you two would suit each other, Clarissa said, squinting as if she could see the future. She placed Dr. Gillian Ramsay's hand in Zed's and stepped back. Yes, I can see it now. You two would make me some beautiful grandbabies. Zed quirked an eyebrow at her. We could give it a try. Gillian let go of his hand and smacked his chest. She hit me, Mama. Is that really the type of woman you want me marrying? Larissa lifted her dark brows. If she's gonna keep you on the straight and narrow, yes. Well, while I don't think I'm ready to be your daughter-in-law. I'm pretty sure I like you, and I've been meaning to. Thank you for stocking my fridge before I got to town. You're a lifesaver. I don't know what I would have done in those first few days without that fried chicken of yours. Well, right back at you, you sweet thing, Clarissa cried, slipping her arm through Dr. Jillian Ramsey's and drawing her toward a trestle table, where two other women were laying down full newspapers. Zed and Clarissa had Jillian clasped between them. As Zed hollered, "Y'all crowd round now. I mean Miss Jillian. She's a lady from the league I told you about. She's a real sweet girl and smart as a whip. If she asks you any questions, answer whatever you want. And show your manners about what you don't. She interviewed Earl just yesterday. And he's no worth for wear. Didn't hurt one bit," Earl called, winking at Jillian, who waved back. Zed put his arm around Jillian and squeezed her to his side, with just as much strength as his mother. "I'm sure it's really good to meet everybody. Just let her get a plate before you rush her. Now everybody, bow your heads and say you. Thank you to whichever gods you serve, and then pull up a chair and pour out the pots. Because I'm starving." Dr. Jillian Ramsey watched as each citizen bowed their heads and observed a moment of silence, answering some of her questions about how people from so many religious backgrounds were able to coexist. She'd noticed a distinct lack of churches in town, which was an oddity in a region where churches were a cornerstone of the community. She wondered how long it had taken for the citizenry to reach a relatively easy peace. Over private observations, she pulled out her moleskin notebook and made a note to ask Zed later. She looked up to find both Zed and Clarissa looking down at her with exasperated fondness. "My boy was right. You don't ever turn off that big brain of yours, do you?" "No, ma'am." Snickering, Zed led her to a newspaper-lined table in the middle and handed her a beer, refusing to hear her arguments that it wasn't professional for her to drink. At a community event, Belle and Earl lifted a metal mesh pot out of an iron cauldron and onto the table without protective gloves. She noted they tipped the steaming contents of the pot onto the table, and the whole yard smelled of lemon and spice and seafood. She spotted crab, shrimp, crawfish, and potatoes and corn, and her mouth began to water. She hadn't eaten since a hastily made grilled cheese. Around lunchtime, Dr. Jillian Ramsey slid onto one of the picnic benches and followed Clarissa's example of tucking a large dishcloth over her collar. "So how are you settling in at Miss Lottie's?" Teresa Anastas asked, her soft Mediterranean accent standing out starkly from that of her neighbors. Teresa was a tall, stately woman with a thick head of dark chestnut hair, shot with silver. She kept it wound around her head in a complicated, braided crown. "I hope you're comfortable." She was very house-proud. "Oh, it's very peaceful out there. I've never slept so suspended." "Yes," Dr. Jillian Ramsey nodded. "I've never seen a bed hung from a ceiling before. I helped Miss Lottie install the bed. She had some insomnia and thought the rocking would help her fall asleep. That's my silk in the ropes." "Your silk? You're an Eric Nade," Dr. Jillian Ramsey exclaimed. "How interesting to meet one this far west. I read that you don't leave Greece." "We don't very often, but my own dear mother couldn't resist the pull of the rift, and having so many hands does help me run the department of everything else, plus occasionally serving as dispatcher for the sheriff." Teresa flashed a smile that featured way too many teeth, and the air around her shimmered with the energy of shifting. Suddenly she had 8 shiny, black articulated arms spreading out from her sides like wings. Jillian gasped delighted and clapped her hand over her mouth. "That's amazing. Would you be willing to sit down and talk to me about your experiences?" Here in the bayou, of course. I was a little hurt that you hadn't asked yet," Teresa said, nudging her with one of her many elbows, and sliding a spiced, red potato toward her with her fourth arm. People filled up the table where Dr. Gillian Ramsay was seated, introducing themselves, their families, until their names and faces ran together in a beautiful but blurred picture. She jotted down names and phone numbers, made appointments, all while indulging in some of the best seafood she'd ever eaten. She couldn't help but notice that there were no other Boones present at the boil, besides Bale and the cousin she'd briefly met at City Hall. What was his name again? Balfour, whose oily charm had left her feeling like she needed a full-body decontamination shower. She noted that while Belle was treated with just as much warmth and affection as anyone else, Bal forced to depart from the others, like he was contained in an invisible 5-foot bubble. He wore a little smirk watching his neighbors, like they were particularly interesting specimens. On a nature special, no one spoke to him. Not one offered him a beer or a pat on the shoulder. He made eye contact with her over the heads of the other revelers, and smiled, but not in the same friendly way. Everybody else was smiling. Balfour's smile sent a shiver down her spine. She turned away from him, happy to be distracted by Teresa's offer of a beer. As the night fell and the families became more comfortable, the magic relaxed into their true forms. Zed was so full of beer and crawfish that he curled up under a table as an enormous brown bear and fell asleep. Children ducked through the yard, chasing each other as puppies and lion cubs. The Fey folk loosened their glamours, like tight-fitting pants, letting green skin and sharp, mossy teeth show through. Gillian tried so hard not to stare, but the casual magic was just so fascinating to watch. They performed minor miracles, as indifferently as she would pass the salt. Some of those Fey took out guitars, a harmonica, and an accordion, and began playing cheerful zydeco music. A makeshift dance floor formed on the grass, and families took to dancing off their dinner. Dr. Gillian Ramsay took a break once she'd had her fill of shrimp, and her hands started to cramp. She wandered to a large table set with dozens of pies, beside which stood a thin, short woman with an elfin face and short gray hair. The little woman seemed none too glad to see Dr. Gillian Ramsay, squinting at her so hard. Dr. Gillian Ramsay was afraid she might rupture something. "Hello." The little woman was silent, but her squint was still quite strong, reminding Dr. Gillian Ramsay of childhood warnings that her own face could freeze like that. A tall man in his late 30s, with silver touching the dark hair at his temples, approached, his hand outstretched. "Simon Melfader," he said, shaking her hand enthusiastically, his deep blue eyes twinkling. "One of the rare humans here in town. I teach science at the school." "Dr. Gillian Ramsay. Very nice to meet you." The little woman was still squinting. An African-American man older than Simon, with a genial smile and a big pot belly, patted Dr. Gillian Ramsay's shoulder. He was wearing an LSU shirt and a pair of orange suspenders that matched the orange laces in his work boots. "This is Siobhan," he told her, gesturing toward the tiny, grumpy woman. "She's worked with Beth Tilda Boone down at the paw shop ever since I was a boy. I'm Ted Bevo. Nice to meet you. Did I do something to offend her?" Simon scoffed as Chavin handed him a plate of pecan pie. "No, Chavin is just trying to figure out what kind of pie to serve you. Oh, that's easy. I'll take a slice of lemon meringue, please. It's better if you let me choose for you." The little woman rumbled, in a voice thick and dark as molasses. "Isn't it traditional to let a guest choose their own food? It's better if you let her choose," Balfour told her, appearing at her shoulder and making Gillian jump. He always seemed to be materializing out of nowhere. It was an incredibly annoying habit/skill. Balfour pulled his own fork out of his cherry pie, and savored the filling from the tines in a nearly obscene manner. Chivan is a brownie, and she has a knack for guessing this sort of thing. Dr. Gillian Ramsay pursed her lips. Really, I'd like a slice of lemon meringue, please. The brownie sighed as she crossed to the lemon meringue pie stand and slid a perfectly measured slice onto a small plate. Enjoy, she muttered. Not like I know anything. I've only been serving pie for 200 damn years. Gillian frowned a little while taking her first bite. It was a decent enough pie. The lemon filling was tart and smooth. The meringue was perfectly browned, and then fluffy on the inside. The crust was flaky and light, but as a whole, it was just sort of blah. It's better if you let her choose, Ted told her. I'll keep that in mind for the future, Dr. Gillian Ramsay said, discreetly dumping her pie into the garbage. So Simon, does your family have any magic in its history? No, we're all human, he said, picking at his pie. Mundane is the come. Well, I need the human perspective for my report too. Everybody is part of the bigger picture. Simon smiled, his expression grateful. How long is this report going to be? My students complain when I make them write more than 5 pages. She waved her hand. Report is actually a little misleading. This isn't going to be some brief impact summary. It's more like a book about 100,000 words or so. Multiple chapters, subheads. Full analysis. There will be pie charts and graphs. Simon shuddered. That sounds terrifying. And yet readable enough that, when we give it to community leaders, they will actually crack it open. Simon threw his head back and cackled. A laugh that died down as Balfour moved closer to her. You've got quite the job ahead of you, Balfour noted, and while she smiled politely, Dr. Gillian Ramsay didn't respond. She didn't like Balfour, or the way he was gloring at Simon Melfader, trying to edge him out of the circle of conversation with body language and eye bullying. So what's it like to live here as a human? She asked. Simon jerked his shoulders. It's difficult sometimes, especially when you're a kid, and everybody else is running around with special powers, and all you can do is ride really fast on your bike. But I wouldn't want to live anywhere else. This is home. That makes sense, she assured him. It was hard for me to leave Ohio, and there wasn't even much left for me there. Well, I'm a gator shifter, and I'll be tickle pig to tell you all about it, Ted interjected. Put me down for one of them appointments this week. I got fishing to do on the weekend. Gillian shook his hand. I would love that. Thank you. Just write your name and number on this pad, and we'll get a time set up. Simon finished his pie and nodded toward some couples swaying on the dance floor to a more somber, romantic song about a woman who drowns her tears. For a lost love, would you like to dance, he asked. Balfour was watching her closely. She realized in that creepy reptilian way of his, if she turned Simon down, that gave Balfour an opening to ask her, and she definitely didn't want to dance with Balfour, or touch him or stand too close to him really. Gillian glanced at Ted, who grinned and waved them off. Go enjoy yourselves, young people. Dr. Gillian Ramsay nodded and let Simon take her hand. He felt warm and solid and utterly normal underneath the palm, pressed against his starched cotton shirt. He was serviceable, like an old pair of shoes you kept around because you needed to wear something while you were mowing the lawn. Dr. Gillian Ramsay suddenly felt sorry for this perfectly nice man, with his nice manners and his freshly pressed khakis, who had to compete with the likes of Zed and Bay L for female attention, she imagined. Mystic Bayou's dating pool was a pretty savage ecosystem. You know, I've taken some measurements of electromagnetic fields and currents near the rift. If you want to look at them sometime, he offered shilly, and even though she would have to take her own measurements of the rift to assure accuracy, she smiled and said, that would be so helpful, thank you, because A man of science should feel like he had a chance, even when competing with werebears and whatever the hell Baal was. I'd like to visit the site itself as soon as I can get Zed or someone to lead me. There's a lot of concern about me. Getting lost in the swamp, I could take you, Simon offered. But suddenly his hold on her waist loosened, and he stepped back from her. She frowned and glanced over her shoulder to find Baal, staring down at the teacher. Simon, Baal purred. You wouldn't mind if I borrowed Miss Jillian here for a dance, would you? Simon's mouth worked open and shot like a trout, but he produced no response. Baal wrapped his hot fingers around her wrist and led her away, though she was sad to leave Simon behind. Her shoulders relaxed more and more the farther she got from Balfour. It's Dr. Ramsey, she reminded him lightly, noting that the makeshift band was playing a slow, sad song about a boy who fell in love with the moon. And I don't remember saying yes to a dance, I know. I just like how pissed off you get when I don't get it right, and you're going to dance with me because you know you want to, and because I'm a better dancer than Simon. He's all elbows and smashed toes. Baal's hand slid across her back, leaving a trail of heat across her skin, even through her shirt. She should have found it uncomfortable, considering the humidity and the disdain he'd shown her at every step. But she was leaning into him. Hell, she was, barely restraining the urge to lay her forehead against his chest, the scent of bonfire smoke and warm summer spices luring her closer. He clutched her fingers in his other hand, pressing it to his chest. As they circled in box steps to the music, she looked up, her nose dangerously close to brushing against his jaw. You didn't have to be so rude to Mr. Mulfeter. He seems like a perfectly nice man. You say that cause you didn't see what he did to his prom date's feet. Besides, maybe I don't want you dancing with perfectly nice man, or Zed. Oh, I should be dancing with you instead. Yes, she snorted, ha. So you admit that you're not nice. I'm the soul of kindness. You're a pain in my ass. Mayall shrugged. Never said different, so, other than riding on Zed's bike and dancing with the world's blindest man. How's your evening going? Really well, she said brightly, just to torture him. I persuaded the editor of Mystic Messenger to let me put a survey insert into Wednesday's paper. And I have 10 interviews scheduled in the next week. I'll give you a copy of my schedule so you can babysit me. I have a few interviews scheduled under Zed's supervision at City Hall on Monday morning, and that I'm supposed to visit Ted Bifo's place on Tuesday afternoon. While she'd made the babysitting comment to needle at him, she didn't expect his face to darken the way it did. He insisted, you don't want to interview him. Why not? He's an alligator shifter, which is really rare, and he's not a pervert, which means he's a safer choice than the Beasleys. What about Stu Muffin? He's a puka, the dying breed, or Dick and Macy. He seems a little hurt you haven't asked him yet. You said you all had a real nice conversation at the gas station the other day, or Teresa. I've already scheduled an interview with Teresa. Why don't you want me to interview Ted? Baal refused to meet her eyes, staring over the top of her head. But his voice, it wasn't the usual, forthright timbre she'd become accustomed to, but the reedy higher notes of a lie. I just think you'd be better off devoting your time to other people. Jillian frowned. Well, maybe it's none of your business who I interview. Is every conversation we have going to end up like this? He demanded, finally looking at her again. Probably. He huffed and puffed, but pinched the bridge of his thin nose and laughed. I noticed that your accent's not as thick as some of your neighbors, and you don't use as many of the idioms, the interesting little Cajun sayings, which is a shame, because I actually find them pretty charming. Baal shrugged the motion, carrying the hand at her back to mess up her hair. He smoothed it against her back and slipped his hand down her spine. ever so slightly below her waistline, and then right back up to respectable territory. My family has always held themselves apart from the rest of the creatures. Here we don't trust or make friends easily, so we held on to our natural accent longer. And where did the natural accent come from? The North. You may not have heard this before, but a lot of places have a North. Now it was his turn to smirk. Yes, you're right. You're going to be very difficult to interview. I don't plan on letting you interview me. Fine, I'll just distill what I can from your scintillating conversational skills. Bale nodded at the people around them, enjoying themselves so thoroughly. This was a warm reception for you. Yes, it's nice to be welcomed like this into the community. I know, that's not always the case with League representatives. Just keep in mind that Zed was careful to only invite people who are happy you're here. This isn't a fair representation of local opinion. Why do you always have to do that? She hissed, pulling out of his arms. Why do you always have to remind me that I'm not wanted here, even if it's just by you? That you don't support what I'm doing? Why can't you just let it rest for a night? Because I don't want you to drop your guard. I want you to stay safe. You want me to stay uncomfortable, if that's what keeps you safe. Then yes, she stepped away from him, keeping her voice low, to avoid making a scene at Clarissa's party every time. I think I'm on the verge of understanding you, or at least being able to work with you. You do this, do me a favor, forget about my guard. Just stay away from me, and keep your opinions to yourself. With that, she disappeared into the crowd to find Zed and get a ride home. Chapter 7. Dr. Jillian Ramsey. Jillian climbed out of the van and checked her bag to make sure she had the right pens to color code her notes, because that was her level of compulsion. How is a fun-loving girl like you single? She muttered. This was our 9th interview of the week, including the local postmaster, a touch-nosed psychic the school principal, a werewolf the local funeral director, a human the proprietor of a catfish farm, a river nymph, and Zed's mother, Clarissa. Zed's presence during her interviews was about as helpful as a paper oven mitt, but it seemed to make the subjects feel comfortable. To have him there, she was gathering great information, and an outline was already forming in her head in terms of how she was going to organize it this afternoon. She defied logic and Bale's instructions, using her GPS and a map to find a route to Ted Bavo's house. It only took her an hour and a half to complete what should have been a 15-mile trip. She would never tell a soul she hadn't spoken to Bale since the ill-fated crawfish boil dance. Whenever their paths crossed at City Hall, she managed to avoid eye contact and dash into Zed's office. She was more hurt by Bale's behavior than she expected. She didn't know why it mattered so much that he didn't support her efforts in Mystic Bayou. She only knew that even for days later, it still made her stomach turn to hear his voice. Zed seemed confused by her refusal to talk to Baal, but was smart enough not to talk about it or try to force a reconciliation. But now she branched out to interviewing subjects in their homes without supervision. Ted said he couldn't make it into town because he was preparing for a big annual fishing trip. Ted's house was a bit more in line with what she'd expected. While the boat tied off to Ted's backyard dock, the St. Marie was in excellent condition. The house had seen better days. It desperately needed a new coat of yellow paint, and the stilts seemed to be crumbling beneath it. She could smell the rot of damp wood and mildew from the driveway, and something else, maybe old fish. Crab pots and netting hung neatly arranged on a fence just beside the house. She'd read somewhere that gator hunters sometimes used rotten meat for bait because the alligators liked it better. Maybe Ted was curing some bait The smell grew stronger as she got closer to the house. From inside the screen door, she could hear an intense buzzing, as if Ted was using an electric shaver. Dr. Gillian Ramsay appreciated that. He wanted to get cleaned up for her. But clearing the house of rotted meat was probably a better first step. She knocked generally on the rusty screen door. "Mr. Bevo, it's Dr. Gillian Ramsay. We have an appointment today." "Hello." Silence. Well, not silence. She could still hear the buzzing of the electric shaver. "Mr. Bevo." When no one answered, she walked along the wraparound porch, connected to the dock, circling toward the back of the house. At first, all her brain processed was the pretty setup: a wide porch swing and a dock that dropped straight into the water, without the obstruction of a railing. Then, her eyes landed on a crumpled, red heap near the back door, a shiny wet mess covered in writhing black. Then she realized the buzzing wasn't a razor, it was flies. What she let out a strangled gasp, pressing her hand to her mouth and turning away from the sight of a carcass. And that's when she remembered Ted was a gator shifter. He wouldn't be curing gator bait, because he wouldn't hunt gators. Had Ted butchered an animal back here? He didn't seem like the type to just leave a carcass on his own back porch, especially not when he was expecting company. "Ted," she yelled, barely, holding down the breakfast she'd eaten that morning. She pulled out her phone, her sweaty fingers slipping over the glass surface. As she tried to enter her security code, she stepped a little closer to the mess of torn flesh and recognized Ted's boots with the orange laces. The mess was wearing Ted's boots and what used to be blue jeans. The mess was Ted. Dr. Gillian Ramsay ran to the edge of the porch, dropped to her knees and threw up in the water. Her world was reduced to the blood roaring through her ears and the panic purging from her stomach. She collapsed against the rough wood, barely escaping a face-first tumble into the water. She rolled onto her back, breathing heavily, and praying she wouldn't throw up again. She took a few deep, gasping breaths, and then remembered the gators who occupied the swamp. Gators that had probably killed Ted. She scooted a little farther, away from the edge of the dock. She finally managed to unlock her phone, only to find that she didn't have any bars. She walked into Ted's open kitchen door, careful to keep her eyes off of a body, and found his landline phone. She dialed City Hall's number, wondering why she bothered carrying her cell phone. At all beyond a sense of security, Teresa Anastas's calm, accented voice sounded in her ear, and she nearly wept with relief. "Teresa, this is Dr. Gillian Ramsay. We met at Clarissa's crawfish boil the other night. Could you please tell the sheriff to meet me at Ted Bevo's place? There's an emergency." "Sure thing, Gillian. Are you okay?" Gillian was shaking her head for several moments before she realized that Teresa couldn't hear her. "No." Gillian spent the next 10 minutes looking out at the water and doing deep breathing exercises, intentionally looking away from poor Ted's body. She had no idea how to handle this situation. No one had ever explained how to behave when you showed up for an interview and found the subject torn to shreds. What had happened? Shouldn't gators avoid a gator shifter out of respect? What sort of animal could leave a person in that condition? Was the animal still close by? She moved away from the edge of the dock until her back was resting against the house. She slid up the wall to a standing position. Maybe she should just leave and let Bale take care of this. It was his job, not hers. She was a scientist, not a cop. But then she glanced at Ted's blood-soaked boots with their silly orange laces, and she knew she couldn't leave him alone like this. "Gillian." She looked up to see Bale standing at the corner of the porch, gun drawn. Bale holstered his gun, his expression grim. She crossed the porch in 3 steps and threw her arms around his neck and sobbed into his throat. Bale's arms slowly circled her body. Tucking her head under his chin, he murmured soft words. In a language she didn't understand, she didn't realize she was crying. Until his wet uniform shirt stuck to her cheek, he was so warm. And that was a blissful contrast to her cold, clammy skin. "It's all right," he whispered against her temple. "You're all right, you're safe, I've got you." He rubbed his hands over her hair, down her spine. She let herself bask in his comfort for just a few more seconds before peeling herself away. He cupped her chin in his hands and then placed a taser between her shaking palms. "You stay here, you hear anything calls, Ed." Bale walked inside the house and was gone for several minutes. She listened carefully, but she couldn't even hear his footsteps. As he moved around on the ancient floorboards, he was holstering his gun again as he walked back out. "The house is clear. I didn't think to check the house," she admitted. "You're very lucky there was nobody inside. What if whatever did this to Ted came out and hurt you? Well, the next time I find a dead body, I'll be sure to check the perimeter." He glared at her, but there was no real heat in it. "I've got to go to my car to radio for Zed. Do you want to sit here or go with me? I don't think my legs will work just yet." "You go on." A few minutes later, Bale returned with a cold bottle of water and a bottle of whiskey. "Which one do you want?" She took the bottle of water and gulped down most of it in one go. His eyebrows shot up when she took the whiskey bottle and drank a good portion of it too. "Damn," she glared up at him. "What time did you get here?" He asked, taking out his notebook. "Just a few minutes before I called Teresa," she said, sipping more water and wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "We had an appointment today. He didn't answer my knock at the front door, so I came around back and I found him like this." She glanced over to the body and swallowed heavily. As the whiskey threatened to come back up, Bale clasped her shoulder. "Don't look at him, you've done all you can for him. Look at me." She looked up into his face and for the first time found his expression to be completely free of suspicion or irritation. It was a face she could spend a lot of time admiring. If it could stay that way, what do you think could have done this? "I'm not sure it's a what I'm thinking it's a huh." At her confused expression, he continued, "It's probably hard to tell from that distance. With this much blood, but Ted wasn't clawed. He wasn't bitten. You probably couldn't see close enough. But those are cuts made with a very sharp knife. See there? Even his jeans have been cut off with surgical scissors. Maybe. I had no interest in getting closer to the body. To get a better look, Bale swiped his hand over his head. I don't blame you, I'm not real happy about it myself. So if this wasn't an animal, who would do this to Ted? Did he have any problems with anyone in town? Bale jerked his shoulders. Not that I can think of. Ted pretty much got along with everybody. I can name at least 10 guys I guess would be murdered before Ted. You keep lists like that in your head. And when Bale didn't answer, Dr. Gillian Ramsey asked, "Who will you even call about this? You don't have a town doctor. You can't exactly call in the medical examiner from the next parish to examine a shifter body. I really don't know. We haven't had a murder in this town in decades. I'm a one-man department. I don't have a coroner. We have a funeral home, but poor David Wyatt isn't prepared to gather evidence from something like this. I think there's a forensic science department. At the league offices, you can always send pictures to them to see if they can interpret the wounds." B nodded. "We'll see. For now, why don't you just head on home? You don't need to be here for this. I'll come by your place later to ask some more questions. I don't want to leave you alone. What if the killer comes back? You gonna protect little old me?" he asked, smirking slightly as he slid his hand through her hair and cupped the back of her head. "Okay, what if the killer is watching us right now and follows me home?" Bale frowned. Good point, stay right here." She'd expected Bale to leave her alone on the porch while he went through Ted's house, but he stood by her side, keeping her distracted with inane questions about how she'd found her way to the house and who else she had scheduled to interview that week. Though she was somewhat calmer with Bale beside her, she still jerks slightly when she heard Zed's motorcycle roll up. His boots were heavy against the porch. As he jogged around the corner, he didn't even pause as he dropped a large rucksack, sped past Bale, and yanked her off of her feet into a bear hug. "Are you okay?" he demanded, crushing her against his barrel chest. Her hands batted weakly against the ponytail, trailing down his back. "Oxygen, oh right, sorry." Zed placed her back on her feet and put his hand on top of her head while checking her over. "But you're okay, I'm fine," she promised. But poor Ted. Zed nodded. "Bale, what can I do for the next hour?" Zed and Jillian helped Bal document the crime scene. Jillian used her camera to take photos of the body and the position of items around him. Zed videotaped the interior of the house and used baggies from Ted's kitchen to bag the evidence. Zed recorded observations on a mini recorder. "Is this really legal chain of custody wise?" Zed pursed his lips and grabbed a nearby book. He placed Jillian's hand on it and raised his hand. "Julian Ramsey, I hereby deputize you as a law enforcement official in the Mystic Parish. Do you swear to follow Sheriff Bale Boone's orders? And I pulled the law to the best of your ability. This is a copy of the Da Vinci Code. Do you swear? Define follow orders because I don't want to accidentally enter into some sort of sex contract with Bale." She jerked her thumb toward the sheriff, who bobbled the measuring tape he was holding and dropped it on Ted's chest. Zed frowned. "You okay, buddy?" Bale waved them off and wandered toward the end of the dock. "Yeah, I'm just going to go measure something over there." That winked at her. "That was kind of mean, but I'm glad your sense of humor is coming back to you. I swear I will not contaminate evidence or break the law, and will follow orders where I see fit," she said, then returned the book to its original position. Nothing in the house explained why someone would want to hurt Ted. No weird collections of women's undergarments and marked bags, no hate mail, no piles of drugs or cash marked ill-gotten gains. He was just a nice normal man, living alone in the swamp, with an enormous backlog of crushed beer cans, who happened to be able to turn into an alligator. But that seemed superfluous to how he died. But Dr. Jillian Ramsey finally got it, as Zed took a sheet from his rucksack and gently laid it over Ted's body. Jillian understood why. The people of Mystic Bayou elected Zed to lead them in a crisis. Zed was the guy to have around, focused and patient and detail-oriented. He didn't question Bale's decisions. He made helpful suggestions. He didn't smirk once. She hated the way she startled when she heard another vehicle pull into the driveway. Was this the way it was going to be every time a vehicle approached for the rest of her life, or was finding a dead body PTSD a 2 or 3 week thing? She bolted through the house to where they were, standing near Ted's covered body. "Did you to call someone else? A car just came up the driveway. I asked my mom all to come take you home," Zed told her. "I can load my bike in her truck and drive it home. I think I can drive myself. I managed to find my way here after a while, after we told you not to." Bale called from across the dock. "I don't like the idea. You staying out of Miss Lottie's all by yourself. I'm sure I'll be fine. I don't think whoever did this to Ted is going to go to Lottie's house just because I happened to find him. Is actually not a terrible idea," Bale added. "We haven't had a murder in decades. You come to town and we have a murder. The tracks that they could be connected. Are you saying this is my fault?" Before Bale could respond, Zed jerked those broad shoulders of his. "You can say my place if you want. is probably the safest den in the parish, no Bale barked sharply. Jillian and Zed whipped their heads toward Bale, because you just turned your guest room into a sports cave. I could sleep on the couch, Zed said, shrugging. Bale's scowl was a thing of thunderous beauty. I'll be fine, I'll lock my doors. I'll take your taser with me, if it will make you feel better. Bale shook his head. I don't think it would. Chapter 8. Bale, in the South, the local breakfast place, was the hub of all morning conversation and gossip. It was the grease-soaked equivalent of the watering hole on the Nature Special. The pie shop was a pre-Civil War wood structure, with a pressed tin roof and walls painted white and emerald green. All of the art on the walls featured gold foil, in some capacity, whether it was a landscape, the painting of the kitten, an old icon of an Orthodox saint. The mismatched paintings added a sort of quirky whimsy to the old-fashioned diner setup for the long, polished wood lunch counter and weathered booths. True to its name at least, a dozen clear glass pie stands stood in the counter, displaying different types of pie. Normally, Bale found comfort in this community in familiarity, in enjoying his morning pie with his neighbors. But this morning he could find no crust-based solace. It had been a very long week for Bale, informing Ted's family of his death, helping them arrange the funeral, containing the details of the case. Like a virus says not to inspire panic. Fortunately, the BVOs had agreed that it was better let people think Ted had an accident. That required a closed casket service. They knew that. It wouldn't benefit the community to be afraid. The only contact Ballard had with Dr. Jillian Ramsey was when she'd helped him send photos and evidence. The League's forensic department, who didn't want to give a full analysis just yet, but were willing to say, yeah, an animal didn't do that. He was paraphrasing, of course, but hoped to get a little more information out of Dr. Jillian Ramsey's co-workers, that it might actually help them figure out what had befallen poor Ted. How had something like this happened in his town? They hadn't had a murder in years, decades even, and that had been some old country feud between two recently transplanted Romanian werewolves. Who'd want to kill Ted Bevo in such a bloody, vicious manner? Bale scanned the room, full of people he'd known since he was a boy, and he couldn't imagine a single one of them hurting someone that badly. The idea that someone he knew could have done this left him disappointed. He thought he knew these people. The previous week he would have told Dr. Jillian Ramsey that this was one of the safest places in the world for magic and humans alike. And now they had a murderer in their midst. It had to be a local. Ted rarely had contact with anyone outside of Mystic Bayou, and he doubted an outsider could have found Ted's house. Dr. Jillian Ramsey only found it because she was one of the most disturbingly tenacious people he'd ever met. Dr. Jillian Ramsey. It surprised him that he felt oddly bereft without seeing her all week. He missed her constant curiosity and her sin done, the way she was sickeningly sweet to everybody but him. He wondered why she seemed to be hiding out in Miss Lottie's house. Surely she had to have run through the groceries they'd left for her. But Zed had assured Vale that Dr. Jillian Ramsey was fine. She was just busy working, and then Zed gave him shit for asking about her. She was human. She was a nosy human, whom he wanted to vacate from Mystic Bayou as soon as possible. She checked off every single box on his list labeled "Do Not Want," and yet it was taking all of his willpower to stay in his seat and not drive out to Miss Lottie's to check on her. He could get past this, he told himself. He could ignore Dr. Jillian Ramsey now. Dr. Jillian Ramsey was walking through the pie shop's door. Damn it. As she closed the door behind her, the drone of conversation faded to silence. Bale glanced around. That wasn't good for that many people to stop talking all at once. meant that most of them had been talking about her, and not enough. She's such a lovely girl who was raised right, sort of way. From his corner booth, where no one dared join him, Balfour smirked, and it was all Bale could do. Not to throw a cake stand across the room at him. For her part, Gillian simply smiled, and walked across the room as casually as she could. She took a seat next to Bale at the counter. "Good morning." "Morning," he muttered, lifting his coffee cup to his lips. So that was awkward. Yes, it was. So that was the international signal for, "We're talking about you," right before you walked in. What gives? Do they think I had something to do with hurting Ted? He frowned at her. "You didn't come to the funeral." Of course I didn't. I barely knew Ted. I didn't want to intrude or be a distraction. I thought you were supposed to be documenting local traditions. Funerals are a big tradition around here. I didn't think it was my place. I didn't know whether Ted's family would be uncomfortable with me being there, considering I'm the one who found him. And I thought it might come across as ghoulish, like I was trying to turn their pain into fodder for my study. I was trying to avoid hurting feelings, not cause them. He felt an unexpected rush of warmth toward her. She was trying to do the right thing and it misstepped, which was easy to do when she was so far outside her comfort zone. And she seemed genuinely upset that she might have hurt the beaver's feelings. "It will blow over," he assured her. "Just take the Bevos a casserole and a nice card. Let them know you're thinking of them, and explain your reasons for skipping the funeral. Just like you explained them to me. It will go a long way." She pulled a face. "A casserole? That would require cooking, wouldn't it? Ask Miss Clarissa for help." "Can't I just take one of these pies?" she asked, jerking in alarm, when Shaven appeared behind the counter from nowhere, and Siobhan was squinting at her again, while pouring Gillian a cup of coffee, which upped the degree of squinting difficulty considerably. "Is this facial expression because I didn't let you cheese my pie?" Gillian asked. "It's better if you let me choose." Bale nodded. "It's better if you let her choose." "Fine, fine. Choose a pie for me, please." Shivan slipped away to choose from the dome supply. Gillian turned to him. "Isn't it kind of early for pie?" "Don't ever let Chevin hear you say that," Bale told her. "Pie is considered an all-day food around here, Chevin. Bakes a little bit of magic into every one of them. Pies to soothe your temper. Pies to settle a troubled soul. Pies to spark your passions." Gillian shook her head. "It's pie. I will take your coffee if you keep talking this way." He grabbed for a cup, and she was quick enough to snatch it away and cradle it to her chest without spilling a drop. The granny gave her was downright predatory. Her brows drew down in open challenge. Shaven broke the tension, serving Jelena slice of a pie with a chocolate filling, and would look like chunks of red fruit, chocolate rhubarb house specialty. Chevin gave her a sharp nod and walked away. Gillian's mouth turned downward in a pout that made Bale want to bite her lip. Dr. Gillian Ramsay tried to suddenly sniff at the plate. "I've never had chocolate rhubarb pie before. I don't think I've even had rhubarb before." Mayo handed her a fork. "Trust me." Dr. Gillian Ramsay took a bite and gave an indecent moan. Bale squirmed in his bar stool. Strategically dropping a napkin over his lap, she licked her fork, which was not helping Bale's napkin situation. "This is magic, sweet and dark with just a little bit of sour. Like a dessert wine and a crust." Mayo cleared his throat. "See, it's better if I let her choose," she said, nodding. "I told you Xiaoban called from across the shop. I thought Beth Tilda Boone owned the shop." Julian noted. "She does, but the woman could burn water. She's the brains behind the operation, not the cook." She found Chevin right after my family crossed the ocean. Brownies are rare here, without anyone who knows to leave milk out for them or reward their little courtesies. and Chavin rewarded Beth Tilda for protection by suggesting they open the shop. "So why are you here intruding on my morning pie?" Bale asked as Jillian dug into her breakfast. "I have questions." Bale snored into his own coffee cup. "What house is new? It's about the rift." Bale sat down his coffee cup and frowned at her. "What about it?" "I was looking at some of the census records Zed gave me, and I'm finding families that don't make sense. Magi. Being born in families where there's never been a magi before. Humans who have no magic or fae in their family line. Suddenly developing power over water or weather. I don't have to tell you that's not the way it works. Shifters are born, not bitten. Stop," he said quietly, glancing around the restaurant to see if anyone was listening. But Jillian's stream of consciousness could not be dammed, and the only thing I can think of that would make the difference is the rift. Does the rift affect people here? The humans, how the magic? Does it change how they transform? That much energy has to have some sort of side effect. Right, like a supernatural cancer cluster. Stop, Julian shrugged. "What, I'm just asking. Surely people around here have to know about it." "Stop now," he said. Taking her arm and pulling her out of her seat, he picked up her hideous bag and slung it over his shoulder, leading her outside of the shop and across the street. Malfoy yelled from the back of the pie shop, "When you get tired of her, Bale, you give me a call." Meal ignored his cousin and the ripple of uncomfortable laughter that followed them out the door. He was well aware that by the end of the day, a story would be circulating on the kitchen circuit that Bale and Dr. Jillian Ramsey had a lover's quarrel on the pie shop, and he dragged her outside to prevent her from blabbing all of his sex secrets to onlookers. And Zed would be responsible for spreading most of that story because he was a gossipy dick. "What was that about?" she grunted, jerking her arm out of his grip. "You can't ask those questions in the pie shop where anybody can hear you." He was leaning too close, he knew, towering over her, so their conversation couldn't be heard by passers-by. It was as maddening as it was fascinating that even as he boxed her in, she didn't back down. She just set her jaw in that mulish, stubborn line and stared him right in the eye. "This is just great. By the time the rumor mill stops grinding, everybody in town will think I'm knocked up with 2 or 3 of your young." You sniffed. "Impossible. Human women can only carry one of our eggs at a time." Her dark blue eyes narrated him. "Beg pardon. Look, everything you just mentioned, you can't bring it up in your report. Why? If it has something to do with how well your town is integrated, it should be in the report. It could help people. It can't help anyone else. And it can only hurt us." She inhaled deeply through her nose and closed her eyes, which he'd come to understand was her praying for patience face. She asked him, "Please explain what you mean." He pulled her a bit more gently toward the gazebo in the center of the town square. They passed a plaque commemorating the founding of the town and climbed its horn steps. The large whitewashed structure was flanked by benches and all sides and featured a large swing, big enough to seat 5 or 6 people. "Sit," he told her, scanning the surrounding area for other people, and when he saw the rigid set of her chin, he added, "Please, part of the reason we're drawn here is there's a concentration of energy out in the center of the swamp. It pulls us, makes us feel safe. That's why we settled here." "Yes, I researched it pretty thoroughly, but what you don't know is that the rift is destabilizing over the last few decades. Creatures are being born to human families without any, let's say, interference from the supernatural families. Are you sure it's just not a case of couples not wanting to admit that they messed around? We're sure. We had a Ohana born to a human family last year. We never had a Ohana family here. Oh, I can help with that. I've actually done a lot of research on Moanas. I was called away for a research trip on a group of Moanas in Chile. To come here if the family has any questions. I'd be happy to help. You really know how to find the silver lining in a situation, don't you? I regret nothing. Well, the family wasn't nearly as enthusiastic as you. You said cock to the side as he pulled a confused face. The League was doing an in-depth study on hypersexual dolphin shifters. They're one of the more obscure shifter cultures, and awfully reclusive when it comes to academia. It was a bit of a coup to secure an invitation. He snorted. Don't worry, sweetheart. We'll get you back to your creeper dolphins soon enough. How many of these, let's call them remade magic, have been created over the years? She asked, relaxing a bit into the swing, pushing off with her feet. I'd say 30 years, so over the years. But the real problem is humans were born human, taken on supernatural qualities in their later years. Ted Bevo only started shifting into an alligator about 10 years ago. His entire line is human as far as we know. Gladys Fighter was as human as you get. Until about 2 years ago, and now all of a sudden, she sprouts porcupine quills when she gets mad. Teeny Claxton went from a regular empty nester housewife to a full-on kitchen witch. Best damn blackberry wine I ever tasted. Elba Honey Island Swamp Monster was actually one of our local fishermen, Xavier Ronson, 50 years ago. He woke up on a camping trip covered in fur. Course he freaked out, running out of his tent and onto a road. We scared some wildlife photographer, and the legend was born. He was our first, but his mother was distantly related to Zed's family, and we thought maybe it was just recessive genes popping up. It started off slowly, so sparse. We thought it was a freak occurrence, but now it's happening every year. She frowned as she pushed off the floor of the gazebo to swing. But that doesn't make any sense. Why would that start suddenly? After years of living around the rift with no problem, we don't know either. And it's not exactly a problem we want to advertise. Every wackaloon from here to Canada would be at our doors wanting to be exposed to the rift, so they can become a magi, not to mention it could expose our secret to the human world at large. This is why I didn't want you interviewing Ted the other day. I was hoping I could steer you away from the remade shifters to keep you from finding out about the rift's effects. But clearly that was a mistake, because you're like a badger. When it comes information you're not supposed to have. You may think that's an insult, but it's not. Bail Rule desires. Why didn't you tell the League about this? We weren't sure how it would affect us. Getting the League's help, and we need the money. We didn't want them deciding that we weren't fit for the study because we have anomalies. What money? In exchange for participating in the study, they're giving the town money and medical support. We need pretty desperately. We haven't had a town doctor in 5 years, and not all of our citizens can go to the when they have medical problems, but that's unethical. It creates pressure on the subjects to comply and could lead to inappropriate or even falsified responses to keep the League happy. Really, you're shocked that the League is behaving in a less than absolutely pristine ethical manner. Have you ever dealt with the League before? The same people who threatened all magic creatures with extinction. If we didn't agree to the Pact of Secrecy in 18, the same people who threatened us with extinction. If we didn't agree to a regular census in 1908, but that was more than 100 years ago. He didn't mean to tilt his head and look at her like she was an adorable imbecile, but honestly, the same creatures who were in charge of the League 100 years ago are in charge of the League now. Dr. Gillian Ramsay, it's one of the benefits of being a magi. We live longer than you, instead of forcing the town to rely on the League? Couldn't the Booms spread their wealth around a little bit? He frowned at her. That's not in our nature to spread our wealth around. My family already helps in some areas that offer them some return on the investment, like providing faster Wi-Fi infrastructure for the town, which the citizens pay a monthly fee for. It wouldn't do. For the town to be any more indebted to my family, it would disrupt what is already a pretty delicate bounds of power. So it's better to indebt them to people who have threatened to mass murder. You better the devil that's far away than the devil who lives in your backyard. She sighed and sagged against the rope, suspending the swing. I'm sorry, not your fault. But you see now why I get a little agitated, talking about your study. She nodded. When does that doctor get here? In a few months. After we make a good show participating in the study. I want to see it. The doctor, not very nice to call him an idiot. She kicked off the floor and swung, nearly kicking him in the shin, the rift. You can't because it's invisible. He lifted an eyebrow. No, because everybody who tries to get too close to it ends up passing out and sleeping for about 6 months. Until they heal from the internal trauma caused by random barometric pressure spikes. The closest we magic can get to it is about 300 yards. Humans 500 or so, just close enough to see it through high-end binoculars. I'd like to see it document the area around it. Note how it changes the environment, what effects it has on you. I mentioned the 6-month coma, right? She grinned at him. Come on, be a buddy. If you pass out, I'll carry you back to town. Bale stopped her mid-swing, lifted her arm, examined her bias up, and made a skeptical face. I would go get Zed and he would carry you back to town. She conceded. If I say no, you'll just go out there on your own. Won't you? There's a very strong possibility of that, yes. Chapter 9, Dr. Gillian Ramsay. Hours later, she was wearing her sturdiest boots and thick canvas field pants, wading through waist-deep ferns along the edge of a far Peace Swamp. It was so named because the tract of marshland was so remote that the only way locals referred to it was saying that it was a far piece away. Bale didn't seem to be struggling with the vegetation. Like she did, he was slipping between the fronds, barely moving them, keeping a sharp eye out for the animals that seemed to be calling from every corner of the swamp. She thought she'd been primed for the hike, because after all, she lived on the swamp. In her little maison de fou, she carefully packed a day bag with water and sunscreen, bug spray and camera equipment. She'd had no clue. She was not prepared for the way she could smell the heat, wet and earthen like rotting leaves. She wasn't prepared for the way the humidity absorbed into her clothes, sealing them to her skin in a thick layer of sweat. She was not prepared for the distraction. Bale's ass would pose, bobbing through the brush ahead of her, like a perfect peach wrapped in skin-tight denim. She was staring at it, suffering the oddest craving for a peach pie. When he called over his shoulder, "You all right back there? Are you really taking me to see the rift? Or is this some sort of horrible backwards prank? No, you wanted to see it. And you're going to see it because I know you. And if I don't help you, you just come out here by yourself, fall into a sinkhole, and then I'd have to fish you back out. This way I save time. Well, I appreciate your commitment to efficiency." Despite the aches and her shoulders from her pack, she noted that her legs and feet didn't hurt. The moss created a thick, soft carpet beneath her boots. In fact, everything seemed to grow thick here and supersized. The honeysuckle climbing up the trees dripped with blossoms the size of her fist. The scent was alluring for the first few seconds, and then it was cloying, to the point that she felt like she was choking on it. "Everything seems to be growing more out here," she said. "Is that a normal swamp thing or a rift thing?" "It's a rift thing. You can see the effects all over town. though you should see the gardens we get in the fall, pumpkins the size of a playhouse. The only problem is the kudzu. Well, kudzu is a problem all over the South. Yeah, but our kudzu seems to be growing toward town. Like it's personal. Dr. Gillian Ramsay nearly tripped over a stone. Hidden under the fern fronds, she nudged at it with her foot and found that it was part of a line of moss-covered stones that stretched as far as she could see. That's the human line, he told her, catching her arm and riding her onto her feet. This is as close as humans should get to the rift. Stay on that side of the stones. She nodded, peering over the water into the shaded trees. I don't see anything, and you're not going to from this distance. He handed her a pair of binoculars from her pack. Wait for your eyes to adjust. It's not going to be as dramatic as you think. She lifted the glasses to her eyes and stared. For a few long, silent moments, she saw nothing. And she thought maybe Bale was pulling a joke on her. After all, but then she noticed a tiny movement over the water. Between the trees, he was right, there was no light or dark. No crackle of electrical light. It was a ripple, like the haze of heat over asphalt in summer. While she sighed, moving closer, barely feeling the stones bumping her feet, she pulled out her camera and connected the long-distance lens. She put the viewfinder to her eye and focused on the ripple, firing off several shots. She was sure it would come off, like out-of-focus pictures of tree branches. But she had to at least try. She switched to an infrared camera to record the wavelength shifts and complicated color patterns on the monitor. It looks like a rainbow was having a seizure. She glanced from the monitor to the rift and back again. The longer she stared at it, the more she could see it move. The more she saw the patterns and its dance, like it was trying to tell her something. She reached her hand out as if she could touch it, and she could feel intent from the rift. She could feel what it wanted. And it wanted. Everything went dark, her head drooped, and she couldn't seem to control any of her muscles. She felt her body drop toward the ground. Like a puppet whose strings had been cut, her jaw ached. And her stomach felt like it was filled with stones. An arm slipped under her back, breaking her fall. Just before her head hit the stone circle, she could feel her feet dragging over the ground. As Bale moved her farther back from the stone line, her eyes fluttered open. Bale's face swam over hers, an expression of concern furrowing his brow. She weakly lifted her hand to try to trace the lines of his cheekbones with her fingers. That's the rift pulling at you, you told her, sliding his free hand under the base of her skull. We need to get you out of here. She nodded and immediately regretted it. It felt like her ears were going to explode. Thunder clouds rolled over Bale's head. Something cold splattered against her forehead. Bale's thumb stroked it away, and he righted her onto her feet. The cypress limbs whipped back and forth like an octopus possessed. The sky opened up, and great, howling sheets of water poured forth by the bucketful. Lightning sliced through a tree far too close to them, and her fingers twisted into Bale's t-shirt sleeves. To pull him closer, thunder rattled through her chest, and the pressure on her chest was so great. She was afraid she might pass out again. No, she had to keep going, shaking it off. She started to run with Bale close behind her. I thought, you were supposed to be able to see hurricanes. From far off she yelled over the chaos. She reached out, blindly to try to avoid running into trees. And in reaching out she felt Bale's hand, warm and solid clothes around her wrists. He pulled her to a stop, and panic made way for relief. She wasn't alone. She had Bale, and for all his blustering, he would not leave her alone in this, not around here. The weather works differently because of the rift. You get 10 miles out of town, you probably won't even feel this. The closer we get to the rift, the more unstable the weather. It should blow over in a couple of hours. I know a place where we can go, but you have to promise that. You'll never tell anybody where it is." She winced. As the rain fell in stinging sheets across her face, lightning flashed, sending a limb crashing just next to her feet. "If it gets me out of this rain, I promise." He cupped her chin in his hand and lifted her eyes to meet his. "This is a solemn promise, Jillian. I need you to swear, take me to this hiding place, and I'll never tell a soul where it is, without another word." Baal slipped his arms under her knees, throwing her legs around his waist, and started running through the woods as if she weighed nothing. She yelped, curling her body around him as he moved at superhuman speed through the trees. The rain had soaked through her clothes, and though she didn't think it was possible, she was cold. The warmth of his body seeped through. The sheriff's department t-shirt, she couldn't help but snuggle against him. The farther they moved from the rift, the easier she felt. And by the time Baal skidded to a stop, chest heaving against hers, she'd almost relaxed. She lifted her head from his shoulder to see that they were in front of a large, steel double door embedded in the side of a hill. Baal set her on her feet while he approached the doors. The hill itself was weird, because there was no elevation here in the bayou, only flat marshy land. Took a few seconds of staring to realize it wasn't actually a hill, it was concrete that had been carefully obscured with live vines. "Is this the part where you take me out to the swamp and I disappear?" she asked, looking around. She couldn't see another building or a road, just miles and miles of swamp. "No, this is the part where we get out of the rain and you stay warm and dry. Now please turn aside." Dr. Jillian Ramsey frowned, but turned away and heard a series of metallic, wrenching noises which she did her best to ignore, in favor of dancing and rubbing her arms to keep warm. "Okay, turn around." She turned, just in time to see Baal jerk the double doors open, revealing a dark, cavernous space. A rush of warm copper-scented air hit her in the face. As he pulled her through the doors, Baal locked the door behind him, and she was enclosed in this lightless void. Panic crept up her throat. She reached for her cell phone, with its trusty flashlight feature. But she heard a loud exhalation from Baal, and suddenly, the space was illuminated in a golden glow. Lying before her were piles of gold. As far as the eye could see, coins and platters, and goblets and chests filled with jewels. She was overwhelmed by the vast size of it, shielding her eyes from the blinding reflected shine. His face was set in an odd, nearly shy expression as he said, "This is my hoard." She looked from the sea of gold to the flaming torch Baal was holding back, to the treasure. "You're a dragon." She started to laugh as he stabbed the base of the torch into a pile of coins. "Of all the creatures I thought you could be, I wouldn't have guessed a dragon." "You didn't know," he grinned, his sharp white teeth reflecting the golden light of the torch. He lit with his breath. "You didn't say no one in the Boone family has. Everybody else in town just volunteers what they are. And you have no tells, and it's been so frustrating." Baal was doubled over with laughter, his hands braced against his knees. "Don't you laugh at me, Baal Boone, or I will take one of your coins and hide it in Zed's office somewhere." "You wouldn't dare," he whispered, his teeth growing longer, and his voice lowering to a raspy rumble. She shivered as he leaned closer, his nose trailing along her hairline. His lips brushed along her forehead, and her hands slid up his arms to pull him closer. She lifted her head, so her breath fluttered over his lips as she said, "Keep testing me and you'll find out." He frowned. "What else did you think I could be?" "A lion shifter," she suggested, smirking slightly. "A tiger, a bear." "You think I'm in the same shifter category as Zed? I didn't know you could have been anything." Golden eyes and the constant sniffing told me nothing. And so that was smoke I saw coming out of your nose. She sighed and plopped back on an enormous pile of what looked like Spanish doubloons, also the dragon-themed. Decor around City Hall makes much more sense, and to her surprise, instead of telling her to get her ass off his treasure, his eyes flashed that eager amber, and he dropped to his knees in front of her. Yes, those were my smoke rings. I didn't realize you saw them. I see a lot more than you think I do. So how does this work? We know almost nothing about dragon shifters. You're also secretive. And when an academic tries to get too close, you've been known to turn them medium rare. We're just like other shifters, only my form is bigger and more awesome. And I'm a little obsessive about gold or anything shiny, really. He threaded his fingers through her hair, watching as the light shimmered over the shifting threads. How far does the cave go? He leaned against the coins, settling into them. It's not so much a cave as a warehouse. Dragons are mountain creatures by nature. We can't build underground hoards here. So we make do with what we got. I tried to keep the shape irregular, so it wouldn't stand out so much against the natural backdrop. I had to dig it and pour the concrete myself, so it took a while. Dragons don't ever let anyone know where their hoard is. You see, so I couldn't hire anyone, and what do you do with it? I know I have it. I can provide for a maid and many children with it. That's enough, she nodded. That's good to know. How often do you get to come out here? Not often. I don't want my cousins following me and trying to take it for their own. We have a saying, a worthy dragon loses not one coin. In other words, if you're a dragon worth his wings, your hoard won't get taken from you, but you just like knowing it's here. He nodded, his eyes flashing in the torch light. He slid his fingers over the hem of her shirt, pulling it over her ribs, fanning his hand over them. She arched up to kiss him, his tongue sweeping into her mouth in a filthy dance, and when she ran out of air, she wrapped her arms around him to keep the warmth of his body close. How did she collect all of this? She began pointing at objects she could spot in the firelight. That scarab plaque is Egyptian. That mask is Mayan. That headdress is early Roman. His brows rose and her shirt rose over her head. He set it aside, and she was very grateful that she'd worn one of her prettier brass that day, light blue pinstripes with darker blue lace. There was a matching pair of panties, but it was laundry day, so she was wearing white cotton with neon pink and green stars. Maybe she could shimmy out of them before he saw. Before you become a paranormal anthropologist, you have to study human history, she told him. She spread her fingers through the pile of coins. They'd settled on splashing them left and right. And have you been raiding Spanish armadas? He rolled them both and leaned over her, his hands keeping her from dropping back onto the gold. I inherited a lot of it. I was my parents' only child. And the rest I collected. Her requisitioned. She grinned as he leaned closer, displacing the coins with a steady clink, clink, clink. It's a lifetime of work, he murmured against her cheek. She leaned into him, letting his lips drag across her skin. It was warm, so warm in this cold, dark room where they were the only living things, she hissed, as her bare skin came into contact with the metal. His fangs sneaked into place as he hovered over her, scanning the room for the source of her distress. It's cold, she said, laughing and pulling his own shirt over his head. His torso was just as lean and tapered as she expected. Not excessively muscled, but obviously strong and possessing a certain serpentine beauty. His shoulders were tattooed with what looked like axillaries of a pair of massive wings. She pulled him close, tracing the lines with her fingers. He reached into the treasure pile and retrieved a bib necklace that was made of several tears of worked gold and rough, cloudy red gemstones It looked like something from an Etruscan, etching the light in his eyes as he fastened it, around her neck bordered on obscene. She wasn't sure whether he was more entranced by her body or the sight of his gold against her skin. Her clever finger is plucked at his jeans, popping the button loose. Gold doesn't keep you warm. You can't eat it, doesn't love you back. It doesn't feel, I don't know, it feels pretty good to me. He pushed her back, the metal slid against her skin, cushioning her, moving with her. It wasn't exactly uncomfortable, just strange. Definitely unlike the soft mattresses she was used to. That entendre was beneath you, Sheriff. I've got something better beneath me. He crumbled into her skin. She laughed, just as he hitched her feet to balance on his thighs. The outlines of his wings grew from his back, rising as a pair of green and gold scaled wings. She watched in wide-eyed wonder as those wings expanded over them, curling around them both in a protective canopy. She tried not to be distracted by the dance of color. On his scales, it was impossible. How was she supposed to concentrate on his lovely, drugging kisses when she was this close to a dragon? Or halfway to a dragon at least, his fingers long and slim, slipped between thighs already dude. With anticipation, he touched her, circling the most sensitive part of her with his thumb. And she let out a strangled gasp, throwing her head back against the gold. She rolled her hips to meet his fingertips, and the tinkling of falling coins sounded like music. He played her, stroking and teasing, and when she finally slid his pants down his thighs, she saw why he was spending so much time preparing her. She wondered if this was typical of all dragon shifters, or if Bale was just gifted. Because if women knew about dragon proportionality, the werewolf romance novel market would be completely bankrupt. Also, she may have grabbed it in her enthusiasm. It had been a while. Bale gasped as her fingers wrapped around his length, ripping it tight. Her hand was slick with sweat. As she let it slip through her fingers, experimentally, he dragged his lips down the column of her neck, before carefully scraping his fangs over the curve of her breast. She shrieked and threw her arms around his shoulders. He thrust deep and she arched back against the coins. His forehead was pressed against hers, and he paused, giving her time to adjust. Her feet slid along his sides, locking around his hips. She took a deep breath and undulated her hips, biting her lip to keep the frantic, embarrassing sounds from escaping. Already, she could feel the pressure building inside of her, in a spiraling coil of pleasure, now that she'd started moving. He was plunging against her in earnest. Her skin was growing warmer and warmer, and the outlines of the wings against his back blurred. She was sweating under his heat, their skin slipping against each other as they moved. His tongue traced the line of her jaw, while his fingers threaded through her hair. Her fingertips explored his back, caressing the smooth, glassy scales where his wings joined to his shoulders. He froze, his eyes flashing molten gold and rolling back in his head. She strokes the extension of his wings again, and he trembled, groaning into her throat. She could feel his elongated claws scraping against her sides as his hips pistoned against her. That was going to leave a mark, not that she cared, because every nerve in her body was firing at once, barreling toward the edge of pleasure, tension so strong and almost hurt, twisted inside of her and expanded, then contracted. She screamed, her body squeezing him tight. As his movements became frantic, sweat cooling on her skin, she stroked her hands over his shoulders as he reared up, wings outstretched, and roared. It felt like a wildfire sweeping through her womb. She screamed in shock, and he dropped over her, clutching her to him. His claws dug even deeper into her skin. and she relished the tiny bit of pain. To distract her from the heat inside her, "I'm okay," she panted, running her fingers over his scalp. "I'm okay." His wings remained curled around them. As he hovered over her, still breathing heavily, he nudged his nose against her jaw, kissing the curve of her cheek, her nose, her eyelids. She inhaled the smoky scent of him gently butting her, head against his chin, slipping out of her with a moan. He dropped down beside her, holding her to his chest. His wings slowly shrank down to a manageable size. She swallowed thickly. Reaching for the backpack she dropped close by, she dragged out a bottle of water and drained half of it, then offered the bottle to Bale. "So your cousin Balfour is a bit of a prick, isn't he?" he snorted, spitting the water onto a nearby gold statuette of the goddess Bast. "I don't really think I want to talk about Balfour right now. I only thought of it because of him yelling to call when you were done with me. Even if you're done with me, please don't call him." "I'm not done with you," Bale growled and kissed her hard. "And I wouldn't dare. Thank you. Balfour has always been an asshole. Ever since we were kids, he takes after my uncle Balthazar, who hated my father with a biblical passion, and now Balfour is trying to prove that I'm not dragon enough to inherit my portion of my grandfather's hoard. Why would he say that my mother was human? I was the only hatchling to survive their clutch. Balfour says that between my mother's dirty blood and the fact that my parents died relatively young, before parenting me properly, I am cursed and will only bring bad luck to the family gold." She scooped up a handful of coins and let them drop through her fingers. "The funny thing is that most people, when they talk about cursed treasure, they mean the treasure brings a curse on the person. Well, when your culture is focused on passing that gold down to your family, you worry a lot more about putting bad luck on the gold. Is inheriting your grandfather's gold important to you? Yes, and not just because I'm greedy, or that I want to add to my hoard, but because my father wanted me to inherit his share. It was a good man, a better dragon. He was honorable. I would see his wishes respected. I'm sorry to hear about your family. I was 23 when they died. That's not considered fully parented." He shook his head. "Dragons have so much information to impart to their children that a dragon isn't considered fully raised until he's at least 30. It's not unreasonable considering our long lifespans. How long do you live? Not important." Jillian's voice rose slightly. "How old are you now? 80 or so?" Her jaw dropped open. "I feel like I'm robbing the grave." He smacked her bereaved-ass cheek, making her yelp and then giggle. "The thing you said earlier about human females only being able to carry one egg at a time, what was that about?" Bale shifted uncomfortably, averting his gaze. "I wouldn't have to ask if you dragons would share a little academic information now." And then he rubbed a hand over her stomach, cradling it around her hip. "A female dragon only lays eggs once or twice a lifetime, which is okay because she can lay 3 or 4 eggs at a time. Male dragons that mate with human females have very low birth rates. The females cannot carry more than 1 hatchling at a time, and the live births tend to produce babies that have dragon traits, but who can't shift. What about female dragons who mate with human males? They have even lower birth rates, but a higher rate of shifters. The theory is that it's time in the egg, warm in the nest, while the mother dragon is sitting on it. That transfers the magic, and I'm sure, after the little scene in the coffee shop today, Balfour is going to claim that I'm taking a human mate. Dishonoring my family even more. Is that just regular interspecies racism, or desire to preserve this species? A little bit of both, with the birth rates dropping. I'm expected to marry a nice dragon girl from another town, so my children can shift. Well, that's a shame. No dragon babies for me, I guess," she snorted. And while she meant it as a flipping joke, he gave her a tender smile. Now there's a few more steps to it. If I wanted to get you pregnant. What sort of steps? She let out a strangled gasp. Would it involve telling me your true dragon name? He laughed, but, given the way he barked, at the mention of his true name, Dr. Gillian Ramsay thought maybe she'd touched on something true. I'm not going to tell you everything. Oh, come on. It's for science. I don't think there's any way that information will fit into your report. To the League, you never know. I might do a whole chapter on mating rituals. I'm wildly and unpredictable. He laughed and kissed her cheeks. But she pressed on. I will not be distracted, Sheriff. But he just kept kissing her, and she definitely ended up distracted. She noticed that the longer Bael laid on the pile of coins, the warmer it got, to the point that it was almost comfortable. She burrowed her head against his chest and wondered if she could actually sleep like this. So how did you get into studying magic creatures? He asked, playing with a lock of her hair, meaning, how did a nice girl like me end up in a field like this? That's what I'm asking. I know almost nothing about you. Except for what your League bio says. I don't know where you're from, or anything about your family, or any of the things. People usually know about each other before they have sex on a big pile of treasure, Scrooge McDuck style, as he goggled at her. She laughed and tucked her head under his chin. I've mentioned I'm from Ohio. That tells me nothing. I'm from Loveland, Ohio. Ever since the 50s, people have said that. They've seen a creature that looks like a 4-foot-tall frog walking around on its hind legs. There have been several sightings over the years, but it's usually near a bridge on the Little Miami River. I've been hearing stories since I was a kid. People used to dare each other to go walk on the bridge where the frog man supposedly lived, the problem being that there's lots of bridges on the Little Miami River, and being the detail-oriented person that I was, it really bugged me that none of the stories matched up. The locations were always different. The descriptions of the frog man, whether he looked more like a lizard or a frog, so I started looking at all the bridges on the Little Miami River. I spent afternoons after school riding my bike around, looking for clues, picking holes in the stories that my friends told me. He nodded. Yeah, that sounds like you. She smacked his chest. And then one evening, I lingered just a little too long by this one particular bridge, because I found a weird stash of fishing equipment hidden by one of the supports, throw nets, and a sort of trident made out of bamboo. Everybody I knew who fished did it with cane, poles, and crickets. I've never even seen a trident in real life. So I'm documenting this stuff, taking pictures and sketches. And while I'm distracted, it got really dark. And of course, when I tried to go home, my bike tire was flat. And because I was very poorly supervised, I couldn't get a hold of my parents. I'm just sitting there on the side of the road, with no way to get home, and somebody else's fishing equipment around my feet. I'm distracted on my phone, trying to find somebody to come pick me up. That's when I hear someone trying to move that trident, dragging the bamboo across the asphalt. I turned around and saw this short, little bald man with huge hands. He had these weirdly long fingers wrapped around the trident and looked like he was about to swing it at me. I promptly passed out and whacked my head on a rock. I woke up and I met Melia Majida, who was an orthopedist living in Loveland. He felt bad about scaring me, and he didn't feel right about leaving me unconscious on the side of the road in the dark, so he built a little fire, did some fishing, and waited for me to wake up. He was a kappa, one of those Japanese water creatures. His family had lived in Loveland for the better part of 50 years, and they liked to spend their spare time on the river, fishing in their natural forms and You can't do that without getting spotted a few times. Hence the frogman legend. You found the Loveland frog when you were a teenager. I asked him a bunch of questions. Where he was from, how his transformation worked, why he hid the fishing equipment instead of taking it with him. And he answered all of them. Of course, the known mythology. Only got half of the information about Kappa's right. I think he was relieved to finally have someone to talk to about it. I think he was lonely. His family had died over the years, and he didn't know any other shifters or creatures in the area. I asked him why he was telling me all of this, and he said, "Who's going to believe you?" And he was right, no one would. I started meeting Mel for fishing every few weeks. He'd tell me about all the other creatures that were real shifters and witches and dragons. It was fascinating. I majored in folklore, got my PhD from George Washington University, and if you knew who to ask and where to apply, you could get recruited for internships at the League. I did well there, and here we are. So you are destined for this life. I honestly think I was. I know you don't think much of the League, but I found a community with them. I found a place where I wasn't the weird girl, obsessed with folk tales and monsters. I found my best friend Sonia. My work and my interests weren't something I had to hide. They were celebrated. I don't care for the League, because I don't like the idea that people we had no part in choosing appointed themselves the authority over us. I can understand that. So what did you mean earlier about you being so poorly supervised as a minor that you had time to go searching bridges for monsters? Dr. Gillian Ramsey's expression turned pensive. My family wasn't exactly the kind of people that you have here. In Mystic Bayou, I mean, we had a nice house in a fancy neighborhood, but it was always empty. It wasn't that my parents were cruel, but they made it clear that they'd rather be somewhere else. My dad was always at work. My mom was too busy with whatever charitable project she was working on to be home. I was alone most of the time, and neither of them noticed. They were lucky that I channeled my loneliness into studying, and not drugs or some other self-destructive extracurricular activity. By the time I got through my undergrad, I just stopped inviting them to graduation and ceremonies because I was tired of them not showing up. I think it made them happy that they didn't have to make excuses anymore. We haven't spoken in 6 years, no particularly angry words when we parted. We just stopped pretending to make the effort. Sometimes apathy hurts just as much as cruelty. At least when someone is yelling, you can imagine that they care. She nodded. What about your family? Complicated. They're generations and branches and inner circles, and they're all competing for money, attention and honor. There's no love there, just a gravity that seems to hold everybody together. I think that's the way it is in most families. 2 different degrees. Zed's family isn't like that. Bale muttered, then Zed's a lucky guy. Should we go back now? She asked. Sounds like the rain has stopped. Bale looked vaguely offended by the suggestion. If you'd like, I think I would, she said, smiling as she threaded her fingers through his. I've got a lot of data I need to analyze, but no dragon sex chapter, he told her sternly. She sighed dramatically. Fine, tie my hands. He kissed her again. Later if you want. Chapter 10. Bale parked outside of the iron gates of his grandfather's estate, River Rest, preparing himself for less than pleasant evening. It was one of the more opulent homes in the parish, a 2-story pristine white mansion built in the grand antebellum style, located at the mouth of the Fool's Blood River. The only concession to the family's heritage was the golden dragon perched on the non-traditional dome. At the top of the house, breathing deeply, Baal rolled a smooth golden ball, inset with opals, in his hand. It had once been a toy to some pampered, dramatic princess but he'd turned it into the dragon version of a stress ball. This dinner with his grandfather couldn't have come at a worse possible time. He'd been increasingly tense for days, and as much as he hated to admit it, it was all centered on the little blonde scientist. He hadn't seen Jillian in the days since their tryst. In his cave, she'd been holed up at Miss Lottie's house, working or traveling all over the parish, conducting her interviews. She'd taken his calls. She'd been her own sweet and sour self, teasing him and laughing at his jokes. But when he'd suggested that she come to his house for dinner or join him at the pie shop for lunch, she'd put him off politely, but firmly in favor of her work. Bale didn't understand this response. She'd laid with him in his gold. He'd let her see that part of his life, trusted her with the location of his treasure. They'd shared what he considered to be a beautiful moment. And then she got up, put her clothes on, and asked him to take her home, like they'd spent the rainy afternoon playing Monopoly. How was it that she'd spent her lifetime studying the magic, and yet she didn't seem to understand what a gesture he had made, taking her to his hoard? He was offering to share his life with her, his treasure. There was no greater offering his kind could make, and he was making it even after explaining the reservations that dragons had against human mates. She wanted him. She'd responded so enthusiastically, so sweetly, and she wasn't cruel enough to fake that. Right, had he offended her taking her so roughly in his cave? Maybe his treasure wasn't impressive enough for her. She didn't seem like the type of woman who wanted to depend on a man. But maybe she required more. Would you go to some other dragon, seeking a greater hoard, maybe Balfour? After all, she was the one who brought us cousin up. With Bale's sweat still drying on her skin, he felt a dull pain in his palm and realized he'd crushed the gold ball he was holding. Then he Grimeston stashed it in his glove box. Number Dr. Jillian Ramsey wasn't a dragon rider. Thoth was clever, little derogatory term for human women who wanted a fling with a dragon. She simply didn't understand his offer. Dragons were a secret of lot. They didn't share their private lives with their neighbors. They didn't shift in front of non-dragons. Unless they were mated into the family, they didn't share their festivals. They didn't discuss their courting rituals, unless those mating rituals were being offered to a non-dragon. He supposed he couldn't get too upset with her for not understanding. He just had to make her understand. He would appeal to her with facts and science, and possibly a pie-charted graphs. She loved pie charts and graphs. As much as he shrugged off his teasing on the subject, Bale could admit to himself that he was more than a little bit in love with her. He thought maybe he'd loved her since the minute he'd seen her telling Zed off in City Hall. He loved her fire and her brains, and that damnable curiosity that always seemed to annoy him in the moment, but fascinated him in the long term. As long as it didn't affect him directly, she was beautiful, yes, but the treasure he sought was inside of her. She would probably punch him if she heard him saying that, though the desire to turn his truck around, then drive to L.A. Maison de Fou to talk to her, was very strong. He punched the 8-digit code, yes, 8 digits, on his grandfather's gate, and started up the winding driveway. He was a desperate dragon, but he still had a little bit of pride. That pride almost deflated when he saw several cars belonging to his aunts, uncles, and cousins. He should have known Baldric Boone wouldn't allow a solo visit when he wanted a full family gathering. The fact that Belle might not have the patience or desire to see the entire Boone clan Anmas wouldn't occur to the Dragon Patriarch. It wasn't that he didn't love his family. In select groups, in small doses on federally recognized holidays, Bale had been putting this off for weeks. In fact, he'd pulled out of the family meeting Balfour. He tried to summon him too, claiming he was too busy with work. That was another concept. that was outside his family's grasp. The Boones owned their own businesses. They did not have bosses when they wanted time off. They simply closed up shop if his parents were still alive. He wouldn't mind visiting so much. Yes, the evening would have still been marked by the usual passive-aggressive sniping and underhanded power plays, but he would have had the amusement of watching his father ignore the jives entirely while Uncle Bennett exceeded. He would have had the pleasure of watching his mother spar with his aunts, insulting them without their realizing it. He would have had them to talk it over and laugh with afterwards, while eating his mother's homemade ice cream. His mother Erin had been a rare gem, beautiful and kind and funny. His father had credited her influence for giving Bale a more sympathetic nature than the average Boone, for thinking of other people before thinking of himself. Erin's father had held the office of sheriff a few decades before Bale had been elected. He wondered how Dr. Gillian Ramsay would fare if he brought her into the dragon pit. He hated the idea of subjecting her to his aunt's sneeze, but at the same time, he could very easily see her blithely ignoring them and then insisting that they all fill out a questionnaire. The family was encamped on the stone chaises his late grandmother had installed on the west lawn near the river around a fire pit. A whole ox, no doubt, provided by their Uncle Barnabas's butcher shop, cooked over the fire pit, perfuming the air with the homey smell of roasting meat. They were surrounded by a circle of iron torches, meant to lend a cheerful light to the proceedings, but they only cast sinister looking shadows over his family's angular faces. His grandfather Baldric, a tall, lean man with a head full of silver hair, rose from the central chaise, crossing the lawn with a confident stride that the light is nearly 200 years of life. His grandfather's eyes flashed red in the firelight, but he hugged his grandson tight, bumping foreheads with him over Baldric's shoulder. Bale could see his cousin glaring at them. "I see the whole family came to join us," Bale noted. "Despite the fact that you told me it would just be us." Grandfather Baldric shrugged. "Your Aunt Bethfield asked what my plans were for the evening, and when she heard you would be here, she wanted to organize a better dinner than an old widower like me could provide. It would really be nice to have a conversation with you that wasn't overheard by about a dozen eavesdroppers, far, far. What can you say to me that you can't say in front of the clan?" Maldric asked, his eyes twinkling as they walked at a snail's pace toward the circle. "Lots of things, lots of them. Could it be something about that draw girl you've been spending time with? Malfoy says you've been seeing a lot of her lately." Mayo's mind flashed to exactly how much of Dr. Gillian Ramsay he'd seen, which was not an appropriate subject to think on in front of his grandfather. Mayo suddenly gave thanks that his kind wasn't telepathic, like some of the species in Mystic Bayou. He didn't want anyone in his family to see that much of Dr. Gillian Ramsay either. Balfour needs to mind his own business. Can't say why someone your age would want to waste his time with someone he can't breed with. You're in the prime of your life. She's human. She's not fit to carry your young. No grandson of mine is going to inherit a horde if he mates with a human. Every muslin Bale's face was rigid as he said, "My mother was human, and look how that turned out. One living hatchling before she died. And then your father couldn't go on without her, because he loved her too much. Nothing but disaster and ruin from that pairing." Out of deference for his grandfather's age, Bale did not growl or bare his teeth. This was the darker side of his clan, the part that gave him relief. When his family declined to fully assimilate in the community, if they fully engaged with their neighbors, the locals would realize exactly how much contempt the Boones had for anyone that wasn't them. As the result of their pairing, I would disagree. Bale told him. Oh, don't take it personally, boy. You know what I thought of your mama. She was a fine woman for a human, just not what I would have chosen for my son. You're lucky that you can shift as easily as you do. You could have gone your whole life without knowing. That joy, because my mother was a lot stronger than you. Gave her credit for. Baldric waved his hand dismissively. A happy coincidence. I want you to choose better than your father. Make a match one of the new country clans, you know that. They've made inquiries about you and Ball 4 over the years. Your cousin has agreed to review their offers. Habet, they all muttered. You should let me arrange a match for you as well. They all frowned, at least considerate, Baldric said. Nudging at him, Bale opened his mouth to answer. But a cell phone rang in his pocket. He pulled it out and noted Zed's name on the caller ID. Is it a mark of a respectful grandson? To let a phone call interrupt an important conversation with his far. Baldric sniffed it, said he knows I'm with you tonight. And he would only call if it was important. Parish business, important parish business. No such thing, it will only take a minute, Bale said, walking briskly away from his family. And answering the phone, please tell me, there's some legitimate reason for me to come. Running to you for reasons of vital public service. To his surprise, Z didn't even chuckle. It's Gladys Fighter. You need to come to her house right now. A short time later, Bale whipped his truck into Gladys's gravel driveway. He hadn't bothered with lights and sirens, said it made it clear that it was too late to help Miss Gladys. Mayo's family had been just as understanding about his departure as he'd expected, which was not at all. He couldn't exactly tell them what was going on because he didn't know, and as far as they were concerned, nothing happening within the community of Mystic Bayou could be as important as socializing with them. He was bone tired already, and he knew his difficult night had just begun. Zed was sitting on the front porch, his face in his hands. The porch light cast a silver corona over his dark hair. When Bale approached, Z lifted his head, and there were tears in his eyes. Bale rocked back on his heels. He'd known the bear shifter for more than 30 years, and he'd never seen him cry before you. All right, Martin, really. I've known Ms. Gladys since I was a cub. She wouldn't hurt a fly. She taught arts and crafts classes at the elementary school. For God's sake, why would anyone want to do this to her? What kind of town are we living in now, Bale? I don't know, Bale said, putting his hand on the shoulder. How'd you get the call? There was no call. My mom sent me over here because Gladys needed some new curtains. Hung up, she didn't answer the door, and I went around back and saw her through the porch door. Can you show me? Zed sat and sniffed, but then nodded and led Bale around to the back porch. The door was standing open, the lights were on, and the television was set on the Opera Network. A widow, Miss Gladys, had been serving herself a solitary dinner of fried shrimp when she'd been attacked. The plate was still sitting on the counter. Still waiting for a squeeze of lemon, Gladys had been left stretched out on her kitchen table. Still dressed in her housecoat, a long incision split her torso. Unlike Ted, there were no frenzied cuts on Gladys. She was still recognizable. Her blood had dripped over the table and onto the floor. But Bale noted that there were no footprints on the linoleum. There was a large squarish smear on the floor, as if someone had put a piece of plastic or cardboard near the table before cutting her open. Bale snapped on a pair of latex gloves and handed Zed the camera. The door was standing open. Zed noted. Bale nodded. Nobody forced their way in. Nothing is tossed around. There's no defensive wound, so she didn't fight, Zed gulped. So does that mean that she knew whoever did this? One of our own. Could be. It also could just be that she was a nice trust. An old woman who believed she was safe in her own kitchen. Some people around here still don't lock their doors. Zed, we may have to do something about that. Zed sighed. We were able to ride Ted off as a fluke, but I don't think it would be responsible. If these attacks continue, as much as I hate it, people around here need to be more cautious if we have a killer running around. Should we hold a town meeting? Put a notice in the newspaper, establish a curfew. I don't want to be the mayor from Jaws Bail. I don't know. All that and more maybe for right now. Let's just record the evidence we have. And then we'll call David Wyatt to collect her body. They worked a grid around the kitchen, from the door to the table, photographing and collecting everything out of place. Bale avoided looking at the body for as long as possible before he finally had to record a position and assess the gore. How many more of these attacks would there be? Why had the killer chosen Ted and Gladys? They were different races, genders, and shifter specification. How they voted for different parties, they had nothing in common, other than they were both over the age of 50. He tried to rack his brain for some little detail that could lead to the situation making sense, but he was coming up dry. Look at this, Zed said, pointing under the table and looking green. Beneath his beard, there was a crumpled sheet of paper. Just outside of the pool of dried blood, he carefully plucked the paper from under the table and unfolded it. The page was covered in nonsensical symbols and random letters. He had Zed photograph the page and then slid it into an evidence bag. It looks like a page from one of those little notebooks Jillian uses to take notes. Bale's head snapped up, the color draining from his face. Jillian. I already called Jilly, and she's fine. My mom all went to pick her up and took her to spend the night at a cave. She be the safest girl in the parish. Thanks, man. Hey, you finally found a girl. That makes you worry and go all gooey and stupid. I'm not giving that up, it's comedy gold. Bale laughed, relieved to feel some emotion other than horror. You're an asshole. So how are things going there? Zed asked. Bale gestured toward Gladys's prone form. This conversation seems inappropriate. Come on, man. I know it's not super sensitive, but I need something else to focus on. Anything else? Did you really show your treasure? I've been begging to see your hold, and you always said no, but with more cuss words. Bale's face flushed an angry magenta. He trusted Dr. Jillian Ramsey with the greatest of secrets, and she shared that with Zed of all people. Did she tell you that? Zed grinned at him. No, but you just did. Mal hissed out a curse. You suck. She didn't tell me anything, but I just sensed the sort of, well, lately you've been smiling like guy who just got laid. And since you're someone who doesn't display much in the way of emotions, I find that amusing. Is she gonna stay in town after her report's done? Bale shook his head and went back to the evidence. Yeah, I'm not talking about this. Well, I wouldn't mind if she stayed in town and laid your eggs. She's fun and sweet, and you turn such awesome colors. When we talk about her, we're no longer friends. Chapter 11. Dr. Jillian Ramsey. Dr. Jillian Ramsey sipped some Malanta straight from the bottle and adjusted her van seat back from the steering wheel. She wasn't sure there was enough room for her stomach. She'd been staying at the Mama Bear's house for the past 3 days and had been fed until she thought she'd pass out. Clarissa apparently believed that if you didn't have to roll a guest out of your house, like the blueberry girl in Willy Wonka, you were a bad hostess. Frankly, Dr. Jillian Ramsey had felt a little kidnapped after Clarissa strode into her house, told her to pack up all her science-y things, while Clarissa rifled through her drawers and packed her a bag, while Dr. Jillian Ramsey stood protesting, with her laptop clutched to her chest like a baby. Clarissa tucked Dr. Jillian Ramsey under the arm not occupied by her duffel, and carried Dr. Jillian Ramsey out like a naughty cub. Clarissa wouldn't explain why she was abducting Dr. Jillian Ramsey, leaving that to Zed when he dropped by the house later to tell her about poor Miss Gladys. She'd met Gladys at the pie shop earlier in the week to discuss her new lifestyle, being able to turn into a bipedal porcupine. Whenever she was angry like the Hulk, but sharper, she'd seemed like a perfectly nice old widow, though she'd mentioned a few times that she hoped there might be a cure someday for remade magic. Knowing that the town hadn't had a murder in years, only to have two people, both of whom she'd had contact with, both killed in a particularly vicious fashion, filled her with a peculiar guilt and dread. What if this was her fault? What if she'd stirred some ugly, old grudge within the community that led to the deaths of two nice, elderly people? Zed assured her that this wasn't the case, that what she was doing was important, and that the town needed the assistance the League would provide. Dead and Gladys gave you their stories because they believed in what you're doing, because they liked you and thought you would do them justice. They believed that the town needed the help the League was going to give us. If you give up now, that's the only way you could disappoint them. Now, did Gladys or Ted have anything strange to say when you interviewed him? Do they feel like someone was watching them or following them? Did they mention feeling unsafe? Dr. Jillian Ramsey shook her head no. Gladys was a little reserved, I think. She wasn't thrilled about being able to change forms, but she accepted it. She never asked, why me? She mentioned hoping to find a cure one day. I only spoke to Ted briefly at the dance, but he seemed really happy, as emoji. He said it was like being a teenager all over again. She sniffed lightly, her eyes shining with unshed tears. They were just a couple of sweet people who didn't seem to want to hurt anybody. And I can't seem to sit down and write about them without crying. I can't tell Bale because he already seems so stressed out. And I know it's wrong to dump this all on you, but if I tell your mom, she's going to try to feed me more. Haha. Got Zed held her to his chest even as it shook with laughter, and stroked her hair. I'm sorry, you're holding up just fine. You're gonna be okay, and you're gonna do a fine job, don't you doubt it. And try to share these things with BL, no matter how stressed he seems. I don't think you'd like it much if you poured your heart out to me instead of him. You're probably right. She'd been modified by his earnestness and the hugs, but she had to admit that she'd gone to bed that night on a pile of furs Clarissa kept in the guest cave and cried her eyes out, and then Clarissa woke her up, and Jillian ate her feelings for 3 days, hence her heartburn, having finally convinced the Barons that it was safe for her to go to her rental house. She'd come to town to sit in on the public information meeting Zed and Bale had arranged to discuss the situation with the locals. Bale and Zed were trying to prevent a panic, and she admired that, but she found that she just couldn't walk into the pie shop and listen to Bale assure his neighbors that everything was fine when she knew it was not. So here she sat in her van, trying to determine whether to drive home or pop into the Boone Mercantile and grocery for more. Melanta. She heard her name being called through the cracked window and turned to see Benita de los Santos waving at her from the front of the post office. She rolled down her window to hear her call. Miss Dr. Jillian Ramsey, I've got something for you. Actually, I've got two somethings for you. All the way from Washington, D.C., a large woman with a perpetual crown of braided salt and pepper hair. Benita was a touch-no psychic who kept informed of all the news in town simply by touching the envelopes as she sorted. She knew who owed money, who was getting love notes from people they weren't married to, and whose kids were getting into college, but she took the confidentiality of her job very seriously. She'd told Jillian during her interview, "She never told a soul what you learned from the mail, even if they offered her cash or Buddha." "How are you holding up, honey?" Benita asked. Jillian smiled weirdly. "I'm all right, Miss Benita. How are you? Oh, everybody who's come in today has been talking about Paul, Ted and Gladys. It's a heartbreaking thing to have two of our own taken from us, but the town's been through worse than this. Hurricanes, plagues, the war of northern aggression. We'll lock our doors, keep a watch out with the people we love, and we'll get through it just like everything else." Jillian nodded her shoulders, feeling a little lighter as she crossed the street and entered the tiny post office, which Jillian suspected was original to the early settlement days of Lulu, Mystique, under the space where most post offices hung wanted posters. Benita had written "Mind your business and move along" in bold Sharpie print. "I'm not really expecting anything from my office, Miss Benita." Benita heaved a toaster oven-sized box onto a counter. It was stamped with "Handle with care" and the side up, and "Perishable, keeping cool, dry place, oh honey." "It's not from your office, is personal. Both of them are. I just thought I'd say myself to drive all the way out to Miss Lottie's place." The other box was much more subtly appointed and labeled with Sonia's impossibly neat handwriting. Both boxes had been shipped express high priority speed. Whatever that meant, Jillian's eyes narrowed. "How much did you see?" "Enough to know you're not going to be happy when you open one of them." "Should I have you open it?" "No, that's not my business. I just wanted to forewarn you. I find it helps people not to feel so sucker-punched." Dr. Jillian Ramsey took the rather elegant, pearl-handled letter opener Benita was offering and cut the box tape open. The return address read, "Swirls and Sprinkles in Crystal City." The box contained a dozen carefully packaged cupcakes from her favorite bakery. From Home Plus, multiple dry ice packs to keep the buttercream frosting from melting. She pulled a note from the desk of Tate Ashford, Esquire, out of the box. "Hey, sweet cheeks," Dr. Jillian Ramsey groaned. She'd always hated that freaking nickname. "I called Sonia because I couldn't get you on your cell." "Of course you called because your evil ex-boyfriend superpowers helped you sense that I was attracted to another man, and you had to put a stop to it," she muttered. "She says you're in the middle of nowhere, and I shouldn't call you because you don't have any reception. More like Sonia told you not to call me because she would gladly set you on fire with the power of her brain, but I thought that you would appreciate a little taste of home. I know what a sweet tooth you have. And how mad you got when I ate your chocolate cupcake that time. It's those little things about you that I miss. The little quirks that drive me nuts when we're together, but I miss when you're not with me. I think I made a mistake breaking things off with you, and I think I should come visit you and talk about." She slammed the note down on the counter. "Nope," she shook her head. "Nope. Of course Tate would claim that he broke up with her. Instead of the other way around, of course. Tate thought he'd made a mistake breaking up with her. He frequently came to this epiphany. If he thought she was dating someone else, or she might forget about him, and a cute little story about how mad she'd gotten about him eating her cupcake. It had been her birthday cupcake that Sonia had left on the counter. As a surprise for her, she'd come into the kitchen, dressed for a date with Tate. To find him eating it somehow, he managed to turn her irritation over his selfishness into a charming little anecdote about how irascible she was. "I'm sorry, honey," Benita said, patting Dr. Jillian Ramsey's hand. "I did warn you." She nodded. "You did. Did your visions happen to show you how utterly lacking in self-awareness and ability to boyfriend this person is?" Benita pursed her lips I'm not sure that I know what that means. Jillian pasted on a smile. It's okay. Miss Benita, would you like a dozen cupcakes? They're from one of my favorite bakeries back home, but for reasons I'm sure you can see, I don't think I can stomach them. Oh, that's so sweet of you. I could take them over to my grandkids, and they would be pleased as punch. Tell the kids I hope they enjoy them. Tell their mother I'm sorry about the sugar high. Yeah, my daughter-in-law has it coming. She doesn't think I know what she's been up to. On the internet. Wow, Jillian laughed as she grabbed Sonia's package and backed out of the post office. Mothers-in-law and Mystic Bayou take it to a whole new level. Benita cackled. Yes, we do. I am better off single. Jillian sighed, pulling her phone out of her bag, while she kept her package under her arm. She had a whopping 2 bars of reception and rejoiced, calling Sonia's number. Sonia's smoky voice rolled into her ear. Sweetie, I've missed you. How are your beautiful built-by-you bows? Dr. Jillian Ramsey unlocked the van and dropped the care package in the passenger seat. Closing the door, she smiled sweetly at Enola Pels, one of the bear shifter matrons she'd met at Clarissa's crawfish boil. Enola smiled and waved back, slowing down ever so slightly as Dr. Jillian Ramsey asked, I'm fine and I love you, but don't distract me with your brilliant alliterations. Why is my ex-boyfriend sending me some sort of misguided, baked love offering? The other end of the line was silent. For such a long time, Dr. Jillian Ramsey had time to get into the van, where her conversation wouldn't be overheard by Enola's supernaturally gifted ears. He did what? He sent me a box of cupcakes from Swirls and Sprinkles, with the kind of packaging that makes the rush. Shipping cost like an extra $50. How did he even find me? Did you tell him where I am? No, you know, I wouldn't do that. Ah, that son of a bitch. He came to the apartment the other day, and I was sending you a care package. I was labeling the box when he knocked on the door. I didn't even think about him seeing it. I just can't believe he would send you cupcakes. After that shit he pulled on your birthday, right? Jillian cried. Thank you. Like it's some sweet little relationship story. And not another example of why I broke up with him. He's still claiming he broke things off. It's on your side. I'm sorry, hun. He's a useless, spineless, brainless prick doing what useless, spineless, brainless pricks do, Jillian sighed. This was the basis of her friendship with Sonia, and something Tate never got, the neurological accord between their 2 brains. Sonia understood how Dr. Jillian Ramsey thought, and why she thought it. And even if Sonia didn't agree with Jillian's thoughts, she validated them. Thank you. Did you open your present yet? Crap, I'm sorry. I was so pissed off at Tate. I just know this is better. I can hear your reactions. You're using your Swiss Army knife keychain to cut through the tape, aren't you? Jillian pulled her trusty pocket knife away from the box. No. Yes, you are. And I love it, because I miss your predictable preparedness, which has been sorely lacking around the office lately. Come on, woman. Just open it as soon as the tape gave way. Dr. Jillian Ramsey cried. Oh. You didn't. Dr. Jillian Ramsey pulled a plushy version of Dragon, the black and red dragon from Game of Thrones, from the box and cuddled him to her chest. I love him. I got him from that online geek emporium you like so much. I figure if we can't binge watch Got Together, you can at least snuggle off and put your cold feet on someone who won't complain about it. I have a circulatory condition. Dr. Jillian Ramsey shot back as she dug into the box. Sonia had sent her favorite brand of lavender, Earl Grey, tea novelty socks with obscene phrases on them. Some honey-based lip balm from a hippie herbalist shop they loved in Georgetown. And her mother's secret recipe, spice cookies. You have feet colder than the wall, woman. You ship me Pryanaki, so I forgive your harsh foot hate. Jillian sighed, prying open the Tupperware container and shoving one into her mouth. Her voice was muffled by cookie when she added, I love you, you are my favorite person. This is a far superior baked love offering. Compared to Tate's, when Dr. Gillian Ramsay opened her eyes, she realized that Enola was still standing there. On the sidewalk, watching Dr. Gillian Ramsay cuddle a stuffed animal to her chest. While moaning over cookies, Dr. Gillian Ramsay waggled her fingers. Enola grinned and walked away. Oh, and Mel didn't realize you'd already left for your assignment and sent you something he needed. I told him I would send it along to you. Dr. Gillian Ramsay lifted what looked like a cozy for her. Earbuds made from multicolored eyelash yarn. This is your fault for suggesting you take that class. At the senior center he's retired. He needs something to keep those long, froggy fingers flexible. Okay, Sonia, you only obliterate this much when you're nervous. What's up? Are you somewhere you won't be overheard? Sonia asked, lowering her voice. I am now, yes, Sonia whispered. I want you to look in the bottom of the box. Inside the manila envelope marked monthly bills. What's going on? Dr. Gillian Ramsay tore open the envelope and found several printed. Inter-office emails from the league administrators. Sonia had thoughtfully highlighted the portions that mentioned Dr. Gillian Ramsay by name. This was what happened when you roomed with the child of a Cold War-era spy. A care package was never just a care package. Your name is being whispered in the halls. And it's not a good thing. The powers that be are not happy with the fact that you're involved in a murder investigation and that one of your subjects has turned up dead. I just transcribed a memo where the board members suggested replacing you with another anthropologist. Gillian gasped, deeply offended. But I didn't hurt anybody, I know that. But the board wants results, and they want them now. Akako Hayashi herself asked to review your proposal for the Chile expedition. Akako Hayashi was the head of the league's DC board. She was an intimidating, beautiful kitsune who sounded oddly like Helen Mirren, despite the fact that she had the physical appearance of a 25-year-old Japanese woman. Gillian had never spoken to her directly before because Gillian was a junior researcher, and junior researchers didn't have the clearance to talk to Akako Hayashi. Gillian feebly protested. I've only been here a few weeks. They're going to call you on Thursday and request a preliminary report about the population, species represented, and basic cooperative systems. Use all of the discussed bullet points I highlighted in the emails. I made you a list which I included in the envelope. You need to have it ready to go the minute they ask for it. Any delay will give them the excuse they need to recall you. Gillian pinched the bridge of her nose and leaned back in the seat. Maybe they should recall me. Don't talk like that, you're doing a great job. You said yourself that the information you're gathering is amazing. I'm way over my head here, Sonia. People are dying, and even to the casual observer, it seems to be connected to the work I'm doing. Maybe if someone else was here, it would stop, and maybe pieces of a satellite will crash into someone's house tomorrow, and you can make that your fault too. Again harsh, Dr. Gillian Ramsay said dryly, I'm just saying that. Unless you're putting a sign on people's houses that says, hey, come murder this person who talked to me. It's not your fault. You know I love you and don't like to criticize you when you're going through one of your inevitable existential crises, but it's just a little self-indulgent to make a murder spree about you. Gillian pressed her lips together in a thin line and inhaled deeply through her nose. Okay, you may have a point. Stop taking the weight of the world on your shoulders. Let murderers take accountability for their own actions. Gillian sighed. Why are our conversations never normal? Normal doesn't exist. It was a rumor started by McCarthy in the 1950s, spoken like an employee of an international shadow agency. Gillian started the van. Thank you for saving my job. Anytime, go snuggle your dragon. Yeah, it's funny you should say that. Sonia, whose gossip senses were highly attuned, gasped, "What? I figured out what kind of shifter Bal is. Or at least he showed me," oh, Sonia purred. "And what did he show you?" "He's a dragon shifter," she said. "His whole family dragons with the wings and everything." "Really? But they're so secretive." "Well, it took him a really long time to tell me." "So how is that going?" "There have been some interesting developments." "You totally let that dragon guy into your treasure box, didn't you?" Jillian squealed. "He used his wings in weird ways and I liked it." "Okay, thanks. By what wings?" "Details. Don't you dare hang up," Jillian guffawed. As she pressed end, she sighed. "I really needed that." Later, Dr. Jillian Ramsey was sitting at her kitchen table, in her panties and an Osu t-shirt, because somehow it had gotten even hotter and more humid over the course of the day. She'd gone home directly after Sonia's call to start working on her progress report. She'd already completed 2 of Sonia's bullet points: species represented and government services integration. She would complete religious interaction before the end of the night, and then finish the rest of the report. By the next night, I will not be out-brain maneuvered. She muttered as she typed, just a little harder than was strictly necessary. This progress report will make Akako Hayashi herself weep with gratitude that the League hired me. Okay, probably not, because Akako Hayashi is a scary badass who makes business suits look like armor, and I'm talking to myself, which is not something that amazing anthropological geniuses do. She started to retrieve some iced tea from her ancient fridge, but stopped when she heard footsteps on her back porch. Why hadn't she heard a car pull up? She reached for the large butcher knife in her knife drawer and pulled it out. She crouched closer to her front door, swallowing around the thick lump in her throat, wishing for once that she had a window in the door. Her legs shook under the weight of the icy fear, sinking through her middle. Jillian, her head dropped to her chest. She knew that voice. She yanked the front door open to reveal Bale, walking up to her door. "Are you insane?" She helped Bale, didn't even pause at the doorway, just picked her up by the waist and threw her legs around his hips. He crushed her mouth to his. While walking toward the stairs, she let out a strangled gasp, and he took the opportunity to sweep his tongue into her mouth in a devastating lash. He must have removed his gun belt in the car, because she didn't feel it digging into her as he moved. There was a level of presumption there. She was willing to forgive if he kept doing that thing with his tongue. Also, point of fact, she wasn't wearing anything but panties and a t-shirt, which made his job of undressing her too easy. Even while carrying her upstairs, she moved to wrap her arm around his neck and realized she was still holding the butcher knife. Naked with a butcher knife and a dragon. Was this real life? She dropped the knife over the banister and hoped she remembered to pick it up in the morning. The back of her head thwacked against the bedroom door as his hand scrabbled for the knob. She yanked at his belt buckle and shimmied his pants down, enough to let his hard length spring free. She gave him a filthy grin as she ground down against him, letting him glide along her warm, wet folds. He kissed her, mimicking the roll of his hips with his tongue. She groaned as she slid down, taking him to the hilt. She curled her hand around the back of his neck, rocking against him, growing wetter with every movement. She tilted her head back, giving him the access he needed to bite and lick at the hollow of her throat. She could feel delicious tension building inside of her, and grunted in frustration. She didn't want it to be over just yet, but she did want Bayal's hands on her, and he was blindly tapping his fingertips all over the door. "Where's the doorknob?" he growled. She laughed, reaching down to open the door. He walked forward, never slipping out of her. She plucked at the front of his uniform shirt, and realized that it didn't button up. She leaned back and pulled at it, but it refused to open. He smirked at her and reached out for the zipper, hidden under the button flap. He lowered the zipper to reveal his white undershirt. Sorcery, she let out a strangled gasp as he walked through the door. She shoved the shirt off of his shoulders and let it drop to the floor. He knelt on the bed, carrying her with him, and the momentum swung the bed frame against the wall. Still kissing her, he glanced up, and then he was goggling at the rope, suspending her bed from the ceiling. He broke away from her mouth. "The hell?" she nodded, as she pushed his pants down his thighs with her feet. "Yeah, my bed swings. Interesting." He nipped at her chin, her neck, then between her breasts, while she pulled his tank over his head. Pulling away from her, he rose to his knees, dragging her up with him. She took him in hand and slid down the length of him, humming as the hot flesh parted hers. That should not feel as good as it does. She sighed, rolling her body against his. He guided her hips up and down with his hands, and with every thrust, the bed swung and bounced off of the wall. It sounded just as dirty as it felt. She could feel his talon sinking into the globes of her ass, and the sting only made her pleasure spike higher. She wrapped her arms around his shoulders and clung tighter as his movements sped up. She angled her body so that he ground against just the right spot, sending those lovely little ripples fluttering through her. Bale's hips moved more erratically, and the frame knocked against the wall even harder. She lost track of time and the thumping against the wall. All she could feel was the warmth inside her and pressed against her skin. And when he fell over the edge, dragging her with him, the blossoming heat was less of a shock than it had been. The first time, she went limp against him, barely registering as he laid her gently on the mattress and flopped down next to her. Jillian turned to press her face to his shoulder and noted the dents in the plaster wall. "I'm going to lose my security deposit." She panted. "The town is running the house, not you." "Well, the town is going to lose their security deposit. I hope they make you explain why at the next parish commission meeting." "I'll plead the fifth," he said, kissing her shoulder. "As much as I appreciate you popping by for a cup of sex." "What was that about?" "Zed said you got a package from an ex-boyfriend. He said you were sitting in your van, cooing and cuddling a stuffed animal, while stuffing a cupcake in your mouth." She lifted her head and stared at him. How the hell would Zed know? Enola overheard you and told his mom, who told Zed, who ran into my office to tell me. I mean, literally ran with a smile on his face. "Because he's an ass," Jillian slapped at his chest. "So you came over here because you thought I was cuddling a stuffed animal for my ex-boyfriend and eating his cupcake, and you thought you would come over here and bang the desire for another man's stuffed animals and cupcakes out of me." Bale hesitated and then admitted, "Well, it sounds weird when you put it like that. Yeah, the phrasing is the problem." He rolled over her, pressing her into the mattress. "I don't share. This isn't a dragon thing, though my nature definitely doesn't help. But I won't share you with some drawl. I'm not asking you to share." "There was a package of cupcakes from my ex-boyfriend, which I didn't want, because he's my ex-boyfriend for a reason. I sent them home with Benita to sugar up her grandchildren." The stuffed animal Jillian picked up, the plush dragon, from where he'd been shoved aside on the mattress, "is from my best friend Zonia, because we haven't been able to binge watch Game of Thrones together while I've been gone." She also sent me her mother's special spice cookies, which is what I was stuffing in my mouth when your not so confidential informant spotted me. And I'm not even going to apologize for it, because they're amazing. So no interest in the ex-boyfriend or his cupcakes. No. Can I try the spice cookies? No, she told him, rolling and straddling his hips even as he pouted. Because much like some shifters I know I don't share. Fine. How was the public information meeting? Bale grimaced. Some people are mighty scared. Some are taking it in stride. Nobody openly blamed you. If that's what you're worried about. I was a little bit, yeah, she admitted. So really neither of us has anything to worry about. You don't have to worry about me. Accepting cupcakes from other suitors. And I don't have to be worried about being run out of town as murder bait. Right, nothing to worry about except the murders, you and your downsides. He picked up the stuffed dragon, cut it out small fry, and put it on the nightstand facing away from the bed. Why would you do that? He pulled her on top of him and kissed her soundly. Because you already have a dragon in your bed. Chapter 12. Dr. Gillian Ramsay. Dr. Gillian Ramsay turned her cart down the hot sauce aisle at the Boone Mercantile. Looking for presents for Sonia and Mel, she decided to send them both care packages of local foods to thank them for the earbud cozy and cookies. Even with its harsh fluorescent lights, the grocery store was a welcome respite from her kitchen table isolation. She spent most of her week writing. Almost every appointment she had for the week was canceled. The subjects were all perfectly polite about it. But they each found some very plausible and unavoidable reason why they couldn't meet with her. It turned out the local people didn't want to be interviewed. When people who agreed to interviews turned up dead, the good news was that the extra time had given her the opportunity to polish her progress report. So the moment her supervisor, Jan Wallace, called demanding an update, Dr. Gillian Ramsay was able to immediately counter the check. No problem, I can email it to you by this afternoon. Would you like me to CC the board? She'd asked Jan, splattered on the other end of the line. Well, don't rush the job. We want careful analysis. Oh, I've been keeping notes on my progress the whole time I've been here. Do you not do that when you're in the field? Dr. Gillian Ramsay's voice was so pointedly guileless. Sonia would have collapsed in giggles to hear it, because Jan Wallace was a human with a lengthy laundry list of allergies, and as long as ragweed existed, she would not be doing field work. Dr. Gillian Ramsay conceded that this might have been a little mean. She thought maybe she was spending too much time around APEX predators. Nevertheless, she submitted her report, addressing each of the bullet points Sonia had sent her. And since no one had sent her follow-up questions, Dr. Gillian Ramsay assumed it was satisfactory. Surely Sonia would have sent up a warning flare. If it wasn't, Gillian realized. She was standing in the middle of the aisle, staring off into space. She shook off her daze and took two bottles. Mark Dufresne's Devil Drops, with a fire-breathing demon on the label. Mel, who occasionally indulged in gut-destroying spicy food, would love it. Sonia would see it as a challenge. And she never backed down from a challenge. Due to the wide array of diets among the magic, there was a pretty impressive range of products available. Everything from Russian caviar to Irish butter. She shuffled along the aisles, knocking staples into her cart. With her limited cooking skills, Dr. Gillian Ramsay stuck to sandwiches and cereal. Sonia did most of the cooking at home, out of self-defense. And if Dr. Gillian Ramsay kept getting carry-out from the pie shop, when she was in town, she wouldn't be able to button her pants. She turned into the pasta aisle and ran smack into another cart. She let out a strangled gasp. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And then she realized mid-sentence that she'd collided with Bale's cousin Balfour, who was grinning at her with that creepy politician smile of his. This reminded Gillian that she needed to stop by the cleaning products aisle And pick up a couple of gallons of bleach, Miss Ramsay, our northern flower. How are you this fine afternoon? Gillian forced her face into a blandly pleasant expression, despite Balfour's refusal to call her Dr. Ramsay. I'm fine, thank you. And you? Balfour tossed his dark hair and stepped closer, in what Gillian was sure was meant to be a casual, sexy gesture. She had to suppress the urge to visibly shudder. Always so polite and formal. I bet you're not so formal with my cousin now. Are you? I bet you're real relaxed whenever he's around. She stared at him for a good long beat. That's none of your business. He stepped way too far in her personal space bubble, backing her against the grocery shelf. Is that what you like about him? He purred that southern drawl of his. Whispering dirty things into your ear. Or is it his claws? You like him digging those long, sharp claws into your skin, threatening to make you bleed, but not quite. She stared at him, her lip curled in disgust, and pictured ramming his face into a frozen side of beef. In the meat section, he reached for a lock of hair that had fallen over her shoulder. Bale's not the only dragon in town, you know, if that's what you want. I could do all that and more for you. She pushed his hand away from her and moved away from the grocery shelf. I wouldn't touch you for all the gold in the parish. She pushed the cart past him and he caught her arm. You know the way things are going in town, I would think. You would want to make as many friends as possible. People are starting to think maybe you're bad luck. I could persuade them to think otherwise. She snorted, thinking of the way Balfour was ignored. At Clarissa's party, people might have tolerated Balfour for his family's sake, but they kept their distance. I don't think you have nearly as much personal power as you think you do. You squeezed your arm harder. Is that what you like? Power? Why do you even care? You've barely spoken 2 words to me since I arrived in town, and I haven't done anything to give you the impression I'm interested. She realized she was whispering, preventing a scene which only served to protect Balfour. So she raised her voice to add, back off, but I want to know what makes you tick. I want to know what happens inside your head to make you do the things you do. She yanked her arm away from him, then reached into her bag to flip the switch on Bale's taser. Stay away from me, don't come near me. Don't come near my house, don't talk to me. Don't even think of me. His grin seemed to have more teeth than she remembered. His eyes flashed a sickly yellow as he lowered his mouth near her ear. And what are you going to do to stop me? She pulled the taser out of her bag, fully charged, and blindly shoved it at his crotch. Balfour's eyes went wide, and he turned just in time for her to catch his hip instead of zipper. She pulled the trigger and the contacts fired. He shrieked, jerking and flailing before collapsing on the floor. I'll do that, she said, stepping over his twitching body, and continued on to the next aisle. Her face burned as she walked away from her full cart, realizing that the dozen or so shoppers in the store were staring at her. Let them stare, she hadn't done anything wrong. She hadn't overreacted, and if they didn't want dragons having full-body seizures in their grocery store aisle, maybe they needed better store security. Gillian sighed, remembering her expectations were too high. Also, she just remembered that Balfour's family owned the grocery store where she tased him. She was going to have to start going to the Walmart and slide down. She was shaking by the time she reached the door. She had a cold, sinking dread of what was behind her. But if she turned back, she would find Balfour running at her, claws and fangs ready. Just as Gillian reached the sidewalk, a hand closed around her shoulder and she shrieked. She whirled around with the depleted taser in hand, because smacking Balfour in the face with it would work. Simon Malfooter held his hands in a defensive posture. Don't shoot, Simon, she let out a strangled gasp. I'm so sorry, I just... He smiled, patting her on the shoulder. I know, I saw. I just wanted to make sure you're all right. Balfour can be a little aggressive sometimes. I don't think he realizes his own strength. I don't think he cares about his strength. Simon chuckled. There's that too. Can I walk you to your car? She didn't want to be that girl. The one who needs some man to protect her from the consequences of confronting an asshole. But at the same time, there was a good chance that her adrenaline would drain away and her legs would collapse underneath her. If she tried to cross the parking lot without the buddy system. Thank you, that would be very thoughtful of you. He smiled warmly. Oh, no problem, Shaw. If you feel as shaky, I could drive you home. Julian, still holding Simon's arm, she turned toward the voice shouting her name and saw Bale running full tilt down Main Street. In his uniform, Simon's hand was whipped away from her, while Bale scooped her up and carried her. Almost half a block away. Oh, she wheezed. Bale, what are you doing? He stopped running at the sound of her voice, wrapping her legs around him and supporting her but with his hands. Junior Claymore was in the market buying fish fry. He called my office, told Teresa that Balfour tried to hurt you. He leaned back, looking her over for injuries. I will never get used to the Magi grapevine system, she muttered into his shoulder as he carried her back toward the store. He didn't really try to hurt me. He barely touched me. He just kept asking what it was about you that I liked, telling me that he could do that and more for me. It was just creepy and aggressive. Clearly he learned how to flirt from Charles Manson. Bale glared at the door to the grocery. Balfour was standing just behind the glass doors, smirking at his cousin. Bale set her gently on her feet, though his expression was thunderous. Jillian pressed her hands to his chest, and despite the fact that she planted her feet, Bale just kept walking toward the door, sliding Jillian's sneakers across the pavement. Bale, don't. It's not worth it causing a public scene. It will only make things worse with your grandfather. She pushed her shoulder into his chest. As she scrambled against the blacktop, Bale, please. I just want to go home. Then Bale glared at Balfour, while wrapping an arm around Jillian. All right, I'm sorry. Come on, sweetheart. I'll drive you home. Jillian turned to Simon. Thanks for your help, Simon. Anytime, Simon said, shrugging his shoulders. I haven't forgotten about interviewing you. I'll give you a call soon, okay? Simon grinned and waved at her as Bale opened the passenger door of the van and lifted Jillian into the seat. Bal opened the driver's side door and held his hand out for the keys. You're coming to my place. You're going to stay with me. Rephrase, please, she told him also. Why do none of my invitations to people's homes include the words please or you have an option? I would feel better if you stayed with me. While there is a murderer on the loose, and Balfour, have you considered that? Balfour is a suspect in those murders. What, why? Because he's creepy, and he doesn't respect personal space. And some of the comments he's made. He scares me. Vale, Balfour's all right. He just doesn't understand how to people. He doesn't understand why I'm with you. Hey, you're human and he knows. That means I could suffer consequences with my family. But I'm choosing to be with you anyway, and to him that means you have some sort of secret that he needs to find out. So you're locking me up in a vault like a princess, in a tower that you're guarding like a dragon. I'm not trying to lock you up in a vault. I treasure you, but you're not my treasure. I know that. Jillian pressed her lips together in a frown. I will sleep better at night if I know you're safe. And you know how important it is for me to sleep at night. With my dangerous and fast-paced job, Zed said. You only wrote one ticket last week, and it was to Zed. You want to see a dragon pout? Because I will lower myself to pouting for you. She crossed her arms over her chest. Fine, but I'm bringing my stuffed dragon. "I am going to burn that thing. You wouldn't dare," she shot back. "Also, for the record, I consider Zed a suspect." What she threw up her hands. "I don't trust anyone that is that consistently cheerful. Zed would be hurt by that. Being his mother of practically adopted you. Fine, but I'm still going to keep an eye on him." Bale's house looked completely normal from the outside. A two-story brick Georgian style with white shutters. It was pretty big for one person, but Zed mentioned to Dr. Gillian Ramsey that most of the Boones lived in mini mansions. Around town by comparison, he was living modestly. She tugged her laptop onto her shoulder, while Bael grabbed her duffel from the back seat. She supposed she should be grateful that he'd stopped by her house, so she could pick up more clothes. Also, she didn't have any groceries in her house, so she hoped Bael stocked up at some point. Bael's house was more subtly decorated than she'd expected. There were no golden dragons mounted on the walls, or gem-studded faucets. The furniture was sturdy and comfortable, covered in cream-colored fabrics with touches of forest green and gold. His back porch opened onto the Fool's Blood River, so she could hear the water rushing even through the closed doors. She noted that Zed and Bael and Clarissa occupied most of the photo frames, though there were a few black and white shots of a younger couple. Wearing styles from the 1940s, the woman had Bael's straight, slim nose and the man smiled Bael's warm smile. They had to be his parents, and the toddler perched on his mother's knee had to be Bael. In the 1940s, she was dating a baby boomer. Bael led her down the hallway with its dark hardwood floors and opened the bedroom door. Dr. Gillian Ramsey's jaw dropped. The room was windowless and cavernous. The ceilings had to be 20 feet high at least, and the room itself took up more than half the house. A huge nest of pillows was situated in the center of the room, but there was no other furniture, not even a knitstand. "Your bedroom is huge," she noted, "and you have no bed. It's a dragon thing. But I promise it's plenty comfortable, I have no doubt. But keep in mind, if you're going to keep me here, you're going to have to feed me." "Not a problem. Clarissa packs up meals for me every week, so I don't starve to death. You want reheated meatloaf or reheated gumbo? You have that woman wrapped around your little finger. It's kind of like when a tiger adopts a baby goat at the zoo. It's unnatural and shouldn't warm your heart, and yet it does." And so they proceeded to spend a very pleasant evening at home, eating reheated meatloaf and watching old movies. There were no interruptions, no discussion of murder. Bael ignored several texts from Zed, asking why Balfour came to his office, demanding justice for his nearly electrocuted balls for just a night. It was nice to pretend they had a regular relationship, without interspecies tension or possible serial killers. Then falling asleep on a giant pile of pillows was much easier than she anticipated. Before she drifted off, her face pressed against Bael's shoulder. She couldn't think of a single thing she needed to do the next day. Instead of her usual habit of constructing a to-do list, her mind simply went quiet and slipped into a pleasant darkness. Around 2 a.m., Dr. Gillian Ramsey woke up very warm. So warm that she'd sweat through her clothes. She kicked off her blankets and sat up, wondering if she should open a window instead of the firm feather mattress she'd become accustomed to. She felt warm, smooth skin. The body was immense, far too large to be a person, and covered in scales as seamless as glass. She blinked, shaking the last traces of sleep away from her head. And then she shook her head because she didn't believe what she was seeing. A huge gold and green dragon wrapped around her. Like a faithful hound, she was cradled in a soft, leathery wing pressed against the dragon's warm belly. Her foot was wedged against the dragon's horn snout. She quickly drew back her foot, as if the dragon would wake and suddenly decide to take off. a few of her toes. She supposed this was why his bedroom was so large. In his dragon form, he could barely curl himself inside this room. If he changed forms in his sleep, he wouldn't want to take out a wall, sliding off of the wing. She crouched in front of the dragon's head, which was the size of a smart car. The scales on his face were bright, glowing gold with green, showing around the edges of each tiny circle. Spiky green growth like claws grew from his brow and ran in symmetrical rows down his snout. She traced the slopes of his nose with her fingertips, marveling how he could stand to run so hot. All of the time he was like a living furnace. He was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. And he was Belle, the eye glowing from within like a living toe. Pass snapped open and focused on her. She clutched her fingers to her chest and scrambled back. Bale shook his head like a dog throwing off water. Don't panic, she told herself. Don't panic, it's still Bale. His forked tongue flicked out. Tasting the air like a snake, it snapped playfully across the bridge of her foot, and then wound around her ankle, pulling her closer to him. He nuzzled his nose at her knees and then at her side. All the while flicking that tongue against her skin. The flush of arousal she felt was as alarming as it was complete. She wanted Bale badly. She spread her palms along his snout. Okay, Bale, I need you to go back to your human form, because there are some things. Even I'm not open-minded enough to try. His body shrank into itself, still golden and glowing until it was just Bayou. His mouth crashed down on hers like an ocean wave. All tongue and clacking teeth. You're really pretty when you're a dragon. She told him, no one has ever said that to me before. He kissed her again, his claws tearing at the sides of her panties. She bit lightly at his chin, making him growl. Do me a favor when we go back to sleep, don't roll over. Chapter 13. Bale and Jillian established a routine. Over the next few weeks, as the community relaxed back to normalcy, and people forgot about the horrors that Ted and Gladys have suffered, they became more willing to talk to Jillian. She rescheduled the canceled interviews, collected questionnaire, and entered data into spreadsheets. Most afternoon she got back to Bale's house before his shift was over and had something either reheated or assembled from ready mixes. Before he got home, lady talk about their days. Sometimes Zed came over, and he and Bale watched sports while Dr. Jillian Ramsey worked. And then when Zed left, they'd attempt to shred Bale's pillow. Bed with some bone-bending sex. He enjoyed making her part of his routine. He'd been alone for so long that he'd forgotten what it was like to come home, to someone to call out when he opened his door and know they would answer. He'd forgotten what it was like to have a home instead of just having a house. There were bumps along the way. They could not agree on appropriate television volume. Bale took way too long of the shower, in Jillian's opinion, for someone who had very little hair to wash. And one morning Jillian woke up glowing literally. Bale had been sleeping when she discovered the issue. He'd woken up to her shrieking. What the hell is this? Dr. Jillian Ramsey's entire body was glowing. She was a beacon of gold and light in the dark room. Frowning, Bale scrubbed a hand across the back of his head. Yeah, probably should have mentioned that she scouted him. Mentioned what? He cleared his throat. Sometimes when a dragon takes on a human partner, well, after the exchange of my contribution, you take a little bit of my fire into you and you glow. It's supposed to draw me even closer to you, you know. The whole dragons were attracted to shiny objects thing. Your body fluids are going to make me bioluminescent. Not permanently, he assured her. Oh wow, that's a comfort. She stared down at her glowing form. So I won't get pregnant. No, but I'm going to glow in the dark. There are women who pay top dollar for this sort of thing, are you telling me? There's dragon semen in high-end beauty products. No, it's more of an internal process. Never mind, she glowered at him. How long until I can leave the house? You've never been more beautiful to me. You tried to smile a most charming smile. But she was not having it. How long? A few days. She poked her finger into his warm chest. I am going to call Zed and have him gnaw on you. That seems fair. While she'd been grumpy about her seclusion, Dr. Gillian Ramsay eventually admitted she was grateful for her indoors time. It gave her an excuse to focus solely on her work, and she also seemed to enjoy the offerings of chocolate. Then Baynett's Bay Ale brought to her to make up for his. Not saying anything about the glowing semen, and to prevent her from following through on her threat. To tell Zed the shit he would have given, Bael would have been thorough and relentless. It was bad enough that Zed came into his office. To officially rebuke him, he wore a tie and everything. It was clipped onto his t-shirt, but it was still pretty clear. Zed was wearing his Mari hat and not his friend hat. So we gotta talk, Z said, tucking in a shirt collar. There's been a complaint about your job performance. In terms of, we have to unsolved murders and people are scared. Someone actually filed a complaint saying I'm scared. No, they say that you're incompetent. And that if you're trying to do a thankless human job, you should at least do it well. So you don't embarrass yourself. Bale frowned. He'd hear those exact words come out of someone's mouth. Balfour filed a complaint about me. You know, I can't say. But Zed was nodding in an unrelated note. Your cousin's an asshole. Bale rolled his eyes. At least he knew that. The complaint was filed by someone who didn't really count. Mal Ford always held a grudge against Bale, and now he was just taking advantage of the situation. If they all somehow got fired from his thankless human job, it would mean even more loss of face with their grandfather. Still, if Balfour was filing a complaint, that had to mean there was some rumbling of disapproval. From Mystic Bayou's residents, Balfour never did anything, unless he thought he could get away with it, for the record. Gillian thinks Balfour killed Gladys, and Ted said scoffed, really? I mean, as I said, he's an asshole, but I can't see him killing anybody. Why would he do it? To make me look bad, make everybody afraid under my watch. The more I think about it, the less insane it sounds. But until there's some evidence that he had anything to do with it, my hands are tied. So now what? I've officially put you on notice. You are hereby rebuked. Now you ignore it, you just keep doing what you're doing. You know the job. Sometimes stuff comes up and you can't control it. And all you can do is work your way through. It may all grumbled. Did you get any information back from the League's forensic people? Zed asked. A whole lot of nothing. There were no fingerprints on the doors, besides Gladys and Ted's. No foreign DNA on the swabs I took near the wounds. They were able to tell me that. The perp used a very sharp knife, to which I say no shit. Well, the chances of them finding some CSI this bad, guana, was only found in a 2 square mile section of the swamp. Key to everything was pretty unlikely. I hate to say it, but all we can do is watch people for any odd behaviors. Well, please don't tell Gillian. It'd probably hurt her feelings. If I called her co-workers basically useless. How's all that going? Is it grinned? You still gotta lock the way in your tower. Why does everybody keep mentioning a tower? There's no tower. Oh hell. I think it's sweet that you two are all shacked up. You've been 60% less of a grumpy bastard since she started sleeping over you, thinking about making it permanent. Bale's mouth quirked at the corners. He had in fact been thinking about making their arrangement permanent. He wanted marriage and hatchlings in the whole 9 yards. He didn't care about his grandfather's wrath, of the possibility of losing out in his share the family hoard. While he'd wanted to honor his father's wishes, Bale knew his father would rather see him happy then richer. He just didn't know how to approach Dr. Gillian Ramsay about it. He'd shown her his hoard and her response was, "That's nice for science." Bale's father had shown Bale's mother his hoard, and she'd practically swooned. He was going to have to get more creative. "Bale, you've been staring off into the distance and smiling, all weird for the last 5 minutes." Bale snickered. "Sorry, you don't look sorry." Bale's reply was interrupted by Teresa's appearance. In Bale's office doorway, her expression was stricken, and her complexion was nearly gray. Zed glanced up and muttered, "Oh shit." Chapter 14, Dr. Gillian Ramsay. Hours later, long after the sun rose on a new day, Bale unlocked his door to find Dr. Gillian Ramsay perched on his kitchen chair, one leg tucked under the other. As she read, there was a pencil in her mouth, and a red pen stuck through her twisted hair. A cup of coffee sat forgotten near her elbow. She looked up, her eyes slightly unfocused, and grinned at him, until she saw the expression on his face. Another one. She sighed. He nodded. She rose from her chair and wrapped her arms around his shoulders. "Jeannie Claxton, I haven't met her yet." "You didn't have an appointment with her?" Bale asked. Gillian shook her head, a relieved expression on her face. She was a sweet woman who made blackberry wine and brought it down to City Hall every Christmas. I used to tease her about arresting her for running an unlicensed brewery operation, but the wine was so damn good I couldn't stand to. She was a room mom for her daughter's second-grade class. For God's sake, her poor husband is heartbroken, and I don't know what to tell him. "I'm so sorry, Bale. I was worried when you didn't come home last night, but I figured something had come up. Was Teeny human? You know that doesn't matter to me. I'd mourn her either way. No. I know, I'm just curious. Was she human or shifter? I think you mentioned her before she was born human. But about 10 years ago, she developed these supernatural skills in the kitchen. Soups that could actually cure the common cold, cakes that could soothe a broken heart. For New Year's, she'd do a big crawfish boil and wish everybody good fortune. And somehow everybody who showed up had better luck. Dad's already talking about putting on a big memorial. For on New Year's, he'll probably ask you for help organizing something classy." She tilted her head. "I probably won't be here for New Year's. Do you already have plans? Are you gonna visit your parents for the holidays?" "No, but I'll probably be gone by next month. You know this isn't a permanent assignment, right? When I'm done, I move on to the next study. After taking such a big assignment on the fly, I should have my choice of field studies, especially if my report goes over well." "So you're just going to leave when you're finished? Even with what's between us, you wormed your way into our community, and you're just going to leave?" I think I resent the word wormed. But yes, that's my job. Look, I feel for you. The things I feel for you, I've never felt for anyone else. But I can't give you the whole white picket, dragon's lair, and nest full of eggs. What is wrong with that? Nothing. It's just not for me. I worked really hard for my career. It's my passion in life. And I'm not going to apologize for wanting to keep it. Well, I've waited decades for my mate to come round, and I'm not going to apologize for wanting to keep her. You can't keep me. I'm not one of your treasures. I'm a person. We've gone over this, Gillian. I don't want to keep you with my treasures. That's the whole reason I took you to my hoard. Don't you understand what that means? You trusted me not to steal it. No, it means I have real life-altering feelings for you. It means I see you as a potential mate. It means I want to show you that I can provide for you. That this isn't just a quick roll on the coins. It's pretty much a marriage proposal." She stared at him, mouth gaping like a beached fish. "Well, how the hell am I supposed to know that?" she exclaimed. "This is the problem with you dragons being so secretive. You can't deny humans information about your culture. and then get mad at us for misunderstanding. That's why I want to keep working to help people with relationships like ours, to help them understand how Mystic Bayou works. Mystic Bayou works because we make it work. That's a problem with your study. You're trying to show people how to duplicate. How we live here and you can't. Why not? Because what we have here is special. They all exclaimed, I'm not going to deny that. But there are other special towns out there that could be just as great. So you're trying to franchise Mystic Bayou, like a Maggie McDonald's. I'm not supposed to be bothered by that. Jillian threw her hands up. Why are you trying to twist my words? Why are you trying to ruin my town? He shot back, dropping his case files on the table with a thwack. What are you talking about? I'm not trying to ruin anything. I'm just trying to help people. She cried, pausing as a plastic bag containing a blood-smeared piece of paper fluttered out of Bale's files and to the floor. What's this? She asked, bending to pick it up. Zed found it on the floor of Gladys's kitchen. We're assuming it belonged to the killer. It's just a page full of crazy. That's not crazy, that's shorthand. Every scientist I know has their own way of writing. Notes, the killer's writing his observations down. Don't you do that with your investigation notes. I record mine in a voice recorder and transcribe it later more precise that way. The corner of her mouth lifted as she examined the page. What was he observing? I have no idea, she said. Everybody's shorthand is different, personal. Maybe if you had a handwriting sample from everybody in town and a crazy person conversion chart. I could help you, but I can't decipher this. Bale dropped into a kitchen chair and rubbed his hands over his head. Jillian breathed deeply and opened his files to look at the crime scene photos. It took a lot of pauses and patience, but she flipped through all of them. Bale, were there any accidental deaths? Before Ted turned up dead, any deaths that were attributed to drowning, or animal attacks, or just disappearances? I know how to do my job, Jillian. I know you do. I'm just wondering if there were any deaths that didn't feel right to you, where there was more damage to the body than there should have been. Because this just doesn't feel like a serial killer. How do you mean? Now that I can stand to look at them, I see that all of the cuts are almost surgical. These aren't angry crimes, so what, you're a forensic analyst now? Not all serial killers are angry. I think you've been watching too much TV. I'm not a forensics expert. I'm a people expert, and when I'm learning about a culture, I look at commonalities, what keeps a group together. What do they have in common? Ted, Gladys, and Teeny. They were different types of magic. They were different ages and genders. They had different jobs, moved in different social circles. They believed in different gods. They had no family connections, which in itself is a miracle in this town. What do they have in common? They weren't born magic, he replied. They were changed by the rift. And what if these killings aren't murder, for murder's sake, but because this person wants to understand how the victims work, like they're specimens? He doesn't consider them murders, they're dissections. That would be incredibly upsetting. He pulled out a map of the bayou and marked the rift with a big red X. Where was Ted Bavo's house? She asked. Bale leaned over the map and circled Ted's house. It was one of the closest homes in town to the rift. Gladys's house is right here. He circled another spot on the map, which was just slightly farther out from the rift. Without being prompted, he circled what she assumed was Teeny's house, which was only a little bit farther from the big red X. He marked another spot, which looked to be just outside of the magic, only lying near the rift. We had a boating accident a couple years ago right here. The bodies were torn up, but we thought they'd been picked up by scavengers. It was a pair of teenage brothers. They just started developing what we thought was like anthropy. And here, We had a little girl who was drowned in a creek. Sarah Winters, she'd been born a natural healer. In a family where there was no magic. He's working his way out from the rift, taking apart people who have turned. Bale gathered his files back into the laptop bag. I gotta go talk to Zed, see if there are any other cases we're missing. I want you to stay here, don't leave. Don't answer the door unless it's for me. Zed or Clarissa, don't even answer your phone. I'm going to pull the van into the garage, so no one knows you're home. Bale, we just talked about this. You're going to stay here. With my guns and my heavily locked doors, I know you're not a treasure to be hoarded. You're a person, and I know things are messed up right now. But you're my person. I'm asking as someone who feels for you. I'm begging you to stay somewhere it's safe. Oh, that's not fair. He kissed her, all fury and fear. And she sagged against him in relief. Fine, I'll stay here. Thank you, I'll bring you home a pie. You know, pie doesn't solve everything. You'd be surprised. Chapter 15. Dr. Gillian Ramsay. Dr. Gillian Ramsay thought it had been stressful to present her doctoral thesis in front of some of the world's foremost experts in her field. It turned out that was nothing compared to waiting around for your dragon cop boyfriend to call and tell you whether he caught a serial killer. She did every bit of work she could conjure up. She organized her files, she cleaned the house. She even tried cooking, only to throw away the chicken she burned. Nothing would calm her nerves, so she took to pacing in the living room, running over all of the possibilities in her head and coming up with nothing definite. This didn't make any sense. Why take apart your neighbors when you could just ask them questions? What could make you so unhappy that you committed murder for the sake of knowledge that you killed children? Had the rift driven the killer crazy? She heard a car door slam and went to the window, expecting to see Bale, but instead of a squad car, she saw a large red pickup truck parked in the driveway. Balfour was taking a bag out of the passenger seat and walking toward the house. She ran to the front door and double-checked the lock. She watched Balfour move closer to the window. If Balfour really wanted to get in, he would. Bale's boat was tied to the back dock. Could she pilot it away? Before Balfour figured out how close she was, would he only shift into dragon form and chase her down? Regardless, running seemed better than staying, better than being cornered. Balfour spotted her through the front window and smirked. She grabbed her purse and slipped out the back door. She backed down the length of the porch, listening as Balfour jerked the door handle. A little fishing boat was only a few steps away. She just had to work up the nerve to take her eyes off of the house. She backed toward the dock. She heard a footstep behind her and didn't even have time to turn her head before a great weight came crashing against her temple. Her legs folded under her, and she saw the briefest flash of sky overhead. Before her eyelids fluttered closed, she woke up face down on a dirt floor in a shed, which was bad. Her hands were cuffed behind her back, and there was duct tape over her mouth, which was worse. She wriggled, trying to get control of her limbs so she could pull up to an upright position. Her hands and feet felt numb, and there was a ringing in her ears that was distinctly unpleasant, her headache with a dull, gnawing throb. She'd been crying, and her nose was stuffy, making it hard to breathe. The shed was small, but meticulously organized. There was a surgical table in the corner, and she recognized several medical tools on a metal tray. There were anatomical sketches all over the walls, and photos of dissections. She recognized several of the symbols from the notes you'd left at the scene, but she still couldn't figure out what any of them meant. The corner of the tape at her mouth was loose. She nudged her face against her shoulder, slowly and painfully peeling it away from her skin. When she was finally free, She sucked in huge gulping mouthfuls of air. Bale. She wanted Bale. She just wanted to see his face again. She wanted to tell him she loved him and she was sorry. She made him feel like he wasn't as important as her work. Her eyes welled up, and she couldn't tell if it was from heartbreak or panic or the result of being knocked unconscious. It probably didn't matter. She just wanted Bale. Also, she wanted her Swiss Army knife, but you couldn't see her purse anywhere. The creep who bashed her over her head must have hidden it somewhere. She heard footsteps outside. Should she pretend to be unconscious again? Would it be better if she could surprise him in case he uncuffed her? She was still mulling over her options when Simon Malfader, the sweet, unassuming science teacher from the joint school, walked into the shed. "Oh, for the love of fuck," she muttered, shattering any hope she had of pretending to sleep. She felt like such an idiot. Of course it was Simon. He was a scientist. He would have no trouble taking a life form apart. To understand how it worked, Simon was with her. When she'd spoken to Ted about their interview, he was at the grocery store when she ran afoul of Balfour and even offered to drive her home. What would he have done if she'd agreed? If Bale hadn't intercepted them? "I know, surprise," Simon drawled. "I sat outside the sheriff's house for days, waiting for you to come out on your own. If I knew would take Balfour approaching your door, I would have called him days ago. Balfour, is he in on this?" He scoffed. "No, he's just a useful tool. All I had to do is ask him a few questions about you. Make points about how interested Bale seemed in you. It was like winding up a little toy soldier, sending it after you. So not a murderer, just a creep," G sighed. "I don't know if that makes it better or worse," Simon snorted. "You know what I find insulting about all this? No one even considered me. Sheriff Boone hasn't questioned me. No one asked me where I was when my subjects met their end. Oh, you never even followed up on your half-hearted offer to interview me. I don't know why you even bothered. Pretending you were interested. I was interested. I am interested. I wanted all perspectives on what it's like to live here," Simon sneered. "You want my perspective? It's bullshit. It's all bullshit, a promise that never gets fulfilled. I grew up being nothing special in a town full of extraordinary, and I figured that was my lot because I was human. And then all these other humans started getting gifts, and I wondered why not me. I deserve it. I wanted it more. And you just brought it all into focus for me. Ted was just wasting his life, scaring teenagers and tourists, stirring up trouble. Gladys secretly hated what she was. She didn't appreciate it. She was trying to find a cure. Teeny could have helped so many people, but she kept it to a select few. They wasted the gifts they were given. So I took them back to earn mine, but no matter what I did, I couldn't figure out why they were chosen. I was humane. I followed protocols. I knocked him out with chloroform before I started the dissections, but I didn't get any reward for my efforts. No answers. Why them and not me? There's nothing special about them. Nothing special inside them. Oh, unremarkable. And that was what was most maddening of all. And you weren't even born here. You just showed up. Why would you get chosen? I think there's been some sort of mistake." She told him, "I'm not a shifter." Simon's face flushed an angry red, his eyes darkening. "Don't lie to me. Don't treat me like I'm stupid. I'm just as smart as you are, even if I didn't go to all those fancy schools. I've seen the glow in you over the last few weeks. That magic that only comes from being a shifter." She sighed, closing her eyes. If she lived through this, she was going to get Bale fixed. It would take a huge lampshade collar, but she could get one from the League. She pulled at the cuffs behind her, which felt pretty solid. Maybe if she kept him talking, it would give Bal time to find her, or it can be a sign that you're sleeping with one. Apparently, having sex with a dragon leaves you with glowing skin. It's a mating thing. It's supposed to keep Bale interested in me, liar. It's a shifter trait. Look, I know it sounds like a cop-out, but dragons don't share much about their culture. I didn't know it was happening either, until Bale explained it to me. I'm not a shifter, I'm not any kind of magi. I'm just like you, a human. A scientist yanked her to her feet, pulling her toward the dissection table. Is that what they taught you to do with the League? To find common ground with your subjects during interviews? Well, don't bother. I tried finding common ground with them too, and it didn't work. They were nothing like me. And you're not either. The uncuffed her hands long enough to shackle her hands to the dissection table, while he was trying to close the cuff around her wriggling wrist. She reached toward the surgical tray and grabbed a scalpel. Stop struggling, he growled. This is going to happen. You should feel fortunate. You're the first one I've ever brought to my research facility. This time I'm gonna have all my tools at my disposal. This time it's going to work. No, she yelled, jerking her sore arm up and jabbing the scalpel toward his neck. Unfortunately, he moved his arm up to shield himself, and she caught him in the bicep, but the pain was enough to get him to let go of her arms. Simon dropped to his knees screaming, though a tiny blade to the arm couldn't have been nearly as painful as what he put his victims through. She screamed, jerking her shackled arm away from the surgical table. The wooden strut holding the shackles to the metal table shattered, and the shackle came swinging toward her head. No, Simon seized. He grabbed a scalpel that had dropped to the ground and slashed it across her belly. Yowling in pain, Jillian brought the broken wooden strut down on his head, knocking him to the side as she ran for the shed door. She threw her shoulder against it, and it gave way beneath the force of her adrenaline, leaving her in the purple twilight of the bayou, gasping for breath. Jillian propped her hands on her knees and focused on staying upright. The shed was situated by a dock, both of them behind a perfectly nice, normal-looking house on the water. The lawn was neatly kept. There was a ceramic goose on the back porch, for heaven's sake. Simon lurched into the doorway, his head bleeding. You bitch, I'll tie you down and take you apart. While you're still awake, you snuck up on me once, it won't happen again. You think Bale is scary? I deal with grant committees. I'll destroy a little worm like you. And in the distance there came a roar. All of the blood drained from Simon's face. Dr. Jillian Ramsey turned to see a massive golden beast with green, gold wings and green ridges on his back. She screamed out of sheer joy at the sight of him. Bell roared, a ball of flame belching out of his throat and heading straight for Simon. Simon grabbed her shoulders and shoved her into the line of fire. Catching her shirt, the flames licked up her arms. She beat away the flames with her hands as she ran from Simon, heading for the house. Simon was running down the dock in the direction of his boat. She tripped and decided to roll on the grass to extinguish the flames. Maybe it was the adrenaline, but she couldn't even feel the heat. It didn't hurt, it just smelled like burning cotton. Bale landed onto feet in front of Jillian, pulling her to her feet. He was naked, but there was a gun strapped to his ankle with a very stretchy elastic material. Are you all right? What are you doing? She cried. Get back into your dragon form. Are you all right? He asked again, checking her arms for burns. Julian, honey, are you okay? I'm fine, she cried as he bent to take the gun from his ankle. Just get him. Simon's boat engine roared to life. She watched as Bale ran down the length of the dock, his naked cheeks bouncing as Simon's boat pulled away into the swamp. Bale raised and emptied his gun, firing at the boat, hitting the outboard motor a few times, but only glancing Simon's shoulder. Simon howled, clutching his hand at the wound. Somehow, That pissed Jillian off even more than the whole. Tried to kill her part. Pete cut people apart. Nice people with lives of their own. And Simon couldn't take a little shoulder wound. Jillian ran to join Bale as the boat pulled farther away into the murky waters. Just turn into a dragon and burn him, Bale sighed. I can't. As the fuel poured out of the boat, the motor died, leaving Simon drifting across the black water. No, really, I believe you can cross the distance. Look, he's right there, right for the immolation. Standing on unsteady feet, Simon leaned over the motor and tried to start the engine. His hands were slick with blood, and he made several false pulls on the cable, letting it slip from his fingers. Jillian, that's not the right way. What do you mean? You nearly fried the guy just a few minutes ago. That was the dragon seeing his mate in danger. Now I'm the sheriff, and he's a perpetrator who needs to face justice. I need to make an arrest by the book. I can't put, and I decided to burn him alive. Because he hurt my girlfriend. So you're going to do what? Send him to state prison where he's going to blab all of Mystic Bayou's secrets to the other inmates. Do you really want that to be the reason? Your secrets are exposed to the world. Maybe the state will decide that he's too crazy to be held in the general population and send him to a hospital where he'll get the help he needs. Now is not the time to debate the merits of the criminal justice system. She yelled, I don't want you to see me kill a man, okay? She threw her hands up. I'm telling you now. I'm okay with it. Dr. Jillian Ramsey watched a dark shape moving in the water, circling closer to the boat. Simon swayed on his feet, blood leaking down his arms. He leaned out over the water as he tried to beat life into the engine. Bale, I really think you need to get over there. It's fine. It's not like he's going to be able to start the boat with his engine all busted up like that. Suddenly, a 10-foot alligator lunged up from the water, snapping its jaws around Simon's head. His torso flailed pitifully as he was dragged under the water. A geyser of blood and bubbles exploded from the bottom, and Jillian covered her mouth with her hands, swallowing a scream. Well, shit. Bale muttered. Jillian's mouth was still hanging open, unable to produce sound. Are you all right? He asked, and she nodded. This is going to be hard to explain to my bosses. She sighed as he hugged her tight. Your bosses? I'm the one who let a serial killer get eaten by a gator. That is not how you win elections. She hissed at a hot, bright pain in her middle, pulling away from him. They watched as the slash across her stomach knitted itself back together. Now it was Bael's turn to stare. Is this because of you? She asked. From spending too much time with you. The whole glowing semen thing. I'm sure that's it. Bale told her carefully. He pressed her to his chest, hand cradling her head. Everything is going to be all right. He promised her every single thing. Chapter 16. Bale. Weeks later. Bale closed the cover of Dr. Jillian Ramsey's bound report. The crazy woman had written a damn textbook while she was living in Miss Lottie's funny little house. Then again, textbooks had never made him smile so much. Mystic Bayou, a wholehearted approach to a blended community, was an academic work, complete with graphs and footnotes, and all the cultural points people considered vital, but it was also heartfelt, funny, and present to the locals in a loving, generous light. Else she might have given his neighbors more credit than they deserved. The study was dedicated to the memories of Ted, Gladys Antini, and included a chapter on emotional alienation of human subjects living amongst the magic. She addressed Simon's case specifically and discussed how experts might be able to help humans living amongst the magic adjust to life without special gifts. He wasn't surprised that she turned something scary, something that had hurt her directly, into an opportunity to help other people. She'd been agonizingly polite when she thanked him for saving her from Simon, but somehow a distance had grown between them. In the time her knife wound healed, Cosette, arriving on the scene to help him clean things up. She'd gotten a ride home from Clarissa. Then she locked herself in Miss Lottie's house during her last days in the bayou. Then she promptly left town. To present her work to her bosses, Zed and Clara said, wanted to throw her a going-away party, but after everything the town had been through, Julian wanted to leave quietly. Mayo had made the decision to stay away, to let her leave and let her have her career. If that was going to make her happy, he loved her with everything in his heart, but he didn't want to keep her with him if it meant she was miserable. So he'd kept to his house, taking sick days. And done all the paperwork for Simon's case from home when she didn't show up to say goodbye. He figured that was all he needed to know. Will you stop poring over that thing? It's not like there's a secret code inside for what Jillian is thinking. Just call. The woman said had been sitting Bale's office chair, and Bale didn't even realize it. And given the self-satisfied look in his face, he'd been there for a while. I wouldn't have given you that copy if I knew you were going to obsess over it. Mayo laid the book carefully on his desk. I just wanted to see what all the fuss was about. I can't help but notice she talks about the rift and its influence in the locals and detail. You really gonna let the League know about it? I think we're gonna have to. We need League resources to determine how quickly the rift's energy is changing and what, if anything, can be done to slow down its progression. That's gonna mean more scientists, more League personnel, yeah, and it could mean that a certain League scientist could come back. Chapter 17, Dr. Jillian Ramsey. Across the country, Dr. Jillian Ramsey twitched as she waited. In the plush waiting room of the League's DC offices, even with expensive-looking, tooled leather chairs and mahogany tables, it seemed too cold here, too sterile, and definitely too busy. She missed Zed and Clarissa and Miss Benita and other parties. She hadn't spoken to Bael since he'd taken her statement about the murders. She knew it was the coward's way out to avoid him. She just knew that she wouldn't be able to leave town. If she talked to him, she had to come back to the League offices. To revisit her life in DC, she had to know if she could live with it or without it. This place had been her whole life. Before she arrived in Mystic Bayou, and now with all the phones ringing, elevators dinging, and people bustling through the lobby, shuffling through their files, Jillian was practically crawling out of her skin. She'd become far too accustomed to the quiet of her strange little house on the swamp. She'd taken a cab straight from the airport, not wanting to trap Sonia into the nightmare of a midday Dulles pickup. Now she thought maybe she'd made a mistake, and that she should have stopped at home for a shower and a chance to steal Sonia's shoes. Also, she thought maybe leaving without speaking to Bale was the wrong tactic to take. He hadn't even stopped by Miss Lottie's to say goodbye to her. What if he decided that she was too much trouble? What with her shadow government connections and serial killer abductions? Sweetie, she heard someone yell from across the lobby. She looked up to see Sonia running at full speed, in French heels and a sapphire silk blouse and pencil skirt. Dr. Jillian Ramsey stood just in time to practically be tackled, hugged by her friend, who was incredibly fleet of foot on her stilettos. Oh my God, look at you. It's like you spent the last couple of months at a spa. You're glowing well. I have been dealing with a lot of mud, I'll say that. Sonia's almond-shaped eyes tightened suspiciously. No, seriously, you really are glowing, as in you're actually giving off a visible light. What is going on with you? I just had a chance to relax for a bit. I guess naked with that dragon guy a couple of times, yes, but we agreed not to see each other anymore. Because I live here, and he lives in the middle of a swamp. Well, despite your slightly mopey tone, I hereby endorse this casual relationship. If anyone deserves some no-strings-attached sex, it's you. Thank you. Now, your meeting is scheduled for the East Conference Room. Please proceed to the door immediately. You don't want to keep the board waiting. Do they have all of the documents I sent ahead? Jillian asked yes. Beautifully collated and bound by yours truly, your amazing knock-him-dead sweetie. Sonia gave her a light shove in the direction of the conference room. I'll put all of your bags in my office, while I'll have an intern do the carrying. But it still counts, straightening her jacket collar. Jillian knocked softly on the conference room door. A feminine voice called for her to open the door. Jillian stopped in the doorway. She'd expected a table full of people, but only one seat at the table was occupied. And that seat was occupied by Akako Hayashi. Jillian had never even made eye contact with Akako in the hallway, and here she was walking into a room alone with her. Jillian shivered and rubbed her hands over her arms. She glanced down at the goose flesh on her exposed wrist. That was weird. Makako was wearing a deep scarlet suit and a necklace with 9 points, to represent the 9 tails she kept hidden while she was in her human form. She glanced off from a spiral-bound document. Jillian recognized as her report, Ms. Hayashi, am I early or late? Jillian gestured toward the empty chairs. Akako smiled coolly. Neither. I wanted you to have my full attention for this meeting. The other board members tend to bring much confusion and noise with them, and I wanted you to know how much I appreciate the work you put into this publication. It is everything we hoped for and more. She waited for the but that would inevitably follow such high praise. It didn't come. You should know that we expect big things from you following such a performance. You've set the bar very high. Dr. Jillian Ramsey cleared her throat. Thank you. Does this mean that the town will get the league resources they need? Of course, I do have some questions, however. There it was, the but. You added the special appendix regarding the unexpected influences of the rifts, energy on the town, and how it's affecting the human citizens. Yes, I wasn't sure how much you would want the general public to know about that. It's going to be difficult enough to get humanity to accept the existence of so many. Magic, the idea that their kids, their neighbors, their dentist could turn into a magi because of some sort of interdimensional anomaly. That might be a little much. You are right there. For now, we're going to keep this chapter under our vest, but if it becomes necessary, we will publish it later. The scientist in me weeps. The person who doesn't want to see Mystic Bayou burnt to the ground by an angry mob says, thank you, and it seems to the board, and by the board, I mean myself because I speak for the board. This development requires further documentation. I agree. I have spoken to the local leadership about using League resources to investigate stabilizing the rift. They're interested, and frankly, I think that it's necessary to public safety to do so. It's good to know we're on the same page. How would you feel about working from Mystic Bayou for the foreseeable future? What about the scheduled field work with Dr. Montes out of commission? Dr. Montes has been fired. Akako told her while he's still in the hospital. We cannot tolerate representatives of the League who will inappropriately touch interview subjects, no matter how much they contribute to their field. Dr. Jillian Ramsey wondered if that applied to Bale. Technically, she'd never officially interviewed him, so she cleared her throat. That seems like a reasonable requirement of employment. So who's going to replace him? We're composing a list of candidates, but in the meantime, we are going to need our top field representative. In Mystic Bayou, where she has established strong community ties and a rapport with the key players, the other anthropologists can handle the lower priority field assignments. I would get to stay in Mystic Bayou. Jillian's hand felt frozen. Around the conference table's edge, was it possible she was hearing things? She would be able to go back home to the bayou. She could stay with Baal. If he agreed to speak to her again, she could stay with her friends. Though Sonia was going to be pissed about Jillian, leaving her alone in the apartment for the foreseeable future. Nothing could possibly turn out so perfect. Without a catch, kitsunes were tricksters after all. Would she owe Akako her firstborn child if she took this assignment? Absolutely. I'm a firm believer in not changing a situation. That's working. Besides, you're going to need that time in the company of a tolerant, blended community while you adjust to your new nature. I'm sorry. Makako suddenly sprung over the table, landing on the surface of the table. In full kitsune form, her face was set in feral lines, her jaw and nose shifting into a pointed snout. Her eyes were almond-shaped and flaring with golden light. 9 tails bloomed behind her back, whipping back and forth with manic energy. She smiled, showing a mouthful of gleaming white fangs. Fuck. Jillian knocked her chair back in her panic to make space between them. Also, she was on fire. Jillian stared in horror at her own hand. Her whole body was engulfed in bright blue flames. She scrambled to her feet, her chair burning, sending billows of black smoke into Akako's face. The table was crackling under Akako's feet. Buckling from the heat, paperwork smoldered into ash and floated toward the ceiling. Dr. Jillian Ramsey beat at the flames on her chest, but it was too late. There wasn't a single part of her left untouched. She squeezed her eyes shut and waited for the burn to swallow her, to steal her breath and plunge her into pain. But the only thing she sensed was the smoke alarm, screaming to life. She opened her eyes. She was still burning, surrounded in that blue light. But it didn't hurt. It barely tickled. It just felt right. Like stretching muscles she'd held tense for too long. She raised her hands, watching the flames dance along her skin. Akako was smiling softly at her, like she was staring at some long-admired, precious piece of artwork. The sprinkler system started, spitting gallons of water on them both. And while it extinguished the table and the papers she'd burned, her own blue flames were still weaving. And bobbing over her, she waved her fingers through it. But it was steadfast, consistently inconsistent. "What is this?" Jillian demanded over the wail of the alarm. "I want you to focus on drawing the fire back into you, like breathing air into your lungs. Don't panic, don't try to force it. Just relax and breathe." Jillian shook ever so slightly as she pictured the flames melting back into her skin. As naturally as the oxygen entering her lungs, slowly the blue fire died off. As she flexed her fingers, she felt no pain, no burn. Just the fizzing excitement of something new. Akako sat down in her chair, as if it was perfectly normal to continue a meeting, with a sprinkler showering down over them. "What was that?" she asked. "Akako." "That was your inner fire. It's blue, which is interesting. A phoenix's flame usually reflects their emotional state. You must be very eager to return to the bayou. My dear, this is insane. I can't be a shapeshifter. I've never shown any signs of, oh hell, the rift. When he took me that close to the rift, it must have changed me. You didn't notice that there was a difference. I didn't feel any different, but now that you mention it." Emmy being able to destroy Simon's dissection table with a jerk of my arms makes a lot more sense if I have super strength. Also, a few people have been looking at me differently. Because I've been glowing, I thought it was just the dragon sex. Akako grinned. "Oh really? Do tell." They were recognizing your new nature. "We can sense each other, remember?" Jillian remembered the sensation of her hair standing up on end when she walked into the room. "I thought I was just overwhelmed by industrial air conditioning." Well, just be careful over the next few days and pick up a few extra fire extinguishers. And let me know when you've made a decision about the Mystic Bio assignment. No, I'll take it. A Kako grinned, or sharp fangs flashing. Excellent news, but I'm very pleased. Dr. Jillian Ramsey cleared her throat. So I have to ask. There were a lot of people in this office who you could have given this job. Why did you send me Dr. Ramsey? You may not know this, but you have some support within the League's offices. Sure, Dr. Montes signed off on my dissertation. He helped me get the internship here. Actually, no. Dr. Montes was no help to you getting the internship. At all. Dr. Jillian Ramsey frowned. I'm confused. You may not know this, but during World War II, my family was detained in an internment camp in California. It was difficult to be a minority during that time. It was even more difficult to be a minority within a minority. There was only one other shifter family at the camp, a family of Kappas named Yamagita. Dr. Jillian Ramsey beamed. You know Mel, he was a child at the time, but yes, we became very close friends. And when you went away to study, he was sure to call me and keep me updated on your progress. He had always been very proud of you. And when an internship became available, I arranged for Dr. Montes to check in on you at your college, to foster you along until you were ready for a position here. So I don't owe my job to a unicorn fondler. That's a relief. A Kako smirked. Yes, well, please take a few days to enjoy your success and tie up any loose ends you need to secure. Before you leave town again, we look forward to your next report. I'll send you a list of deadline dates. Thank you. Akako stood shaking her hand. Keep up the good work, Dr. Ramsey. Stunned and a little shaky, Dr. Jillian Ramsey walked out of the conference room. She'd just agreed to completely dismantle her life, and she'd set herself on fire, and she'd never been happier. Sonia was standing in the hallway, a look of apprehension on her face. Everything okay, sweetie? The fire alarm went off. Oh, holy hell. You're soaked to the skin and your clothes are burned. What the hell happened in there? Did Akako Hayashi attack you? I'll cut that woman. She's a supernaturally strong, ancient creature, with 9 blades hidden in her invisible tails. I would figure something out, Sonia insisted. She can also hear you. Jillian nodded toward the door. Sonia grimaced, and they scurried down the hall to Sonia's office. Sonia shut the door behind them and started unpacking wet wipes, stain remover, and a dry shirt from her emergency drawer. What happened? Sonia demanded. Jillian smiled sheepishly. You're gonna be so mad at me. Chapter 18. Bale walked into City Hall, and everybody stopped talking. That was never a good sign, Ethan. Gigi Grandoni wouldn't make eye contact with him as he walked toward his office. Mayo Z yelled from his office, I need you in here. Mayo frowned, entering the room. What's up? So you gave Emily MC Ainsley a ticket. She was speeding. She was going 3 miles over the limit. Which is speeding, Bale said, flopping Dessert's office chair. You made her cry. She's 82 years old. She was driving to the yarn store. She shouldn't be speeding. Honestly, she probably shouldn't be driving. Ever since Jillian left, you've been an absolute bastard to everybody, and it needs to stop now. This has nothing to do with Jillian. So, you were just making senior citizens cry for no reason. I didn't mean to make her cry. Mayo leaned his head back on the chair. Look, I realize I'm struggling. But I didn't know it was going to be this hard. Everything hurts. Everything seems gray. And the worst freaking part of it is, there's no end in sight. She's not coming back, and I didn't really give her much reason to. And I don't know what to do. He looked up to see Zed holding out a tissue box, smirking at him. "Ah, fuck you, man." Zed burst out laughing. "Oh, come on, it's a little funny, you finally expressing grown-up emotions about a lady. It's completely uncharted territory. Your dick. Look, I get it, you're miserable. but you can't make the rest of us miserable to keep it fair. I know I'll pinch the bridge of his nose. You're still a dick. Have you called her? I don't want to interfere. She's gone back to her life. If she wanted to talk to me, she knows my number. Have you thought about going to see her in D.C.? They all lifted his eyebrow. How would that seem less desperate than calling her? So I'm going to have to put up with miserable bastard. Bail for what, another couple of decades? Bale nodded conservatively yes. Well, there's something to look forward to. Zeeb's side. So can you please go, apologize to the octogenarian that you offended, and then go home and take a nap, or roll around in your gold like Scrooge McDuck, or whatever dragons do to calm their asses down. Bale's mind flashed back to Jillian's Scrooge McDuck joke. When they'd been naked and post-coital in his hoard, he shook his head and shoved the memory away. I'll try, thanks. Now, get the hell out of my office and don't make Gigi cry. On the way out, Mayo grumbled fine. Mayo walked back out of the lobby toward his car. He could go buy the grocery and pick up some flowers to take to Emily, but that would probably be too much. He decided that a heartfelt apology was going to have to cut it. Because the woman had been speeding, damn it, he was only doing his job. Do you always walk around scouting like that? He heard a familiar voice ask. You know, the League offers classes on how to be an effective and friendly public servant. His head whipped toward the sound, and suddenly, the smell of flowers and books hit him with full force. Jillian was standing there by squad car. The side of her face, her hair, every eyelash was so familiar. And yet she changed. She was surrounded by this glow that seemed to shift between gold and blue. Bale was vaguely aware that his mouth was hanging open, but he couldn't seem to close it or form words. She frowned. Or I have completely misread the situation, and I should go. Mayo threw his arms around her and crushed her to his chest. No, she laughed, sliding her arms around him. He buried his nose in her hair. Turns out my study's not done. The League like my work so much that I'm going to write additional reports, so you're back and you're staying. I'll be staying here for a long time, maybe even permanently, which is handy because I couldn't live anywhere else. I was miserable back in D.C., even though it was only a few days. I mean, I love being able to see my friends, but it wasn't home anymore. No one was there to force feed me seafood. When I was sad, no one was there to kidnap me and take me to parties. When I was too wrapped up in work, and you weren't there. She wrapped her fingers around his left hand, and I hated that you weren't there. Well, I was fine, stalwart, manly, stiff upper lip and all that. He insisted. He's been a nightmare. Zed yelled from the doorway, an awful dickish nightmare. Bale shrugged. I might have been a little grumpy. Jillian raised her brows. Did Zed not tell you that I was coming back? The League called him 2 days ago to renew my lease and Miss Lottie's house. Bale turned to Zed, his expression thunderously indignant. Kujong, how could you? Zed jerked his massive shoulders. More fun this way. Jillian laughed. That's pretty horrible, Zed. I was just so distraught from missing you. Got that? I wasn't thinking straight. Jillian pursed her lips. I'll accept that. I was pretty much miserable too, Bale admitted. I'm awfully glad you're back. Because I would be very happy if you never left, ever again. She nodded. And he cupped her chin in his free hand and kissed her. He closed his eyes, leaning against the car. That nagging, empty feeling haunting him over the last few weeks seemed to melt away, and all he was left with was a feeling of contentment and the smell of smoke. No, the smoke was real when he opened his eyes. He realized that he was engulfed by blue and gold flames. They were burning away his clothes, bubbling the paint of a squad car, and they were coming from Jillian. What in the hell, he cried, jumping back the flames seemed to slip back into Jillian's skin, leaving only the flames burning his clothes away. Wincing, she beat at the burning uniform with her hand. Julian Winston panted as clothes. "Sorry, I forgot. You're encased in polyester." "What just happened?" His shirt was pretty much a loss. Mayo was just glad. He decided to wear jeans this morning. Cotton burns slower than polyester. Otherwise, he might be standing on Main Street in his drawers. "Yeah, a couple of things came up while I was gone," she said, snapping your fingers and smiling brightly as a blue 3-inch flame grew out of her fingertip. "I have feathers now," she said. "Also, my boss startled me, and I turned into a purple and gold bird and set a conference table on fire. Well, that's new, as far as I can tell. I got hit by some sort of wave energy from the rift when Simon dragged me out there, and it changed me like it changed Ted and the others. So now I'm a shifter too. My boss says I'm a phoenix." He kissed her again. It made sense that this woman was a creature of rebirth and fire. She was the most doggedly persistent person he'd ever met. She never gave up. She never stopped trying, even when all indications were that it would be a really good idea to give up. He held her tight. "Well, of course you are. How could I expect anything less from the woman I love? More than my own common sense." She tilted her head, squinting up at him. She brushed her fingers over his scalp. "You've never said you love me." "Well, you've never said you love me either." "But I do. You're what I treasure most in the world. And I was an idiot for letting you leave without telling you. I love you too. I'm sorry I left. I just needed to be sure." You kissed her again. "What about your laugh back home? What about Sonia and your co-workers?" "Sonia is going to come visit. Fair warning. She's going to try to figure out whether you're good enough for me, and inevitably conclude that you aren't. It's nothing personal. She's obligated by French to think no one deserves me, and I'll still be working with those co-workers. Just from a distance, my life as it is here with you." He kissed her again, lazily, because they had all the time in the world. "Now, you know Miss Lottie's isn't exactly fireproofed, right?" She nodded. "It had occurred to me. My place, however, is built to withstand dragon fire. You're not nearly as subtle as you think you are." "Wasn't trying to be subtle. I was just trying to get you home. Into my den as soon as possible. I think that can be arranged," she said, kissing him one last time. "But first I have some questions for you." His shoulders sagged. "You're kidding. You never let me interview you. I told you things that I've never told anyone else until you fill out the questionnaire. It's not official, no questionnaire, no sex. That's so wrong." She kissed him again, and he closed his eyes. Leaning into her, she murmured against his mouth, "I'll race you home." "Wait, what?" His eyes flew open just as a large purplum gold bird flew up from between his arms and rocketed up through the sky in a stream of blue flames. He walked out of City Hall, staring at the trail of flames. "That'll take getting used to. Yep, you better catch up before she starts touching all your stuff." Bale made a vaguely horrified face. "You don't think she'd do that, do you?" Zed grinned. Bale took off, running down the street, stripping out of his clothes. By the time he'd reached the paw shop, he'd shifted into a giant green and gold dragon and flew in the direction of his house. Later, after several of Bale's more vulnerable possessions had been burned to ash, and their mad dash to the bedroom, to very tired Mojic, leg curled, and Bale's nested pillows and blankets, Mayo was dragging his fingers over her smooth skin, watching the golden light build beneath its surface. Jillian sighed, leaning into the caress. "So Simon was right. Well, I'm sure that there are benefits too. Absorbing dragon seed. My whole inner glow thing is more related to the rift. Changing me into a phoenix when I've lived here. A team of geneticists from the League are going to travel down here to ask the remade magic for DNA samples, to determine if there is some recessive gene. That helps determine which humans transition. May all grumbled, even as he kissed the curve of her shoulder. They will ask very politely, she promised him. I'm not going to complain about the League. Bringing more people into town, if it means you're staying. She pushed him away laughing. You just growled. When I talked about League scientists coming to town, growling is not complaining, well knowing how secretive you dragons are. I will leave it to you and your family to decide. How much you interact with the other League reps, I won't even tell them that. We have dragons here in town, though in retrospect, I really should have picked up on that quicker. Given that there's a dragon on top of City Hall, you had a lot on your mind. And you were polite enough not to ask. And while we're talking about my family, I feel I should tell you that my grandfather was so disgusted by Moon and over a human girl, particularly after I refused his offer to arrange my marriage to a nice lady dragon from the old country, that he has officially decided to deny me my share of his hoard. So I'm going to have to settle for a man who can only provide me with a treasure that fills an industrial-sized warehouse. I think between that and my salary, we can make ends meet. This is serious dragon stuff, sweetheart. I need to know that you're really comfortable with it. I am, I promise, but that reminds me. She paused to lace their fingers together. You never told me your dragon name. Well, I wasn't sure you were going to stay. You made it pretty clear that you planned on going back to DC. Besides, I've never told anyone my true dragon name. Not even Z. You showed me your hoard. Well, a dragon name is different. It's something that's only shared between children and parents, between mates. It gives the bearer power over the dragon. You can force me to give you part of my hoard. You can force me out of my dragon form and make me human again. That's why you don't see a lot of dragon divorces. I would never do that, she exclaimed. That's awful. What's the point in having a dragon name in the first place? If it's just going to be used to hurt you, to sign a trust, and it gives you the best kind of power over me. More than you already have anyway. For instance, if you call my true name, I have to answer and I would hear it anywhere. So if you're ever in trouble, you can summon me to you. She bolted up, mouth agape, as she stared down at him. That would have been really helpful to know a couple of weeks ago. You know, when I was kidnapped by a serial killer. Paul, I didn't know. You're going to be kidnapped by a serial killer. Likely story, it's probably not going to happen again. Well, I would hope not, she snorted. They all sat up, still holding her hands, and took a deep breath. My dragon name is Dave. What? He shrugged. Most dragon parents give their offspring names like Kai, Thorn the Bold, or Severus the Silent Dread, because they think it'll make them grow up strong and scary. No one would ever guess that. My secret dragon name is Dave. She nodded. It frightens me how much that makes sense. I need your solemn promise that you'll not use the name Dave in any way unless it is an absolute emergency, he said, touching his forehead to hers, or in the throes of ecstasy. Because there are some interesting side benefits there, too. She nodded and kissed him. I promise I will not call you Dave unless it's absolutely necessary. Thank you, he kissed her, and a beautiful, light warmth spread from her chest through to her toes. He wrapped his arms around her, and they burrowed deeper into their nest. Do Phoenix have true names? She asked, nestling her head against his throat. Like, if I decide to go really exotic and call myself Debbie, will that give you some supernatural power over me? You'd have to ask Earl, but please pick something other than Debbie. I dated a Debbie in high school, and she was horrible. He shivered under her. Make me a list of your horrible ex-girlfriends, and I'll choose something else. This is a very strange conversation. Well, none of our conversations have ever been what you'd call ordinary. She chuckled. We need to find a girl for Zed. I don't think there's a girl alive. Who could put up with Zed? It would get Clarissa off of his back. He rolled over her, hitching her legs over his hips. I don't want to talk about Zed right now. Fair enough, Dave.